I have a message for the people of Lebanon. Israel's war is not with you. It's with Hezbollah. For too long, Hezbollah has been using you as human shields. It placed rockets in your living rooms and missiles in your garage. Those rockets and missiles are aimed directly at our cities, directly at our citizens. To defend our people against Hezbollah strikes, we must take out those weapons. Now, starting this morning, the IDF has warned you to get out of harm's way. I urge you, take this warning seriously. Don't let Hezbollah endanger your lives and the lives of your loved ones. Don't let Hezbollah endanger Lebanon. Please, get out of harm's way now. Once our operation is finished, you can come back safely to your homes.
Hello, welcome. Today, the doomsday clock is closer to midnight because of the escalation of the conflict in the Middle East. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called his military forces' killing of the leader of Hezbollah a settling of scores. Meanwhile, Iran vows revenge. The US President Joe Biden is weak and helpless. The rest of the world is on the edge. It is 5:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 12:30 a.m. in New York City, 4:30 p.m. in Abidjan, Ivory Coast, and 7:30 p.m. in Nairobi, Kenya. Wherever you are joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. On our show today, your favorite, Dr. Franklye Ogbunwezeh, will help us analyze Nigeria today and what the future holds for the most populous country in Africa. As the 79th United Nations General Assembly rounds up in New York City, lawyer and consultant Dr. Franklye Ogbunwezeh will give us from his vast insights on matters of the West and the rest of us as it concerns Israel, the Palestine, the war in Sudan, Boko Haram, and IPOB in Nigeria, including the Igbo agitation for fairness in the Nigerian Federation, and a lot more. So please join us in welcoming to the show, Dr. Franklye. So, welcome.
Well, thank you, Rudolph, for having me. And good evening to our viewers from everywhere. I'm glad to be back once again.
It's wonderful to have you. A lot of people are looking forward to this conversation because that's what we have here, conversation with interesting people, insightful individuals like you. So let me start with the situation today in the Middle East, or around the world, really. The conflict there is escalating and people are worried about what might happen next. What are you reading? What are you seeing from where you are?
Well, to be honest with you, I have never been more afraid of the state of world affairs like I am today. We have conflagration everywhere, starting from the Ukraine, where the Russians are very busy converting many Ukrainians to dead bodies, in spite of the propaganda that we are being bombarded with here in the West. The war in the Ukraine is not going well for the Ukrainians, and the West knows this. In the Middle East, with the killing of Nasrallah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, a man who is well respected, in the axis that he represents, and a lot of Lebanese people who are in my circle of friends, are very much touched. We are very much touched by his killing. And this shows you that and Hezbollah is not a force that is not, it's not a simple militia. Hezbollah kicked the Israelis out of Lebanon in '82, and they fought another war in 2006, where Hezbollah declared victory. So they have known each other for quite some time. And Netanyahu trying to bomb his way to peace. I have never seen a country that has attained peace with the powers of the bomb. In spite of what people may try to tell you, it doesn't happen. Israel has started another onslaught in Syria at the moment. So fighting a three-pronged battle. In Gaza is still an unfinished business. Lebanon is now an open front, and then Syria. And then the Iranians, we don't know what they're going to do. But I sincerely believe that is a bait. They are trying to bait the Iranians into an all-out war, but Iran has been reticent. And we have to praise this reticence, because if they are to come into it, then we may, the Third World War may break out from there. Come to think of it, Iran has allied itself with Russia. Iran is a part of agitating to be a part of the BRICS. So if Iran gets into that now and Russia comes on their side, the United States will be forced, because they have already sent troops to the Middle East to defend Israel in case Iran comes in. So we'll be looking at an all-out conflagration, and it doesn't all go well for anybody, and it's going to affect all parts of the globe, and we'll be staring at the nuclear holocaust once more. So these are not the 60s. The major problem is that many people who were actually, present or alive during the 60s when all these things happened, many of them have died off. So the present crop of politicians that we have today are not quite aware how near we came to a nuclear conflagration when Khrushchev confronted Kennedy in Cuba. So today we are just playing with it. In Russia and Ukraine, the Russians have told us that if anything happens, if the West gives Zelensky the permission to use long-range Western weapons to attack Russia, that Russia will open up a nuclear option. And the Russians are not making just a threat. They mean it this time. And that's the major reason why Biden decided to stay action in giving that permission to Zelensky or to the Ukrainians. So the world is in a very precarious place at the moment. We are on the brink of a major disaster. What I'm pleading is that we should the United States should hold back Netanyahu. He should be held back. No matter what he thinks he's doing in the Middle East, you cannot murder your way to peace. He's endangering every other Israeli. And you are creating a bunch of enemies. You kill Palestinians. Over 40,000 Palestinians recorded are dead. 18,000 children. The West, and then every major Western country is financing and supporting this genocide in Gaza. And what they are telling every other person is that the international law doesn't matter. Okay, if you have power, we can endure whatever you do. And we are opening up a can of worms that will not end with Israel. So I wouldn't know how the West is going to look at it someday when another powerful nation arises and supports other dictators to attack Western allies and Western interests, in such a haphazard manner. So the United Nations has become a toothless bulldog. Okay, United Nations has abdicated every responsibility it has to its charter itself. It's just a talk show where everybody just goes and makes noise, and then but there's nothing. Okay, how many United Nations workers have been killed in Gaza? How many journalists? How many children? Children. Nobody can tell me anything if the collateral damage, whether Hamas hides in the civilian population. There are rules of war. There is the Geneva Convention, and Israel has torn this convention to shreds. So, and what are the safeguards? So, it is Israel today doing what they want. If another country rises to do what they want, what is going to happen? Okay, so these are the issues that one looks at critically. And am I still on?
You're on, yeah. I can hear you.
Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you.
Oh my God. Okay, I can't even.
Okay, you're finally out. All right, so we're having a conversation with Dr. Franklye Ogbunwezeh. We are going to talk about the situation in the Middle East. From there, we will get to New York and talk about the United Nations General Assembly. where Nigeria's vice president represented Bola Tinubu and the demands of African countries for a place at the United Nations permanent place at the United Nations. We're also going to come to Nigeria and talk about the situation in Nigeria. We are going to celebrate 64th Independence Day. On Tuesday, we want to talk about how far we have gone in Nigeria and where Tnubu is taking the country to. So I urge you to stand by while our guest, while he fixes, I think he will fix his computer, and then we will continue with the conversation. Once again, thank you for joining us on 90 Minutes Africa. This is Rodolfo Okonkwo.
For the people of Lebanon. Israel's war is not with you. It's with Hezbollah. For too long, Hezbollah has been using you as human shields. It placed rockets in your living rooms and missiles in your garage. Those rockets and missiles are aimed directly at our cities, directly at our citizens. To defend our people against Hezbollah strikes, we must take out those weapons. Now, starting this morning, the IDF has warned you to get out of harm's way. I urge you, take this warning seriously. Don't let Hezbollah endanger your lives and the lives of your loved ones. Don't let Hezbollah endanger Lebanon. Please, get out of harm's way now. Once our operation is finished, you can come back safely to your homes.
Welcome back. I think our guest is back with us. Thank you so much. I know it happens. Technology sometimes they fail us. So you were talking about. I think I wanted to know what you were talking about. United Nations being helpless, and I wanted to know from you, what do you think about the role that America is playing in all this? Oh, you're muted. Can you unmute yourself?
Thank you. The role of the United States, everybody, the rest of the world is on one side, and the United Nations and the United States and Israel are the ones that have vetoed almost every United Nations resolution on Palestine. So many countries in the world today are not taking the United States seriously anymore as an umpire in the Palestinian-Israeli issue. So they believe that America is just paying lip service to justice. And this may come back to haunt the United States. But we know IPOB has gotten hold and control of every major American politician on both parties. So that's the major problem. So in the United Nations, the last United Nations that just ended in New York, you saw leaders of many countries standing up on the podium to tell United States to her face, you cannot be giving weapons to one side in a conflict, and you are telling us that you're looking for peace. If the United Nations cannot use her leverage on Israel to hold back Netanyahu, you know, I don't know what that's, whether that is friendship. A friend will tell you when you are stepping your feet into pieces of shit. But the United States is not doing that at the moment. And Netanyahu seems to be endangering the whole region, okay, in the name of trying to murder his way to peace. I don't think that is a strategy that will work long term. Because the more you kill Palestinians, Lebanese, Syrians, these people have kids. Their kids are going to become eternal enemies to the state of Israel. And how can you survive, weapons, no matter how much? There needs to be peace. You can never murder your way to peace. You can never murder your way to security. It's
Has,
never.
has any country done that in the past? Has it been in history?
Study
Where
the history of ancient Rome. Rome believed that it could murder its way to greatness. Rome was doing that until a bunch of ragtag tribes in Germania, led by Arminus, challenged Rome and destroyed the Roman Sixth Legion, and that was when Rome started to decline. So Rome conquered Egypt. Rome conquered to the British Isles, the Balkans. Rome was the master of the world. People don't read history. Everything that the United States is doing today, Rome has done it and excelled, using brutality to imprison and peoples and nations and tongues and what have you. But a ragtag army, a bunch of people said, we are not going to take it any longer. In the Teutoburger forest here in Germany, very close to Osnabrück, there was this battle where Rome suffered a terrible defeat. And that was the beginning. If you read Gibbons, that was when Rome started to decline. So, empires, history is littered with empires that believe that they're eternal, and they are just footnotes to history today. So this is the major reason why, I was just reading a book written by Barbara Tuchman, which she called The Match of Foolery. Okay, so you will see so many nations making decisions that actually leads them to infamy. Okay, the Turks murdered the Armenians in a genocide that was recorded in history. Hitler tried to murder the Jews. And today, many people, even the United Nations International Court, say that Israel is committing a plausible genocide in Palestine. That the people who escaped genocide would be to be accused of committing a genocide in the 21st century is unheard of. And this should not happen. This should not be allowed to happen by the rest of the world. And that's why the United Nations is there. But the United Nations doesn't seem to be taking its role seriously, because the major powers, the United States, which is a unipolar power today, has decided to take, a side in the conflict, and then is supporting one side with weapons and money to murder the other side. And the Arab nations are there doing nothing, supporting even their slaughter. Okay, that it took only South Africa, an African nation, to stand up and speak out for morality and justice. That shows you something. I am telling you, this is the beginning of a new era. Europe and the West have lost every moral credibility. They are never, ever going to stand before the rest of the world and tell any other country about human rights. They have just lost it. And this is the beginning of it. And it's really a pity, because we had a world order that, anyway, served the Western interest, so to say.
Now, during his speech the United Nations, Netanyahu made reference to the Bible, quoted Moses, and I was listening to him, and I was wondering what he is doing today in the Middle East. If you read about it 200 years from now, 2,000 years from now, it won't be different from what happened in the Bible.
Exactly. But read Noam Chomsky. Chomsky said that the Bible is one of the most genocidal books and documents ever written. He referenced Amalek when Hamas committed the atrocities on October 7th. He said that, remember what Amalek did to you. What did Amalek do? God ordered Saul to slaughter. Their God ordered them. God is supposed to be a force of good, but he ordered them to slaughter, commit genocide on another people. Okay, and not take anything. So the Bible is still genocidal. It's one of the most genocidal books ever written, and that many other scriptures of many religions are that way. And so that's why many people who understand the way the world was don't take those documents seriously, because they are just books to justify colonialism, and that's what it is. So he citing the Bible is just a tradition that every maniacal sociopathological conqueror will equally cite a book that favors him. So it's just normal. It's human nature. So it's not exclusive to Netanyahu.
Mm-hmm. No, I just thought about it, and I was wondering. Now, looking at the United States, there's an election coming up here in November 5th, and we have two options, Trump or Harris. For those of you outside the United States, what are you looking at in terms of where the world will go if it's Trump or if it's Harris? What is your assessment of that?
Yeah, well, before I take that question, a lot of people have asked me, why do you think that the United States is supporting Israel? The Israeli project is a colonial settler project, and the United States of America was a colonial settler project. The Europeans that came to America murdered the American Indians. In fact, drove them to extinction. Okay? So, and almost all the major Western countries that are supporting Israel in their onslaught in Gaza have one time or the other in their history committed genocide on the people. The French, look at what they did in Algeria that prompted people like Franz Fanon writing The Wretched of the Earth. Is it the Germans? Look at what they did in Namibia to the Herero tribes. They nearly wiped them out. And then what they did to the Jews. So just mention one. The Americans, the British, look at what they did in Kenya during the Mau Mau uprising. Look at what they did in India. Winston Churchill was labeled by Tariq Ali, one of the greatest, Pakistani writers, as a genocidal maniac. So over 20 million Indians died under the British Raj. So almost all the countries that are supporting the Israelis in Gaza have one time or the other in their history committed genocide. So I don't see, so that they are supporting that is equally a part of the heritage of history that they have had themselves. So when we talk about the American elections, America is a very important country. Everybody knows that. America is the sole superpower today. China is rising. China is not yet there where the United States is at the moment. The Russians declined after 1989 when the Berlin Wall fell. Okay, so where the United States is, with great power comes great responsibility. But it does seem that, since Eisenhower warned the Americans in the 50s before he left office to beware the military-industrial complex, that every other, now Chomsky said something important. You may hate him, you may like him, but he said something that nobody has been able to refute, and that is that every American president since the end of the Second World War is a war criminal. I have not seen anybody who stood up to challenge that or prove him wrong. The facts and evidence is there. So today, the world, everybody looks onto America come November 5th, who is going to get to the White House. A lot of people hate Trump. I can understand that. For me, Trump is an uncouth racist. A lot of people think that Kamala Harris is a neophyte who doesn't know the nitty-gritties of politics. But the major things that will determine what happens in the next years is Ukraine and the Middle East. And this is where we are trying to look at the candidates to see what are their positions about these two regions of the world. Kamala Harris and the Biden administration were the ones who started this war in the Ukraine. The Russians were baited. Anybody who knows anything, if you read Mearsheimer, read Jeffrey Sachs, read any analyst or any intellectual that knows anything about Ukraine, it started in Maidan in 2014 when the CIA orchestrated a coup that overthrew a Russian-friendly government. And the Russians have always said it. The West made promises to them in '89. James Baker and Genscher, the German foreign minister at that time, made promises to the Russians that if they allowed the unification of Germany, that NATO will not extend an inch eastward. These were our promises, Western promises. But we went back on that. Even Yeltsin complained. Yeltsin made a point that Russia is not Haiti. So in 2008, Putin came to Germany and presented a paper in the German parliament where he called that Russia and Europe should enter into the same security architecture. He was laughed at by many European and American politicians. So with the United States thinking now we are the world power, the neocons in Washington believe that we can do with Russia whatever we want. But the mistake they made is that Russia has the greatest number of nuclear weapons in the world. It's not a country you toy with. At a point, they said, we don't want NATO weapons on our borders. And you can understand the Russians because Ukraine, the plains of Ukraine, they don't have any natural defense on that line. The plains of Ukraine was the place exploited by Napoleon in the 1800s to invade Russia. It was the same that was exploited by Hitler to invade Russia. So the Russians have legitimate security fears that we should, if we had respected that, then there wouldn't have been a war in the Ukraine. But some people will say that Russia marched on and then invaded Ukraine in a war of aggression. Then I'm asking these people, would the United States allow Mexico to station Chinese weapons or Russian nuclear weapons in Mexico? Or would they do that? Cuba, Kennedy nearly went to the mattresses with Khrushchev over Cuba. Until Kennedy, being a wise man, was advised, pull back the missiles from Turkey. And then Khrushchev could save face and pull back the missiles from Cuba. And that was how the world was saved, because we were very close to a nuclear annihilation. But today, I don't think the heads, the warmongers in Washington and on both sides are not saying this. I don't want my children dying in a nuclear holocaust. And that's why there really needs to be peace. Europe and America, they convoke a peace conference in Geneva without the major party to the war, without the Russians. How does that work? Okay, if you're talking peace, that was one thing that made me support Obama in 2008. He said, we will talk to our enemies. We will negotiate with even Iran without preconditions. And he did that. And he reached an agreement and he ran a nuclear deal, which Trump tore when he got to office. So a lot of people don't follow these chronologies that, to see how politics could be used as a force for good. So Ukraine and the Middle East are the two burning points that could lead to major catastrophes if not well handled. And I doubt that the Democrats are, about to do anything to Ukraine. All of them support Israel. They don't care about what Israel does with the Palestinians, even if it's genocide or ethnic cleansing. They don't care. They support Israel, what may. But I think, our consciences should prick us to understand that Palestinians are human beings as well. Okay. And then Trump is the only person who is talking about negotiating with Russia. And that's where I think, even no matter how much I hate him, I will give his politics a chance in this regard. At least save us from a nuclear annihilation. Because I don't believe that the Russians are bluffing when they tell us that they're going to use nuclear weapons if their security is threatened. That's their nuclear doctrine. And anybody who knows anything about the Russians knows that Putin means business.
Now, I saw this picture in the New York.
That was it. Okay, the Yalta conference.
Yeah.
Churchill, that was Roosevelt and Stalin.
Yes.
And now is this okay?
This is
Putin, Trump, and Xi. Okay.
So the idea is that next year it will be 80 years since the first
meeting in Yalta,
where they decided on how the structure that we see now in the New World Order, where they share the world essentially. Even the United Nations that we have today, this was where they agreed on.
It was hatched.
Yeah. So now these are the people, if Trump wins next year, these are the people that will decide the new world order, because there has to be a new world order. The old one is collapsing.
Of course.
So what do you think about this this new world order that these three men will come up with?
Okay. Well, we can only speculate at this point.
Yes.
Because Trump is not yet.
Of course.
Because I have been asking myself, why all these attempts on Trump's life? I don't like that guy, but why the attempts on his life? Is it engineered, or is somebody actually trying to eliminate him? And if somebody is trying to eliminate him, then that's a big deal. And it's a big deal because he represents a danger to some interests. Whatever that interest is, I don't think that a politician should be eliminated because of his political views. He should be voted out. If people don't like him, they should vote him out. That's what democracy is all about. But the point lies in the fact that the world order. If you look at Churchill was a colonialist par excellence. Okay, the Americans never had colonies anywhere outside. They had Philippines, Guam, Puerto Rico, and all the rest of them. Well, America has a history of stealing lands because of the war. America itself was stolen from the American Indians. And Stalin was just a local thug, a dictator over Russia. Okay, that took over when Lenin died in a palace coup. He eliminated his rivals. If you look at those guys, they were in a world where they faced German aggression. German aggression because the Germans, defeated in the First World War, were placed under a heavy burden by the victorious allies in the treaty that was signed at Versailles in France. So the Germans were paying reparations, and they hated it with every inch of their blood. So they were screaming for somebody to save them. That was the mistake. You know, if you take away everything from a man, you have set him free. So that's the major reason why the people dealing with the Palestinians, the way they're dealing with them, should read history. Everything was taken away from the Germans after the First World War because they lost. And they were being forced to funnel their resources to pay war reparations to the victorious allies. And what happened? That hatched a kind of hatred and a kind of resentment in the German population that they were looking for somebody to save them from that. And that was when a charlatan like Adolf Hitler, when he rose, they voted for him. People forget that Adolf Hitler was elected chancellor, what the Germans call chancellor, in a democratic election. It was German frustration that propelled Adolf Hitler to power. And then he set out to deal with those allies that actually, he believed did Germany in. He started with France, conquered all of Europe. So he threatened the British imperial hold on the world, or the then known world, because it was Britain that ruled from sea to shining sea. It was a mighty empire that was in almost 191 countries in the world, conquering or fighting a war in these countries. So they faced the might of German anger and the proficiency of German science and technology. The Germans conquered the whole of Europe and built an Atlantic wall. And they were a formidable threat. If the Americans didn't come into the war, Germany would have been ruling all who have been speaking German today. So this is what people forget. And that's why history is so very important. Okay? So that you don't do a people in, because if you do them in, you take away everything from them. And if you take away everything from any person, that person becomes a danger to you because he has nothing to lose. And you don't fight a man who has nothing to lose. And that's where we are placing the Palestinians. And sometimes I think the Russians. You have to give a man, Sun Tzu, in writing the Art of War, you have to give your enemy a room to retreat, to save face. And if we are confronting the Russians, we may end up annihilating our globe. So the major problems we are saying, these men, if they are going to determine a war, we know America is a quasi-empire. It's not even the president that governs or rules. It's the bureaucracy, the State Department. They're the ones that craft and tell the president what to do. Okay? Xi manages China well. The Politburo is in charge. Okay? And they are going to fight. Each of them are going to fight for their interests. I don't believe the Americans are going to surrender their interests because Trump is in office. Or that the Russians, right now, Russia has built a formidable and invincible army due to their war in the Ukraine, that it will be very difficult for this genie to go back to the bottle. And anybody that underrates the Russians at this stage is making a very big mistake. And my problem is, there is one thing there, drug dealers on American streets will always tell you: you don't consume your product. It seems that the West are consuming their own propaganda. If you live in Europe and if you are circulating the secular I circulate in, top politicians in Germany, top politicians in Europe will tell you, we have created a monster. They know what is happening. They know that Russia has become formidable. And we pushed them to that war. And the Chinese know that they are the next target. That if the Democrats come back to power, that there's going to be a war anytime soon between the United States and China. So the Chinese are getting ready. So, and China has the largest population on earth. So I don't know. So we should start. The old world is finished. With Middle East and Russia, the old world is gone. So whatever is going to replace it, since nature doesn't allow a vacuum, I don't know. I can only speculate. But I don't think that any of these countries is going to surrender its interests to the other, to placate the other. But that's the only true way to peace. Compromises. We have to compromise on certain levels and then stake our claims on certain other levels. That's the only way we can survive together as the human species. Otherwise, we are going to annihilate each other. And don't forget, China has nuclear weapons. The United States has nuclear weapons. Russia has nuclear weapons. And what are we, it's just a zero-sum game. So that's where my fear lies today. I don't know. whether any other person is afraid the way I am. Maybe I'm too much exposed to information about what is happening to be really, really afraid of what the future holds.
Mm. All right. So during the United Nations General Assembly, our Vice President Shetima spoke for the country, and one of the things he called for is for the two-state solution for the state of Palestine, and he also called for forgiveness of debts for the international community to forgive our debts. What do you make of his speech?
Well, first of all, on his call for the state of Palestine, that has been standard United Nations policy. The United Nations agreed on a two-state solution. The only people, the two countries, United States and Israel, are the ones blocking the two-state solution. It was equally American policy, even till today. They have not rebuked that policy. It's American policy, two-state solution. So Nigeria is equally Nigerian foreign policy, two-state solution, Palestinian state. And the Israelis are making it impossible for that to come to realization because Gaza has been obliterated. And then the West Bank, Israeli settlers are now making a move to grab as much land from the West Bank as possible. So the United Nations came to the conclusion that there will be a two-state. There's a partition along the 1967 lines, and the Palestinians will have their state with capital in East Jerusalem. So, and every other year, the United Nations has always voted on this point, and it's remains standard United. So, Shetima was not saying anything new. That's Nigerian foreign policy since 1973, when Nigeria joined OPEC countries in placing an embargo on oil to the West after the Arab-Israeli war. So it has always been standard Nigerian policy. On his call for debt forgiveness, well, here I am a little bit. Why would Nigeria call for debt forgiveness after Obasanjo in 1999 paid off Nigeria debts to the Paris Club? We paid $18 billion to the Paris Club, and today our debt has skyrocketed. I don't blame Tnubu's administration because he just inherited. The major bulk of our debt was incurred by Buhari's administration. Obasanjo's administration really reduced Nigeria's debt to almost nothing. Yar'Adua came and Jonathan came. They raised it a little bit, but under Buhari, it exploded. And this government used the ways and means to print more naira than necessary. And Nigeria is suffering, from the effects of that today. So my problem is that Shetima came from APC. APC is the same government that ran up these debts to where they stay. So why are they now running around pleading for debt forgiveness? If the debts are forgiven, what are they going to do with it? So that's the major problem. But on the other hand, there was this movement that called for reparations to African Americans. It's equally a movement that Abiola championed while he lived. Okay, so Africa has equally suffered a lot at the hands of the West. And then, this when you start talking about the West and the rest of us, people will say, when I start making this case, they say, does Africans don't have agency? Well, if you know the weight of imperial history and colonial history, anybody that's making the argument of agency will have to take 2 steps backwards to actually appraise his analysis. Africa has actually suffered a lot, and Africa is still suffering the effects of colonialism. Okay, every country in Africa was created by the colonial masters, apart from Ethiopia. Every other country, we were creatures of imperial convenience. That's why our borders are on straight lines. That's the only place in the world that happens. People will equally say, after all, Germany was created by the Romans. Yes. Okay. And the amount of resources that has been taken out of this continent is still being taken out of this continent today. I was in an argument with somebody, and I told him that what African leaders stole is peanuts in comparison to what is being taken out of Africa by the West every other day. Go to Congo and see what is the war that is being, the genocide happening there. Over 5 million Congolese are dead at the moment. Okay, and nobody talks. You don't even hear anything about it in the Western media. The Sudan, there's a genocide going on in the west of Sudan, in the Darfur area, due to the power struggles between the MSM, and the Rapid RSF there. So nobody, it doesn't make any, and Africa is still suffering the effects of the ecological devastation due to global warming, which we contribute only 0.4% to. But we are suffering the maximum effects of it all. So it's callous for any Nigerian president to go to the world today and ask them for debt forgiveness. But debt forgiveness is what the West should actually consider, if they in the spirit of ecological justice. Okay, so
now,
that's the way.
I wanted you to talk about the other issue he raised, which was Africa should get 2 places on the United Nations Security Council, permanent places with veto power. Would that happen?
It's not going to happen. Nobody's taking that seriously. The United Nations, as I see it now, is going the way of the League of Nations. Before the Second World War, the League of Nations is what the United Nations is today. It's modeled after that blueprint. The League of Nations stood there when the Mussolini invaded Ethiopia. And I remember the brilliant speech delivered by Emperor Haile Selassie, where he asked the world, what should I tell my people? That a nation is coming to invade my country, that my country should become his colony. And the world kept quiet. And that was the beginning of the end for the League of Nations. So the United Nations is going the way of the League of Nations. So Nigeria wanting, Africa wanting a place. Africa should let that thing implode, because it's imploding on its own weight. The Americans have made sure that the United Nations is going to implode. And that's why there's going, the possibility of a war is nearer than ever. Because some countries in the global south, together with Russia and China and India, have seen the United Nations is not working for them. They're from BRICS. They have seen that the world order that was created at the Bretton Woods in the 1940s, 44, after the Second World War, towards the end of the Second World War, was used to enthrone the American dollar as the primary currency. And the United States have used this currency, the power of this currency, with the power of their military, to enslave almost all the countries on the surface of the globe. So they want out. And now, because of that, that's why the United States is bent on weakening Russia, because Russia is the major driver of BRICS. And after Russia is China, because these are the major planks of BRICS. So this is what is happening. So the United Nations has lost every moral credibility. With the United Nations, which was founded to stop wars, to stop us going back to the trenches of the Second World War, could stand by, and the war is happening between Russia and the Ukraine and nothing is done, could stand by, and Israel is committing genocide, what the United Nations courts called a plausible genocide against the Palestinians, then it has outlived its usefulness. So Africans coming late to the game to say we want 2 permanent seats, it doesn't make sense to me. Okay, and besides, nobody's going to give you a place. The powers have reserved the places for themselves. They created it, so they're not going to let you come to tell them what to do. After all, Joseph Stalin asked a question when he was told that the Pope is a powerful. He said, "How many battalions does the Pope have? So how many battalions can Nigeria raise to challenge American nuclear arsenal or Russian nuclear or the French for a place in the Security Council? We will just be there, errand boys. We don't need it. We should come home and face internal problems and revamp our education and try to create what America created, like DAPA, where we should channel and harness the powers of science and technology to develop our country. When we get there, where India and China is today, the world will take us seriously. We don't need to go and ask them, yeah, you must. It's just like a beggar coming to, you can never be on an equal pedestal with the man you are begging to forgive you your loans.
Now, just for the sake of it, if they are going to give Africa maybe a permanent seat that won't have veto power, do you think that if there is 2 spots that Nigeria will get it in Africa?
I will want that Nigeria comes home and takes care of it. Nigeria is an open soul of the continent, like Wole Soyinka said. Okay, we have been a disappointment. What did we do with all our potentials? We have wasted and frittered them away. Today, ordinary Nigerians cannot even feed Okay, and then we are screaming for a permanent seat. The price of dollar to the naira has, tripled, and people are feeding from the garbage dumps. So we have internal problems to contend with, and that's what our rulers should start taking care of before that country implodes on their faces, because they are not seeing what is happening, I believe.
Yeah, one more question before we leave the United Nations. Every year we complain about the delegates that we come here with, and this year I heard that the wife of the president and some governors' wives were here. And the budgets, we don't know how much they spend. But what is the solution to this? And there are stories about European leaders coming in and moving in, sharing vehicles, but African leaders, especially Nigerian leaders, move along as if they are United States of America in terms of how they carry themselves. What should we do to change that approach to conferences, not just United Nations conference, but when they go to other conferences, they carry themselves the same way?
Well, when Chino actually said that the trouble with Nigeria's leadership, he added a caveat there that many people don't even mention. He said that that is the failure of Nigerian leaders to rise to the responsibility of personal example. Okay, so how can people be frugal with resources when the president is very busy buying a new jet, and people are hungry, and he's bought a yacht? Okay, and they're building a $21 billion naira mansion for the vice president, as if to say that he is homeless. So every other person takes a cue from the president, and then they come and fritter resources away. And then, I don't know. A friend of mine said there's something wrong with the black man. I said it's not true. Okay, in Europe, people are bound to fritter resources if you give them the opportunity. If the laws have teeth, people will stop doing that. But what do we? That's what we get when we have state capture. Nigeria has been captured by a little cabal that are there just to feed from the common trough and then stuff that to their private estates. That's what is happening. So there's never going to be a change. Those guys are going to have a revolution someday on their hands. And this is what happened in 1789 France. Okay. The people were dying of hunger. And allegedly, Marie Antoinette was reported as saying that if they don't have bread, they should eat cakes. Okay. And that resulted in the people storming the Bastilles and then cutting off the head of the French nobility. And we have real echoes of that spread across Europe. And every other royal house took notice that if we don't change our ways, our subjects are going to cut off our heads. And that's when Europe started. People will say that there are 3 hours that led to where Europe is today: the Italian Renaissance, the the French Revolution, and the German Reformation. So actually, this is what we need in Nigeria. We need a renaissance in our education. We need a revolution. These politicians, they are joking with the anger and the hunger of the people. Okay, and then we need a reformation of our religions. Look at even the pastors have joined the fray in exploiting the people. Anyway, what's a good shepherd? A good shepherd is someone who fleeces his flock. So they are there just to fleece their flock. That's what they do.
All right, coming home, I was on my way coming home, and I saw this picture. That okay. Is we are looking at Gowon, former military leader in Nigeria, visited by the last president of Nigeria. This was, they said, in his residence in London.
In London, yeah.
Of course, Buhari also has been hanging out in London. And I'm thinking, is there anywhere else in the world where their leaders, former leaders, will end up living in another, especially the country that colonized them? And what are we? When will this message get across? Who are these people? Yeah, go ahead, help me.
Okay. I don't know. The point, when I tell people that many African leaders are conceptually colonized, these are colonial houseboys. What do you expect? They damage their country for good measure, and then they run to their colonial masters who put them in power, because I tell you, none of these guys will have smelled power without the MI5. Okay? So they know who to thank for them coming to power. Go on. How did he come to power? A counter coup, in 1967, July 67, that killed Ironsi and all the rest of them. It was planned by the MI6 and given to him. The British ambassador in Lagos was in charge of it. Buhari, how did he come to power? Okay, the same. So they knew who to thank, and then they destroyed Nigeria for good measure, and then they will run up here, and then they're not even ashamed. This shows you that the kind of mentality. If we could call these people leaders, little wonder we are where we are today. Little wonder. Gowon once boasted to the world that Nigeria's problem is not how to make money, but how to spend it. And then we started importing every kind of stupid item from the rest of the world. We are still even importing toothpick from China today. It was under his administration. He sat atop an oil boom. What did he achieve with it? Nothing. Nothing. Are you talking about Buhari? Don't get me started. This guy was praised. I had to go to war with my bosom friend Pius at this Army of Blessed Memory because of Buhari. Pius was supporting me, and I told him that this guy, we have seen his first incarnation as a military leader. What did he achieve? Imprisoned Tunde Thompson and Ndokira, but journalists for reporting what the truths were. Killing Ogedembe and Bartholomew Owo with a retroactive decree. Left Nigerian economy in shambles. That even his inner circle decided to overthrow him. And then they told us he was incorruptible. Was Shagari not incorruptible? But he was the one that superintended over crooks like Umaru Diko and his presidential task force on rice. And then they thought he's incorruptible. When he came to power, Nigeria has borrowed more money. Okay? The guys around him were very busy stuffing their pockets with our money. And this guy would just stand up and come. He made a promise during campaigning that he will cancel health safari if he becomes president. Now, what happened when he became president? He comes to London to treat his ear infection. And he's not even ashamed. Telling the whole world that the health minister in my country, I have passed a vote of no confidence on it. An African leader. And these are the people we'll call leaders. And tomorrow they will call him a statesman. And then if anybody criticizes him, his brothers in the north will say, he's our brother. You're correct. Africa, we have a long way to go with this kind of mentality. And it's shameful. Angela Merkel governed Germany for 16 years. He retired. People don't see him in public anymore, but he's quietly in his village in Germany because he made sure that his charge was wonderful when he left. Caesar Augustus said, I met Rome a city of bricks and I left it a city of marble. Which of the Nigerian leaders can make such a statement?
So that brings us to Tuesday, when Nigeria will celebrate a 64th independence anniversary. The president has promised that it's not going to be a big celebration, low key. What is your assessment of Nigeria at 64?
A 64-year-old baby. Anyway, Nigeria is not too old. All the countries we are looking up to, we Africans, we have a tendency of being in a hurry. Almost all the countries we are comparing ourselves with took time, actually, to get to where they are. America is 270 something odd years today, and America didn't become a world power from day one. They had their teeth in problems. But my problem is that we don't need to reinvent the wheel. That's where Nigerian leadership failed. We need to look at other countries. Singapore did that, and Singapore is a first-rate, first-world nation. The Indians did that. Reformed their education. The Chinese did that. Reformed their education. Although China is a very ancient civilization, China and India are ancient civilizations, but after colonialism with the British and China, after the Opium Wars, reformed itself. And when Mao came to power, although Mao was a dictator who was accused of killing many Chinese people, but he led at least an agricultural revolution. Let us feed ourselves first. Which Nigerian leader can say that he has established or introduced a reform in any sector that has continued and led Nigeria to be self-sufficient in anything? None. Obasanjo introduced OFN in 1977, Operation Feed the Nation. And many people accused Obasanjo of diverting the funds to his own personal farms, OFN, Obasanjo Farms Nigeria. Okay, so, and these are the kind of things we see. Which Nigerian leader has a policy that we could still look back to and say that this led us a step a bit farther where others could build on. None. Ajokuta Steel has not produced a single steel, but it has been a beehive of the greatest amount of corruption ever. Nigeria had 4 refineries, non-refined crude in our backyard. But if you look at the fact that Biafran scientists were refining crude oil in the bushes during the war under heavy bombardment, but today in peacetime, Nigeria could not refine petroleum. And then NNPC has to borrow money to buy 20% stake in Dangote's refinery. And even at that, they are trying to, hinder Dangote from refining and then getting crude, refined petroleum products to Nigerians. So this shows you that the cabal that has gotten hold of Nigeria is not interested in letting go anytime soon. Only Nigerians. Shakespeare said it. The bondsman in his hands lies the keys to cancel his captivity. Nigerians, when the day they get fed up, they are the ones to rise up and take back their country. Because these guys in power, they are not ready to do anything. They don't even know what to do with the power they have. That's the major problem. And then if you're not a praise singer, you are a target for them. If you criticize the president, his hangers-on would lynch you, literally. So this is, and how can a country develop with such a mindset? Everybody's waiting for an opportunity to steal. That leads me to the local government elections. If you think that the president is terrible, watch what is happening at the grassroots. And then that will just open your eyes that there is a rotten bucket all through.
Okay, sorry. We'll get to that. But I would like you to touch on Tnubu, his stewardship. It appears as if these days, all he says is, trust me, give me more time. I'm taking care of things that started before I came in. Things will be better. And things things are continuing to be worse for people. The exchange rates, interest rates, everything is really getting to the point that I don't know how people are surviving. So what is your assessment of what he's doing? Could that be a surprise that 2 years from now, the country will be in a better place as he's promising?
Before the elections, I wrote an article that was published in Premium Times that I pity whoever is going to take over from Buhari as Nigeria's president, because the indices were already there. The economy was in shambles, that Nigerians are going to suffer. So Tnubu, he contributed, he was a part of the problem because he was a part of the government, APC. They were the guys cheerleading Buhari. They were the guys that told us that Buhari was working. They were the guys that told us to trust Buhari, and now he's repeating the same mantra again. Trust him with what? I stated here in your program, give Tnubu 100 years, he will not know what to do with Nigeria. He doesn't have the capacity or the competence to govern Nigeria. Anybody challenge me on the indices. It's nothing personal. Tnubu cannot revive Nigeria. Tnubu doesn't have what it takes. He doesn't even know what to do with the country. He's very busy battling his own challenges, personal and health challenges. He has no idea where to start with Nigeria. So anybody who is waiting and trusting him, okay, tell me, his first 100 days in office, which policy has he introduced to stem the inflation in the country, or to hold back on the downward slide of the Naira? You came to power. The first thing you did without any plans, I'm going to remove subsidy because your IMF cheerleaders and those guys you met at Chatham House told you that you must do that as a reason, as a ground for you to come to power. And you did it without even knowing that the words of a president could cause the stock market to rise and crash. And what happened? Okay, the forces that are hell-bent on making a buck out of every bad situation in Nigeria took over. And then he's overwhelmed. Tnubu is overwhelmed. Buhari was very busy sleeping, and his aides and lieutenants were very busy, portioning Nigeria to their private estates. Tnubu doesn't have what it takes. I will repeat this. Even he sits before me, I will tell him, you don't have what it takes to govern Nigeria. So those that...
Hold on. He's going to reshuffle his cabinet. Okay. Some people are saying that it's an acknowledgement that the people he has there right now, that they don't have what it takes. So he's trying to find new people that will move the country forward, the way they say it in Nigeria. You don't think that he could find the right people?
It's not even about finding the right people, but finding what are his agenda. You know, the president has to set the tone, and then you find people to do your bidding. So if you don't have, look at it, Nigeria has been hijacked. Okay, what is the opposition doing? Anytime I hear anybody criticize Tnubu, they take it personal. It's a personal thing. Okay, and then it becomes a tribal affair. If Peter Obi does anything, they will send Reno, his attack dog. So you know, I don't even get it. I don't get it. Tinubu doesn't have what it takes. Akpabio, as Senate president, it's not, you know, the Senate is not even a check on the executive. Is it the courts? No, you can consult Professor Chidi Odinkalo to tell you what the rot in the judiciary is all about. We all are witnesses to that. So Nigeria has been captured at every tier of governance. Nigeria has been captured by people who don't even know what to do with power. They are just there, you know, making sure that money keeps on lubricating their hands. And then when after 8 years they will leave Nigeria, it's going to be worse. Nigerians should brace up. What you are seeing is just what we call in the Nigerian parlance testing the microphone. You know, this what you're seeing is just testing the microphone. His ministers should be at the forefront, explaining his policies to Nigerians. How many of them do you hear? Electricity tariff, they created tier A and tier B, and it's gone to the roof for darkness. People don't even have electric power. You know, during the elections, Peter Obi was talking about the issues. I went to Egypt to see how they did power. Has Tnubu ever talked about what he's going to do in the power sector? Is power not the linchpin of every economy? If you want to produce, there must be power. What has this government told us it's going to do in the power sector? Nothing. Agriculture. Buhari told us he was producing rice massively. So every problem now, they throw rice at it. Nigerians are hungry, give them rice. There is a flood, give them rice. So this is a rice government. Every problem, just rice is the solution. In the 21st century, and our kids are going to be competing with Chinese kids for a place in the sun. And then you think we are going to be saved anytime soon. I'm afraid Nigerians have not even realized where they are. We are in serious trouble.
If they call on you to come and be part of the cabinet, will you go?
They wouldn't even call on me because but they will kill me in 2 days because I won't keep quiet.
All right. Let's touch on a few things going on in Nigeria as we speak. Let me start with the issue of Bobrisky and very dark man. I know, but we have to discuss it because it may look as simple, but it's a wider issue. So, you know the outline of what happened.
Yeah, I've been listening to the airwaves. Yeah.
Okay. So a leaked audio from someone who they believe is Bobrisky said, "I was not locked up in prison. I was kept in an apartment," and that led to several things. So when you look at the argument on that, what is your take on what people are missing?
Well, anyway, Chinua Achebe said in 1983 that, anyway, let me start with PJ O'Rourke, a foreigner. PJ O'Rourke said that you cannot even come to Nigeria to get scammed without paying a bribe. Okay? And Chinua Achebe said that telling a Nigerian not to be corrupt under the present circumstances is like telling a goat not to eat yams. But I disagree with Achebe. It lies in the ontological blueprint of a goat to eat yams, but it's not in our ontological blueprints to be corrupt. We are human. We created society, okay, to help us. And then we know that with truth and justice, every society works well. So is it today that do Nigerians want me to tell them that many big men that were sentenced to Kirikiri never spent a night in jail? They want it to come out of my mouth. These big men will tell you themselves that they never spent a night in jail. That Bobrisky or whoever, alleged Bobrisky and the alleged, said it is nothing new. Anybody who has kept his eyes to the ground in Nigeria knows that with money, you could buy anything. Hey, come on. In the judiciary, a judicial officer rose up in his farewell speech and told us that judges are being bribed to pervert justice. The husband of a judicial officer stood up in the Senate and on his farewell address and said that he thanked God that his wife listened to him and made sure that his friend won. Nigeria. So is it one? Open the pages of any Nigerian newspaper any day and see the news of corruption will suffuse you with. So it is nothing new. So Achebe, giving Achebe credence, it seems you cannot tell a Nigerian to be telling a Nigerian not to be corrupt. It's just like telling a good not to eat yams. So whatever is in the alleged tape is nothing new to me. Okay, the guy that took it upon himself to release it showed for me. Okay. The side I see with him is that it shows that he's not even a trained journalist. He doesn't even know what the ethics of journalism is all about. He's just throwing things out there. Okay. An innocent young man. A lot of people will praise his bravado, but bravado will get you killed. In this line of business, words are powerful, and it's very easy to defame people, or cause yourself to become a subject of a libel suit. There are ways of presenting such things without putting yourself in a kind of making yourself the message. If you make yourself the message, people will leave the message and then make you their target. So this is the only thing. But the Bobrisky case, first of all, I disagree with the basis of prosecuting Bobrisky. They called it Naira mutilation. This has been a part of our culture for ages. People have always sprayed money to artists in appreciation of their art. We see that in dances, in law, in tradition. So this has been a way, this has been sustaining local economies. A lot of people go out on Saturday, play songs, play music, and then they have always depended on that. And EFCC called it mutilation of Naira. We should make our Naira stronger. We should make our money. So, and Nigerians are smart. Many of them go to occasions today and then they change Naira to dollar and then they are spraying. So would EFCC arrest them for spraying currencies? No, dollar is not your currency, so you don't have any jurisdiction over it. So the basis of convicting the guy, they call it Nigerian law, but there are a lot of laws in our books that really need to be reviewed. The big fishes that have embezzled funds in Nigeria, many of them are still walking the street. Yaya Bello is still challenging the EFCC to a tug of war. Has he been arrested? But, because Bobrisky is a cross-dresser, and then anybody, but Nigerians love such things. Let's do him in. But the basis of arresting that guy for me is one of the silly laws that we have in our books. And that shouldn't be the purview of the EFCC. So that today people are accusing, he said in the leaked tape that he didn't spend a night in jail. It's nothing new. There are some politicians that have been in prison in Nigeria that never spent a night in jail. They were given quarters where they were treated like kings. The power of he spoke.
Yeah, I want you to talk about defamation of character, because there are a lot of people watching who are in the same business of disseminating information in this new age. What does it mean? How would somebody be guilty of that? Because most people do not know.
Well, now here, I think before I say that, I should charge some fee for anybody who wants to know that from me. So if they want it, they should come, and then if not, they should read the relevant sections of the Nigerian Criminal Code. Okay, it's out there. It's out there, and they should learn the ethics of journalism. A journalist it's not anybody who has a camera, a video camera. There are legal implications to words that you say, that you disseminate to the public. There are broadcasting laws. There are laws of journalism. There are relevant laws and statutes in every country, in every jurisdiction where you practice. So you don't just open your mouth and say anything. Some people will say there are in some jurisdictions where truth is a defense for defamation. And there are some jurisdictions where they are not. So it depends on the jurisdiction where the relevant laws that apply there. So Nigerians should be very, very careful. Don't make yourself the message. And this is why, before journalists publish anything, they keep on cross-checking. They get collaborations. They put words in the mouths of, they let their contacts. They ask me for comments. I got this about you. What is your comment on that? And they report it that way. You reporting the news. You don't make yourself the news. They report it that way. I got this information and I asked him for his, and he said no comment. People say that you got this information, then you reported it, and then you asked for his comment on that. We are going to press. Can we get your comment on that? I've gotten that a lot of times. People call me, hey, we got this about genocide somewhere. What is your comment? If I have to comment, I say something. If I don't, I say no comment. But the major problem is that a lot of our young people feel that I can say it, nobody can. No, people can really do things to you. You can really lose your freedom for some years if you defame somebody without any valid reason. So defamation means there's no reason. So for it, so you should cross-check your facts and then watch your delivery. That's what trained journalists do. That's why journalism is not for everybody. People go to school to study these things. Not everybody can sit down and then start moderating, or anybody can sit down and then start writing and then throwing out things. If you want to write your opinion, there are places for that in the newspaper. It's called op-ed. You can state your opinion there, but you don't even there. You're not allowed to defame anybody. Everybody's entitled to his good name, reputation, and character. So if you defame that, the person could seek redress in the court of law. And if you are convicted of that, then the law takes its course, and the law could be sometimes really hard.
Now, connecting that to what happened to the Amaka in Canada, I forgot her last name.
The sun beggar or whatever.
Yes, yeah. So when people come out on a platform like this to speak, what is at stake for them in terms of things they say?
Words have meanings. Whatever, every individual, okay, the point is, laws are made to facilitate our, lives together in society. So every society creates its own laws. Like the woman in Canada that said that she will want to, they reported that she said she will poison every Yoruba and Bini person that she sees. If I am right, it's a reckless statement. There are some jurisdictions where that is protected under free speech. There are some jurisdictions not. But that you have the right to freedom of expression doesn't mean that you should shout fire in a crowded theater. There's the simplest example of that. Somebody who said he's going to poison, a group of people because of where they come from, the tribe or the race they come from. He's a racist. And then if he acts on it, then he has a motive. And then he goes on to act on it mens rea and then actus reus. And then, that's where the crime comes in. People should watch what they say. You have a mouth doesn't mean that you should mouth out and say anything you want, because those words have consequences, like every action. So the young lady, if she said what was reported, for me, I find it distasteful, and I condemn it to the highest extent possible. Okay, but I heard also that she's now trying to sue Abike Dabiri for $500,000 for whatever. I have not read the suit, so I don't know the particulars of the case. But whatever it is, okay, Nigerians will now see. This is what we see when we try to demonize each other. We saw it during the last election. Bayo Onanuga was using genocidal statements. I said it here once. Even MCO Luomo was telling Igbos not to come out, that if they come out, that they are going to Chokori and the rest of them. There was an Oba in Lagos, Akil, who told the Igbos that they can go to and jump into the lagoon if they don't want, So when people make such reckless statements in a society that is as volatile as ours, so people could take it, it's just, anybody could take it from there and then, start saying anything. And people forget that genocidal statements are equally, you are liable for them. They are criminal. The Arusha Tribunal say that people that work for radio colonists, some of them were convicted for the genocide in Rwanda because of what they said on radio. So people forget this because a lot of people don't know. The Arusha Tribunal convicted radio colonists and some people working there for complicity in genocide. So if your words lead to the killing of a large number of people, will not say, I was just saying it, I didn't mean it. You cannot plead that as an excuse. And if you go out to defame somebody, I heard that Femi Falana has threatened the young man, if you don't apologize and withdraw, that I'm going to take it up and clear my name. Yeah, that's the right way to do it. He should take it up and clear his name. Nobody's empowered to defame anybody. Journalism doesn't empower you to do that. Even your fight for justice doesn't empower you to defame other people. You cannot commit injustice while trying to do justice. No, it's not. It doesn't work that way.
All right, we are going to take a little break. When we come back, we talk about Professor Ahmed Bakar, who gave a lecture in about the Igbo factor in the history of intergroup relations and commerce in Kano. We're also going to talk about the election in Edo and the local government elections that are going on. And then we are going to let people in to have a conversation with you. A lot of people are interested in that. So when we come back, we take a 3 minutes break or so. All right. Thank you so much. We are having a conversation with Dr. Franklye Ogbunwezeh, who has been enriching us on the state of the nation and the world. I hope you are enjoying that conversation. So let's go to what happened in Edo State, election for governor. A lot of people read it different ways. Some people were saying, well, that shows that even the president, that shows that people are happy with what we're doing for them to vote for our party, APC. And you saw the chairman of the APC saying, we're going to use these templates to go to Ondo, I think, and Anambra in the next sets of elections. But some people are saying that it's all politics is local. That it was a local issue for people in Edo State, and they decided that this is the best way they wanted to go. What is your take?
Was there an election in Edo State?
Okay, I forgot that part.
No, I have just summarized it. Now listen, I have come to realize that we are a very unserious people. Since what went for an election at the national level took place, any serious-minded person, any serious-minded analyst knows that the ruling power will always try to get as many states as possible on their side of the ledger. That doesn't mean that elections took place. INEC spent 300 billion naira planning an election, okay, buying all the necessary equipment to that effect, telling us that the results will be delivered in real time. Every other result was delivered in real time, but it came to the presidential election, and we started hearing stories, and then you think that the same abracadabra will not happen in Edo State, where Adams Oshiomhole had serious stakes to defend. And then he's that Oshiomhole moves from party to party now in the APC, and then they are in a battle of their lives to install their man Friday on the tribunes of the governor's office. So my honest assessment is that there was no elections. The election was marred by irregularities, and the same could be said of the local government elections equally in Anambra State, in Tnubu State, and all the rest of it. So you could see governors trying to install their henchmen who will just, Chidodin Kalu, the professor of law at Fletcher School of Law, he said something in the past about when we were talking about this when he wrote an article about the local government autonomy. The governors will install their henchmen who will redirect the local government funds back to the governors of the state, and that's exactly what is happening. That's the plan. Okay, so APC thinks that it will keep on going this way. They have the center, and they are trying to capture as many states as possible. Nigerian elections, is a joke. Everybody knows that, and then nobody takes those things seriously anymore. And then are we going to see development anytime soon? Forget it. With this crop of leaders, it's only when you get leaders who are there, just for the interest of even if the interest of the people is 1%, that the country can move forward. But these guys, they don't have the interest of the people at all, not even 0.0001%. They all just want power for power's sake. And this is why I suggested that the only solution to this is to make sure that politics is no more lucrative. We should make it part-time. In Switzerland, legislators are part-time. Local government chairman should be part-time. If there is a proceeding, you will come, and then you'll be paid an allowance for that day, and then you go home and find a job to do. When jobless men go into politics becomes a do-or-die affair. How many of these people in power today have achieved anything without government, in the business world or in any other field, without government patronage? From the federal to the local government level, just a few of them, not very many. And then we can see that in the way our society, we got independence in 1960. You asked me about independence in 1960. From 1960 to around 1964, the Eastern region was already one of the fastest growing economies in the world. The Western region, Obafemi Awolowo has already introduced free education. He has already built the Cocoa House in Ibadan. The Western Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation was already in existence. Ahmadu Bello and his cohorts were already making strides in the north. At this, immediately after independence, even though these guys were done in by the British, but they started because they had the interest of the people at heart. MI Opera was very busy trying to create and build industries. Peter Obi is talking about production today. This is what MI Opera and all the rest of them did in those days. But today, ask any of these leaders, any of these governors, how many industries have they built? Nigeria's successive leaders were not able to complete a Jokuta till today. Nigeria's successive industry. Instead, we are losing even the private companies that came into our economy to do business and then country pay taxes. We are even losing them. Many of them have left the country because of their currency regime and the way that the naira is meaningless today. So at the local government level, many of those guys that got into power are what the Igbos call Otimbu governor. There are various governors. In Edo State, there was no election, as far as I'm concerned. So just a broad daylight robbery. The wishes of the people were not even respected. And they made no pretenses about that. Like they made no pretenses about the wishes of the people during the presidential election. So how do you think they would do that at the local level? So Nigerians, we are expecting too much we keep doing the same thing over again. And then we are trying to expect a different result. It's not going to work. It's madness. It's madness. So when people like Shawore come to talk about revolution now, he has a point. He has seen that this water is too deep, that detergents will not even begin to wash them. We need somebody leading a flood into that Aegean stable. But it's not going to happen because Nigeria is the darling of exploiters of all lands and climes. Nigeria has sweet crude. Nigeria is a swindler's paradise. Anybody who is in power is just presiding over a distribution agency. Tell me what our Federal Executive Council does. They just go to approve contracts. That's what they do. And the same across the states. Just go to approve contracts. The contracts to who? To their rent. In Germany, who builds roads? Who approves contracts? Is the Ministry of Works. The Chancellor doesn't even know anything about it. Is the Minister of Transportation. He's in charge of it. It's poor view. And the autobahns are running. The rail lines are running. The airports are functional. The sea lanes and the river lanes are working. This is not the poor view of the Chancellor. He has capable hands. The parties bring capable hands. And any party, for example, the FDPs in Germany said, we are taking the finance ministry if we win. And they took it. And then if anything happens, the people hold him responsible and they lose the next election. In Nigeria, our president is the president and the minister of petroleum. Where does such a nonsense happen? And he doesn't even give an account. He gives an account to himself of what happened in the petroleum industry. He started with Obasanjo. So, we are playing too much. There was no election in those states, and the local government elections were just charades across board, just like the presidential election was. We thought that INEC could do something for once that was rational and reasonable, but our hopes were dashed and disappointed. And Yakubu is still INEC chairman. If you conducted such a flimsy election and you're still in office, a European will just resign. Okay, but he wouldn't. Nigerians resign. They would die there.
Okay. All right. I know our people are interested in coming. We still have two more topics I want you to address. If you can do that just quickly. One is there's a new controversy just started yesterday or 2 days ago. Idris Elba playing. I mean, we have to talk about it. That's what I was told. Idris Elba playing Okonkwo in Tinsel Apart. It appears as a lot of people are angry about that. What is your take on that?
Well, I have to tell you, I changed my views. I followed the discussion. I contributed to it, but some people convinced me otherwise, and I followed the idea. Things Fall Apart. It's one of the greatest masterpieces ever written. My foreign audience, anybody who has not read Things Fall Apart, is poor. Pick up that document. And if you understand the background from where Achebe was writing, and you will understand the genius of a Chinua Achebe. Achebe was battling a circumstance where Africans were subjects of literature. And every narrative about Africa was a savage people. Those who savaged us are calling us savages. Achebe rose up to tell his own story. Africans were not savages. We had a society before you guys came. We had a society that you guys came and devastated. Look at that society. Okonkwo was well known in the 7 villages of Umuofia. He started. And then he went on to lay down the intricacies of an African society with its egalitarian democracy, with its rights, respect for human beings, respect for enemies, because he came here and was killed, because he was a child that was abducted, that was given as a gift. A crime was committed against Umuofia, and he came as a gift too, as a reparation for that. So Achebe told the world that we're not savages. This is who we are. After reading Achebe, I wept, and then I became so very proud that I'm a black man, that I came from his roots. So if you have not read that document, you are poor. I'm sorry, I wouldn't excuse you for anything. That was one of the greatest acts in literature. So in 1986, there was a television adaptation of Things Fall Apart. And the lead actor was Pete Edochie. That was where he cut his teeth. And Edochie delivered a master class, a master act. So my argument was that adaptation should be remastered. NTA shot that then with all the equipment. It should be remastered and shown to a Western audience. People like Chief Isaac Ndokeya played a part. Nelly Uchendo, Esther Umadi. These were great actors that played roles in that. And Esiri, who was playing in the village headmaster. All of them played in that movie, in that adaptation. It was wonderful. So when I heard about the move by Oyolowo and Idris Alba to introduce to make a new movie out of Things Fall Apart, I was saying that my misgivings was whether Idris Alba, who is not Igbo, would be able to come into the Igbo world to understand what it means to be an Igbo man, to be able to interpret that role. The mistake I made was I forgot that that's what actors are meant to do. Okay, so I argued against it in a forum, but I have changed my mind since then. I would toe the path of Julius Malema of South Africa. South Africans were killing Nigerians and asking Nigerians to leave South Africa. And Julius Malema stood up and told them, even though some politicians in South Africa were sponsored, he told them, these guys are our brothers. You will receive a white man to come and stay here, but you are kicking your Nigerian brothers away. That I would not do that. Idris Elba is a brother. If he can play Okonkwo and interpret it well, I have no problems with it. The more, the merrier. The world should hear the Igbo story. The world should hear Things Fall Apart in different languages. And that's why I am all for it.
All right, good. One last thing before our audience, they'll kick me out from here because I'm wasting too much time. So there's this Professor Ahmed Baka from Kano, University of Kano, I believe. He gave a lecture called The Igbo Factor in the History of Intergroup Relations and Commerce in Kano, Opportunities and Challenges Revisited. I know you've read the essay. A lot of people read it. What is your take on that essay?
Well, to be a professor is not a day's job, so I will give him his due respect. But after reading that document, I was taken aback, actually. The quality of the work, and anyway, I don't want to go into that. I will leave that to others to criticize the quality of that work, because the quality of that work is not fit. It's not what an academic should churn out in such a forum and call it an inaugural lecture. It's just a rehashing of tired tropes about the and debunked tropes about the Igbo. one of the significant takeaways from that presentation was where he said that Igbos sent their children in the 1930s abroad so that they will come back to dominate Nigeria. I wonder where he got when Igbos came together in a coven, like the weird sisters in Shakespeare's Macbeth, to decide when the Holy Bola is done, who will come back and dominate Nigeria. The history he was reading is quite different from the history that as it was, because the Yorubas embraced Western education before the Igbos. So the Igbos, we equal. These are the same people that say that the Igbos are rugged individualists. But for him now, they stopped being rugged individualists, and then they came together to say that we send our children abroad, and once they come back, they are going to dominate Nigeria. The Igbos never had a plan of dominating. It was the very same thing that was said when after the Nzogbu coup, which was called an Igbo coup. Okay, although many other Nigerian non-combatants were parts of that coup, they called it Igbo coup because just to cast the Igbo as in what I called in the position of a treasonable felon and the wrecker of the Nigerian society. And the reasons are obvious. Okay, the reasons are obvious. So the Igbos never came together to plan to dominate Nigeria. The Igbos are what Ami Chua in her book called one of the market dominant minorities. And it happens. So they come into commerce and they do well. Not only the Igbos, we have the Bamileke in Cameroon. We have the Jews. We have the Chinese. These are market dominant minorities in certain societies. Everybody should pick up that book, The World on Fire by Professor Ami Chua. Ami Chua is a Chinese woman. And she equally wrote another one called about tiger moms, about tiger Chinese moms. It was a very brilliant document. So she articulated, and she mentioned the Igbo in her book and the Bamileke in Cameroon. These are market dominant minorities. It's not that they come in to dominate. It's that they have an ethos. Once an Igbo comes to a place and says he calls his brother and trains him in the art. And then, so everything he said in that was just to prop up that idea that the Igbos are just there to dominate the houses. No, the Igbos were never. The Igbos have been a migrant race of men, and they are not in the business of dominating anybody or dominating anybody in Nigeria. We have seen that they want to be treated like every other citizen of this country. The Igbos have contributed more in building up Nigeria than anybody could. Let's challenge the fact. They have paid more in hard coinage to become a part of this nation. They were part of the independence movement. The 1929 about women riots was a challenge to the British in Igbo heartland. The 1949 coal miners' revolt was in Iva Valley in Tnubu, where the coal miners shot and killed Igbo miners that were protesting. So the Igbos were the vanguard of fighting for independence for this country. Okay, we don't talk about the Mbono G case, the Nnamdi Azikiwe and all the rest of them. Not alone. The Igbos today, I am Igbo, the Igbos that I represent, we want to live in a country that accepts us with our human rights, our fundamental freedoms are respected like every other person. We just want a common playing field. Okay? A common playing field for everybody. Equality of opportunities. Let everybody, So that's all the Igbos want. They don't want to dominate anybody. So that's where Professor Bako lost me and lost many other people. Apart from the fact that as an academic, I quarreled with his methodology and his presentation. Other than that, this is where he lost me. That was one of the major points.
All right, thank you. Let's bring in people. Please, when we bring you in, just ask your question. You have less than 2 minutes, no long speeches, so that we can get to many people. If you are inside the studio, please turn on your camera so that we can bring you in. If your camera is off, I will not bring you in. And if we run out of room, we have to take you out. So let me start with you, Righteous Man. You are the first. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening, our guests. This is the second time I have the opportunity of listening to you. I'm speaking from Lagos, Nigeria. This is where I live. I appreciate your excellent exposition
on the subjects that we have treated and answered this evening. Now, my question is this. Having alluded to the fact that Donald Trump seems to have a personal green light to solving the issue of Ukraine and Russia, and also do you think that he will go against, let me just make it brief, do you think he will go against the state policy of the United States? That's my question.
All right, you are muted, Dr. Hope.
Yeah, thank you very much for the compliments, righteous man. I do appreciate it. Presidents make policies, actually. That's why when they are elected, they are expected to make policies, although there are standing treaties and obligations that every president respects. But, you know, like every empire, every imperial project has bureaucracies of state. The American State Department, the neocons in Washington, they're the ones that actually drive American foreign policy. That's the reason why, no matter who you elect, Democrat or Republican, American foreign policy remains the same. So Donald Trump pledged to do a lot of things. He wanted to contain what he called the deep state in his first incarnation as president. He didn't succeed. You know, because this is a bureaucracy that is well entrenched in the government. They have been there. They have seen presidents come and go. Okay. So, you know, some authors will tell you that it was a deep state that killed Kennedy. Okay. So it's difficult, but not impossible. There are ways of doing that. And there are ways, if Donald Trump, and that's why a lot of people are fighting to make sure that I don't like Trump as a man. This is a open disclosure. I don't like his politics. But on the issue of Russia and the Ukraine, I find his policy that he's the only one that says he's going to talk to the Russians and then that he's going to stop the war. I find that more rational than what the Democrats are throwing around. So I don't believe, because I'm liberal, that I will. No, I follow the truth wherever it leads. If Donald Trump is the one saying it, he's the one saying it. So I find talking to the Russians a very credible option, and that's what the world needs at this time. Okay, the Russians have serious security interest in NATO not being, in Ukraine not joining NATO. Before this war started, one of the greatest warmongers of the 20th century, Henry Kissinger, wrote an op-ed in Foreign Policy. I will urge anybody to go and read this article that he wrote there. He said, Ukraine should make do with the fact that they will lose Crimea. Okay, but they should talk to Russia, and the United States should engage in a dialogue with Russia. Biden didn't do that. Kissinger has been a veteran of so many American wars, from Cambodia, from Laos. In fact, a lot of people regard him as a war criminal that should be in the Hague. But his insights were valuable there. I really enjoyed that article, and I believe that was what America should have done. Russia is not a threat to the United States. But right now, America has pushed Russia to the wall, that Russia has become more powerful. Anybody that has followed the course of this war will know that even the whole Western industrial capacity, they didn't have weapons anymore to deliver to the Ukrainians. And the Russians were outproducing them 5-1 on all scales. So which is to say, Russia has boiled down for war. So, but we are not told all these things. If you are talking to the diplomats here in Europe, they will tell you that. But they will be afraid to speak openly, because if they speak openly, their careers are done. Even in the United States, I have a few friends that will tell me, hey, in the Ukraine is gone. Russia has already won this war. These are people in the know. They confess that to you, but they will tell you, if I say this loud, I am gone. So the people are now talking about, peace and all whatnot. Russia is presenting a peace plan, or presenting a plan for the West to allow him to use long-range storm shadow of the British or American attack arms to attack targets deep in Russia. Russia said, now look, we will call up our nuclear doctrine. If any of those missiles land in Russia, we will go nuclear. And the United States understood that. And that's why there are back channels of communication right now that is trying to stem that down. So if Trump is going to do it, that would be wonderful. I don't know whether he will succeed. I can only speculate at this time. He is not even president yet. I don't know if we will make it to the White House. So everything we are going to say in this regard will be pure speculation.
All right. Thank you, righteous man. Jagun, you're next.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I too would like to hail our guest. I believe you are a professor, as this is the second time that I've seen you on the show. But if I have a stab at pronouncing your name correctly, Ogbunwezeh, is that correct, sir? What you have done today for me has been somewhat touching, most especially the way you spoke about Chinua Achebe's great book, In Things Fall Apart. I don't believe it's touched me in that way before. Anyone speaking about that great book. And I've listened to many pundits who speak about it in the book, and it's not touched me like that. Excuse me. This show that we do is a complex one. And I hail Rudolph for the show that we have here. In the last 3 or 4 days of the show being put out there, I've seen magnificent growth in my observations in terms of what people are now speaking about, and the behaviors clear up. The bad behaviors clear up when people are speaking on matters. My question is this, sir. In my agreement with your thorough and candid analysis that you put out there, we have recently been speaking on critical thinking and what the picture looks like, what Nigeria is supposed to look like, given all the things, the requisite powers that we have to make Nigeria a great country. And I've been applauding that kind of speech particularly. I would like to get from you your tangible, objective viewpoint on Nigeria rising from the dismay, the bungle, the harsh, inhumane ways in which we treat each other, to the heights of a nation that stands. I would want you to apply your critical thinking to that, and how professorship, education with people within the Nigerian space should be thinking in order to make this happen. That is my submission and question, sir. I applaud your authority of intellect. Thank you.
Well, thank you, my brother. I wouldn't say, but you just dressed me in borrowed robes, if I'm to borrow from Shakespeare. But thank you. I really appreciate the compliments. What I said about Achebe came straight from my heart, because that's the way I feel about him. Anybody that reads the circumstance from which Achebe rose to write Things Fall Apart, from which most of our early writers rose to write what they did, then one understands the great service these guys did us today. Okay, Achebe remains an authority. Ngugi wa Thiong'o, even Soyinka remains an authority for all of us, all those guys, and even the poets, J.P. Clark and all the rest of Dennis Brotos in South Africa, all those great minds. They were the ones that formed ours and gave us a place to stand and speak. So, anybody that knows me knows that I'm a very anti-imperialist, and I'm a Pan-Africanist because of these guys, because of what they showed me. When you talk about how can we get Nigeria, I have written a lot. Anybody that's been following me on Facebook will have seen that my Facebook page is a place of intellectual debates, hard ones, and I always play the devil's advocate. For example, today I asked, 2 days ago, I asked a question. Do you think that the white man would have given you the Bible if there was power in Jesus' name? I said, it's just a simple question. I wanted to hear the views of the people. Because I was led to this by Nigerian pastors, always saying, in Jesus' name, dollar fall, 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 fall. Dollar must fall in Jesus' name. I got a video of a Nigerian pastor saying, he called his name, and then dollar, I command you. I said, does this guy know the basic principles of economics at all? So, and I said, because of Jesus' name, Israel today is conducting a war in the Middle East. They're not using Jesus, so he's supposed to be their brother. They have not called Jesus to come and help. They are using military hardware, fruits of human intelligence. Okay, so, and then the question was, why were the American slaves allowed the Bible, but they were not even taught how to liberate themselves? They were killed, lynched. If any of them ventured to talk about liberation, Nathaniel Turner, we know him, and so many other people. Our people didn't march into slavery willingly. They resisted. They resisted till the point of expiration. They were murdered. And that's why I always tell people, the only thing that the West did better than we did is violence. They applied violence. Even the religion we practice, for you to devastate a culture, it's a nuclear grade kind of violence. It would They didn't come preaching Holy Mary or Holy Jesus, and then we said, oh, your theologies are noble. No. Go read Bertrand Russell, Why I'm Not a Christian, and see what the Spaniards did to the Incas in South America. They would baptize the kids and smash their heads against the rocks. And if they tell you what they did across Africa, you will not even believe it. Don't think only about Christians. Muslims were worse. Trans-Saharan slave trade was one of the worst that ever happened in human history. So that's what it is. So if there was power in Jesus' name, if Jesus could liberate slaves, St. Paul would not be telling telling Philemon to send his slave, and then slaves, respect your masters. That's why I don't take many of those literatures seriously, because if any book could tell me that slavery is good, or that I should respect, as I should be a slave and respect my master, I would throw that book in the trash can, because slavery is evil. If it takes humanists to remind religious people that slavery is evil, why should I be a religionist? These are the questions I was asking people. But anyway, let me not go far there. The issue is, how do we get Nigeria to work? I wrote an article titled, It's Philosophy, Stupid. It's on my Facebook page. It's simply philosophy. Okay? I said here, there are 3 R's that brought Europe to where it is. It is Italian Renaissance. When people started stopping to believe that the heavens, that the church should teach people how to go to how the heavens go. The church should mind teaching people how to go to heaven, but not how the heavens work, how astronomy works. That was Galileo's point, and he was imprisoned. So the Renaissance that started there, people started believing in, let us observe, let us experiment, and let us come to conclusion. It created a new epistemic architecture that led us to where we are today. Sciences. Many of the things our forefathers did in Africa were scientific, but many of them hid it and then put an aura of taboo and magic around it, like pharmacological properties of leaves in the bushes. Okay? Many of them knew that. My mom used to go, newborn babies that have something, a hole in the head. She used to go, her mother taught her that. She used to go and get some leaves that I don't even know their name. She would just use them and place on the head of these babies. And in a few months' time, they will be healthy. A lot of other people did it. So pharmacology, as we know today, started with women who planted plants and knew the efficacy of these plants. Europe killed them in the witch hunts in the Middle Ages. So it's philosophy. How do we reason? How do we affirm ourselves? We are still answering white names. When should we start answering our names and then start being authentic about ourselves? Forgetting the legacies of colonialism and start knowing that only the bondsman, Shakespeare said it, only the slave has in his hands the keys to cancel his captivity. If we believe we're in, but we are the ones to do it. Nobody's coming to save us. If you think anybody's coming, nobody. We are on our own. Only Nigerians can save Nigeria. So we should revamp our philosophy. You talked about critical thinking. Do you know that critical thinking started suffering in Nigeria from the late 80s till today? And that's why we have so many churches in Nigeria. Go to Lagos. In one street, you will see about 20, 50 churches. People go to church to pray for problems that they can solve for themselves. And you know when that started? When IMF told Nigeria under Shagari to introduce austerity measure and defund education. You know, people don't know where, when Achebe said, if you don't know where the rain started to beat you, you will never know where it stops. So why would a foreign institution tell our government, defund education, defund social services? They don't want it to be great. I said once on this program, if I am the president, I will abolish security votes for governors, and I will plunge that in education. Education will take the largest chunk of my budget every year. We need to reestablish. Education is not only sitting down to learn grammar. China did what Germans did. They call it dual system. Those who cannot learn grammar or high sciences should go and learn how to use their hands. We need both to build our society. Education. And again, what does it take to cause a revolution in a society? Only 3% of the population. 3%. And the educated Nigerians are more than 3%. If you get the 3% of any population, you could change that structure. 3%. There are a lot of studies that have proven that. 3%. If you, out of 10 people, out of 100, if you get 3 people that are noisemakers, they will bring down the whole house. One will be doing, So, and what are we doing? Educated people from Nigeria, we have abandoned our home. So a bunch of charlatans. Chinua Achebe called them a clique of renegades. They don't care. Gowon and Buhari are now in London, in their residences in London. Does Obama have any residence anywhere in any other country in this world? He will lose relevance immediately. But we clap for these people. Does Angela Merkel have any residence anywhere outside Germany? No, but we run back to our colonial masters after serving interests that are detrimental to our people. 3% of Nigerians, that's all we need. Can we start together? Can Rudolph lead that revolution from this platform? Okay, I'll not only talk shopping. After the Second World War, the United States saw what the Germans did. When I tell people American greatness is built on stolen German technology, they don't believe it. Go and read the memoirs of Albert Speer. Albert Speer was Hitler's munitions minister. He wrote a book. He wasn't killed in Nuremberg. He wrote a book detailing the weapon system that German scientists were producing. The United States never knew anything about it. And after the war, you see these weapon systems being possessed by the US and Russia. You read another book by Annie Jacobson called Operation Paperclip. So what America did was to bring Hitler's scientists, shield them from the tribunals, bring them to the United States, give them everything they needed, and ask them, do your research, but for us this time. Nigeria fought the war. During the Civil War, there were so many advances that were made. The Biafran scientists, research and production, they were refining oil in the bushes of Biafra under heavy bombardment. But today, Nigeria has 4 refineries and none of them is working. We don't refine the crude we produce. So you ask yourself, how were these guys, Godian Ezekwe and co., how were they refining oil? Engineer Roy Umeini and co., how were they refining oil in the bushes of Biafra? And after the war, the British advised our government, no Victor, no Vanquist, all of that should be, disbanded. It created a project development institute in Enugu called PRODA, but it was so much starved of funds that I don't even know whether it exists anymore. We should create research centers. Germany is littered with research centers. We have Fresenius Institute. We have the Fraunhofer Institute. What are they doing? If you see, they are researching in everything under the sun, from philosophy to anthropology. We have Max Planck Institute. The MP drive, that is the basis of Apple, transmuting sound into telephone for music, was created here in Germany. MP drive means Max Planck 3. So this is what a country that wants to progress does. Create research centers. Spend money on that, not on building 21 billion naira mansion for Shetima. Was he living in a bush before? On buying a new private jet? The German chancellor doesn't have a private jet. The German government has a jet, one. Nigeria has many. How many did Buhari inherit? He said he was going to sell them. How many did he? And how much money? Go and check Nigeria's educational budget. That tells you where our priorities lie. Ronald Reagan said something in the 80s. He said that American greatness was built in the classrooms. The greatness of any nation will be built in her classrooms. Check where Nigerian students go to lectures. Check where Nigerian primary school students study, under mango trees. And if a senator renovates a school building, he has done noble, and we sing his praises to high heavens. Education in Germany takes a large chunk of the budget. Education is free till the university level. You just pay stipend. If I am president today, that will be my goal, to make sure that in 2 years, education from the nursery to the university level should be free for every Nigerian who can study. And that will create another dual path for those who don't want to go to the universities to go and learn the trades and go and learn how to use their hands. Many engineers that work for Mercedes, they didn't go to universities. They learned with their hands, mechanics. Okay, so I presented 3 ideas. First of all, we have to revamp our education, change our curriculum. Our curriculum is still colonial. We are still speaking grammar, whereas other countries are developing. And then get a platform where we unite Nigerians of like mind. I always tell people, I started a project with Pius Adesami because we used to argue on listservs when we were writing highfalutin papers that nobody reads. And we decided to come down to Facebook to confront Nigerians. If they want yabis, we do it all there. To make people start to think, start using, because if you read what Nigerians write on the social media, sometimes they are some of them are atrocious. And then you see that our people don't read or think. So if you come and challenge them, they will hate you for the moment, but some other time they will hear the same thing somewhere else, and then they will start thinking. So that was our project, getting Nigerians to think. And when we write, we call it writing for archaeology. So that tomorrow, if somebody comes down from anywhere and said, why is it that no Nigerian protested when these guys were stealing our patrimony? That they will see that somebody like me kicked and wrote and said, I am not a part of this. So what I am doing here even is just to get Nigerians to think. I'm not just trying to show what I know. Get us to start thinking. Okay, because it is philosophy. The philosophy of a country determines whether that country is going to develop, whether it's going to have good governance, whether education is going to be free, whether people are going to have food on their table, whether crooks should be ruling us without our consent. So if we still believe in this petty tribal politics, where the thief from Enugu should be the president and the thief from Lagos not, then we are doomed. But if we condemn thievery, that no thief should ever raise his head in our firmament, it will not happen. It starts with a plan. Instead of agonizing, we should start organizing. It's a slogan, but it's a very effective one. That's what we should think about.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Jagan. Let's go to Pansat. Pansat, turn.
Hello, welcome, Dr. Ogbunwezeh, to the show. It's always good to see you. And of course, thank you, Rudolph, for bringing a genuine intellectual, right? He's been dispensing knowledge here. Before I go to my serious question, I would like to say that Dr. Ogbunwezeh, religion, Christianity in particular, when I say religion, I mean Christianity, it's a very important discipline for a society. But also looking at it historically, as we deal with the Israeli and the Arab nations conflict. You know, in David and Goliath, even though it's, you know, it's the same thing. That is one thing I know the Bible predicted accurately from a long time ago, right? In the case of David and Goliath, and the story goes in the Bible that the Philistine army was seeking to take away Israel's land. I believe that's in 1 Samuel 17. If you read that, it's absolutely accurate. It's not a personal triumph for David. What took place there was God's people whose lands were being taken away by Philistines. Now, when we say Philistines, it sounds like Palestinians, but it's pretty much the same thing. Maybe if you you do their DNA, it might not be exactly the people there today, but it's, you know, when you look at the history. So I believe that those who are always looking for a scientific thing to hug the Bible, that's one. It's rather it's looking at us. It's going on today, and David is defeating Goliath. I disagree with genocide, and obviously that's where I agree with you on the way you put up Trump in this case, and his policies, as far as we knew back 4 years ago, were proper. He doesn't want to disrespect Russia. He doesn't want wars, and the Democrats tend to be doing that. But this time around, I'm not supporting Trump. I supported him the last time. I thought he was the best president any country had produced, but he made a couple of mistakes. So now, I wanted to spend 1 second to say that you're a very brilliant human being. You are well versed. You're virtuoso. You know a lot of things. You could give us the last name of Bobrisky, and also tell us what happened many centuries ago. But I'm just saying, you're well rounded off, and every Nigerian should be proud of you. Many times you've come here. A couple of times I've ruffled it up with you, and like I just did with this religious issue. But now, when you also touched up on what makes our country, any country, to be great, which would be economic growth, social progress, human development, rule of law, genuine progress indicators and things like that. But we know there's not a single one that we're on the right trajectory. So my question to you is this, and to many intellectuals in that country, we're not gonna do this forever. We're not gonna wait for Nigeria to get it right forever, while our people are getting bite. I don't know what that word means, but what I'm saying is that I believe I want you to really give me a thorough answer like you did for Jagun here, who everybody wanted to give him a hug because he was touched by the way you presented Chinua Achebe, and we all touched by his gesture there. But what I'm saying is that there are those of us who believe that we should take our country by force, that we don't have a constitution, that basically you just have a bunch of cabal take over. And lording us over us. They are not obeying the laws. They're not obeying the rules. Out of all those things that I listed a few minutes ago, there's not even one that is on the trajectory where maybe education, maybe this. They're not doing anything like that. So why shouldn't we take our country by force? Why? Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Pansa. Okay.
Am I on?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm a very fearful man. I am not Thomas Hobbes, who had to write his Leviathan because of his fear of violent death. The problem with taking our country by force is that we have tried that. All the military guys took it by force. And what did they do? They achieved nothing. They ended up on the same barriers that the civilians confronted, and then couldn't do anything to solve. I used to believe Achebe, that the trouble with Nigeria is leadership. But it is not leadership alone. Nigeria and many African countries have a lot of myriads of challenges. And I used to believe, until I read Chinwezu, not the West and the rest of us. I read Chinwezu's recent articulations as late as the 2000, I guess. And the way he was talking about, that the trouble with many of these countries is not only leadership, that the trouble with them is equality, the fact that they neocolonialism. That's what he called it. But then I developed a theory which I call the hostage theory. Most African leaders that wanted to achieve something for their countries, do you know what's happened to them? Many of them all of them were killed. The question is, by who? So when Rudolph talked about the West and the rest of us, by the West. And the question is, why? So many of these leaders came into power without even knowing that they have already come into structures that were already created. If you read the book, The Confessions of an Economic Hitman by John Perkins, he tried to articulate it well. The major problem I discovered is that no African country is independent. We are celebrating 64 years on the 1st of October. When did independence start happening? It was after the Second World War. Many young Africans that were in this country saw that the Germans were actually kicking the asses of the British. And they said, why should we remain under colonial yoke when these guys were kicking your asses? We saw them, what they do to you in Burma. We saw what they did to you every other place. And then what Churchill described them as a wind of change. Okay. And then they came, the wave of independence movement, started agitating for independence. Unfortunately for Africa, as the sun was setting on the British Empire, another empire was rising. And this empire was the United States. And as British were being kicked out, and many other colonial masters were being kicked out of Africa, the United States started recolonizing these countries. I have a beautiful book for all of you. It's called White Malice. Everybody should find that book and read. Sorry, this is what has been wasting my time this time around. White Malice, the CIA and the new colonization of Africa. Not only this, you have to read again Empires Without Colonies, Imperial Colonies, Imperialism Without Colonies. This was how these countries were captured. And that's why there is no coup that happened anywhere in any African country without the CIA planning it. If they don't give you their blessings and you do that, you are dead the next day. The French did their France-Afrique policy led by Jacques Foccart. And that's why today the French are using euro, but the economic policies of Francophone African countries are still being determined in Paris, CFA francs. Read the treaties of the WTO and see what they do to African exports. And they threw open African markets. So our hands are so much tied. And then these leaders, if you read Fanon, where he talked about the psychology of oppression, and you see Jean-Paul Sartre writing a foreword to him where he said that if suppressed fury fails to find an outlet, it will go in and devastate the oppressed themselves. That's what happened to many of our first independence leaders. They came, they saw the magnitude of the problem. They couldn't get out of this. Lumumba was killed in Congo. For what? Because he wanted to use Congolese resources for the Congolese people. And Noam Chomsky in 2000 or 2000 and something wrote a beautiful book to tell you why the United States will never allow you to use the resources of your people for the best interest of your people. The book is called Fateful Triangle. Pick it up and read, please. I am not the one saying it. Fateful Triangle, America will never allow ethno-nationalism to rise. Ethno-nationalism he defined as the movement by the people to use their resources for the best interest of their country. If you do that, the USA will shut you down because they are the new colonial masters. The war in Congo is a genocide. Over 5 million Congolese are dead today. What is the war about? Coltan. That I'm talking to you using computer technology or telephone technology, even the new electric cars. It's all, this is the wafer technology they're using. So it's found in Congo, and they're ready to kill and displace populations for that. WikiLeaks told us that Shell BP, the WikiLeaks leaked cables on Nigeria, stated that Shell BP is the shadow government of Nigeria. Did we not read it? Or Nigerians don't read? Or am I the only one that saw that? And all over resource-rich African countries, this is so. This is the hostage theory. Many African countries are hostages, and then they will give you loans, odious loans, and then these loans will, further the corruption. So these leaders, many of them could not do much. They just, yeah, why should I kill myself? They will steal and then make sure feather their nests, and then let the new government keep paying for the debts and then allowing them to steal the resources. I will not come and die here for these people. So every country in Africa has had that. So we are under siege. And what is the solution to this? I don't have the answers. Okay? Unless you are aligning yourself with a major power, these guys will not let you develop. Okay? So that's why India, have you ever listened to the Indian foreign minister? Go on YouTube, listen to that guy. He delivered a speech on the United Nations just completed summit. If you see the confidence of which that if the United States, you don't determine our foreign policy. America told India to stop buying oil from Russia. India said, you're joking. Who are you to tell us how to run our foreign policy? Do you know the reason why? Because India has nuclear weapons. Pakistan the same. So they don't mess, the big country, the big dogs don't mess with big dogs. But we are small dogs, so everybody's messing with us. So the issue is, first of all, we should start thinking about people who have integrity. At least if they are stealing, they will steal small. Okay? And then use the rest within the parameters allowed us by these big dogs to keep on developing, to keep on creating research centers, to keep on doing little things that when the curtains will be opened, we will rise. But the point is that we are not even doing any of this. Is it roads that we have in Nigeria? We cannot even generate power. Lagos, Nigeria got electricity 14 years after England. 1864. Those who are living in the British Isles, how many times have you suffered power failure? Almost nil. Nigerians, Obasanjo spent 16 billion to generate darkness. $16 billion. We are not even, we have roads, infrastructure. Which one is functional? Tnubu's government awarded East-West Coastal Road, West and South Coastal Road to a company where his son sits with these guys, the Lebanese that laundered money for Abacha. These are the same guys, and that's what we are still doing in Nigeria. And we are thinking that we will rise up anytime soon. The people will take, what I'm saying is that our people are so very hungry at the moment. And the hungry man is an angry man. These politicians don't even know what is happening. They don't even visit their constituencies. Because their solution to Nigeria's problem is rice. If the people make noise, open their strategic reserve, give them rice. Nigerians are going to be tired of rice someday, and they're going to take over their country for themselves. I don't like revolutions. But if you start listening to Shawara, you will see that he has points. These guys are so very damn stupid in their crooked nature that they're not thinking about tomorrow. A European will think about the next 50 years. What am I going to leave? I have a friend. The father was a minister of agriculture in Germany, in one of the places in Germany here. And this man was very busy planting trees and planting forests. The man is dead now, but his daughter takes a walk in most of these forests as the father made sure that we were planted, and they were so very wonderful. And African politicians will come and say, what is in this for me? The chairman, one of the chairmen of APC was caught stuffing dollars in his pockets. And he's a party leader, a respected party elder. Didn't we know about the Kano State governor that was caught on tape, stuffing dollar in his pocket? I don't want to mention any names, because I don't want to become very dark man that is being charged with defamation. My brother, our problems plenty.
All right. Thank you, Franklin. Let's move on to Femi. Femi, you're next.
Good morning, Dr. Franklin. So, while we're fighting our own local politics in Nigeria, we see two different but intertwined existential threats. One in the case of what's going in the Middle East, and then the other in the case of the Russia-Ukraine versus the NATO allied forces on the other end. And something came to my mind recently, especially in the aftermath of the killing of Nasra. Is it Nasralli or what's his name?
Nasrallah. Yeah.
Nasrallah, rather.
Hassan
Um,
Nasrallah.
right. So I remember taking a history class once where the issue of the Monroe Doctrine came up.
Okay.
And of course, in the aftermath of it, the one that's not regularly mentioned, the Roosevelt, I think it's called the Roosevelt Corollary, which was more like an update to the Monroe Doctrine. And while I was ruminating over this Nasrallah issue, I was then like, perhaps the likes of the Ilan Papes of this world and Scott Ritter and what's his name, George Napolitano, were right when they confirmed the truth that some of us know about what's really going on and the deception of the West, not just when it comes to trying to control what goes on in the world as we know it, and the rise of the Russians and the lies that continue to be implanted in a lot of people's minds about, again, the reality of what's going on in Ukraine and the Middle East. My question is this: do you think, do you see a situation, as I'm thinking out loud in my head, where we're not on the fringes of the Third World War? I mean, it looks like we're about to just end it all. What's your opinion about this thought of mine?
Well, my brother, I started with my commentary was I've never been afraid like I am at this moment in history. You know, Albert Einstein was asked, "What do you think the Third World War will look like?" He said, "I don't know about the Third World War, but I know the fourth one will be fighting it with sticks and stones if we survived it." The threats of nuclear annihilation has never been nearer than it is today. Okay, with Israel killing Nasrallah, Hassan Nasrallah, this is not the first time Israel has killed their Secretary General of the Hezbollah. They killed Musawi in 1999 using the very same strategy. Okay, but to be honest with you, I have seen the Lebanese or the Hezbollah has shown serious restraint. Don't forget that Hezbollah fought Israel to a standstill over a 20-year period. Israel occupied Lebanon for 20 years. Hezbollah kicked Israel out of Lebanon. Don't forget that. So this is not a force that people forget. Just forget the propaganda. Forget those in the know. Those in the know. I regard Scott Ritter very highly. He's aware. I regard George Napolitano very highly. Jeffrey Sachs, Professor Mia Shaima, even Professor Cohen of blessed memory, Stephen Cohen, who wrote, he's the best Sovietologist that the United States has. He is dead now. Read his books. His wife is the publisher of The Nation magazine. Read those guys. Even the CIA director, William Burns, was an American ambassador to Russia. He was the guy, according to the WikiLeaks leaked cables, who wrote the United States State Department and told them that no Russian leader will accept Ukraine joining NATO. No, not even he was not even talking about Putin. That was the "niet is niet" doctrine. The Russians said "niet." "Niet" is no in Russian. No Russian would accept, no Russian leader will accept that. So the elite governing Russia will never accept. And if you know, in Russia today, there are the hardliners. And it seems in this whole thing that the only adult in the room seems to be Vladimir Putin. Because if Putin had listened to the hardliners in his government, he would have leveled Ukraine with nuclear weapons. He is the only, and there is nothing the West could do. What a lot of people don't understand is that this nuclear issue is not a child's play. The Russians have a doctrine that is called a system that is called the dead hand system. If the United States attacks Russia with nuclear weapons and destroyed everybody, even their leadership, their nuclear technology is programmed in such a way, it's called the dead hand technology, that the source of Russia will realize that destruction has occurred and will release every Russian nuclear weapon directed at the United States. So even if you kill every Russian, you have set off the nuclear weapons themselves, and they are going to arrive. And these are hypersonic missiles. You're not going to stop them. And what does that mean? Experts will tell you that Russia doesn't even need to fire a single nuclear weapon to destroy the Earth 25,000 times over. All it requires is for the nuclear weapons that Russia possesses to explode in Russia. Our world will cease to exist. So, and this is what leaders who are not sociopaths are just trying to poke the bear. Why do we risk that? Sometimes you believe that those that are governed in many Western countries are sociopathological idiots. Why risk that? Why risk existence? Which kind of an evil mind would you be to risk human existence for your petty politics? Netanyahu is very busy, and his hordes of buccaneers cleansing the Palestinians out of Palestine. The Palestinians have a claim. The Israelis have a claim to Palestine. So if two people are fighting over a property that belongs to both of them, they should talk to each other, not murder each other out of existence. You cannot murder your way to peace. So is it people that call it the settler colonial project? They are correct. That's what it is. So killing Nasrallah, the Middle East is on edge at the moment. Nobody knows what the response of the Lebanese Hezbollah will be. And nobody knows who is coming to their aid. And Iran has struck an alliance with Russia. And don't forget that Russia defeated the United States and the West in Syria. Obama sent the CIA to overthrow Assad. And the Russians, Assad beckoned on Hezbollah and the Russians to come to his aid. And don't forget the West, the United States, funded Al-Qaeda, Al-Nusra Front to kick Assad out. So the United States is funding the terrorists that they were fighting elsewhere just to destroy Assad. And the Russians came. It was because of the Russians, thanks to the Russians, that Assad is still in power today. So the Russians are no joke. Anybody that tells you that Russia is simply a very large gas station doesn't know shit about these people. So I don't want that confrontation. We are on a dangerous precipice at this time. So cool heads should start prevailing in Washington. Okay? This war, every war ends on a table of discussion. Every war. Losers will come to sign surrender documents on a table. So why kill each other before we can talk? Sometimes you cannot phantom it. People you think that are reasonable are not even rational. They're not listening to people who know the implications of all this. They'll believe that the Russians are bluffing. No, they are not. They are not bluffing. Russia has killed up to 600,000 Ukrainian soldiers today. They are not bluffing. It's just a meat grinder out there. The West doesn't even have the weapons anymore. That the United States at the point had to send a weapons that it signed a treaty forbidding. Cluster bombs. They sent cluster bombs to Ukraine. Check it out. I'm not just telling you something from the blues. Because they don't have any more. They have exhausted their supplies. And Russia has been out producing them. So we don't want a war between the nuclear powers. We want to live. I don't want to die because of somebody else's stupidity.
All right, thank you. We have a lot of people waiting to ask questions. So please, when I call on you, make it brief so that we can get to them. We have less than about 30 minutes left. Moria, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you, Doctor, our guest, for coming to the show. It's always a delight listening to you. Thank you for your in-depth analysis and unbiased disposition to the situation in Nigeria. I dub my heart for you. I think you are a one in a million. We were here about a few days ago talking something close to the issues you're dealing with right now. It's a given that the situation in Nigeria is an aberration. It's also, a lot of people agree, a lot of Nigerians gather to agree that it's a huge problem in Nigeria. When you talk about state capture and all that, you know, I understand where you're coming from. But each time we gather, we still gather to, I mean, these people are educated. We, one way or the other, most of us have been able to escape from the situation. But we cannot run away from our shadow because we have no other country than Nigeria. People still come here to talk on the basis of APC and PDP support. And it beats me hollow when I see people campaigning for 2027 when they are not seeing the bigger elephant in the room. I mean, no amount of election can be conducted in that environment, you know, given by what happened in 2023, and given the man in charge, the mafia in charge of the political situation. They fail to realize the fact that all the institutions have been infiltrated. Is it INEC, police, military, the court? You know, they have planted their stooges all over the place. And people are here campaigning for 2027 instead of coming together to think of, like you said, organize instead of agonizing. What can we do between now and 2027 instead of, I mean, how do we drop this our tribal and other frivolities and focus on the issue at stake, on how to tackle these people? They're not ready to live. And it's also clear to me that the freedom we talk about is not going to come from the ballot, I mean, from the ballot, from the polling units and from the ballot buses. My question to you, sir, and I believe we talk about education. Most people that come on this platform, they are very educated. They speak Quiz English. They speak fluently. Sometimes they want to cajole us by their, you know, the English and the other stuff. And those that ring election in Edo State, that came to Edo State, most of them are professors, sir. And you talk about education, and you talk about revolution. And I believe education is good, but not the kind of education we have right now. And the revolution we talk about, not the revolution of the gun. I believe we should start talking of the revolution of the mind, because the greatest problem is not even the revolution of the poverty of the pocket or the poverty of the bank account. The revolution of the mind. How do we start talking to our people and bring it together to let them know that the greatest problem we have, or the nearest problem we have, is not the issue of 2027? How do we come together to talk of how to fight as a common front? There was an issue here about 2 days ago. It was Showere or Peter Obi. You could see the problem of Nigeria even on this platform without going to Nigeria. Now, Showere might not have the qualities, competence, capacity, and all that things you ascribe to Obi. That is a given. Then can we now continue to rally around and concentrate on the strong point, the courage? You said something about Showere. That was me. My respect for you has just tripled. Can we now continue to concentrate on those? He's a human being. He has his own shortcomings. He has his own deficiencies. But one thing you cannot take away from that gentleman is consistency, courage over the years. He had a threat. He was blacklisted recently. He took a flight from New Jersey to Nigeria. Only a few Nigerians can do that. And you also confirm that you are a very fearful person. You know, I cannot, you know, I don't want you to do otherwise because that is who you are. It shows your sincerity. Instead of castigating this gentleman, he is voting for Buhari. He removed Jonathan for Buhari. He campaigned for this and that. He was against this and that. He said this and that. He was able to go to Nigeria because Buhari is there. Because Tnubu is there. How do we not rally around this guy that has the courage? Knowing that the freedom we talked about cannot come through election, given the corrupt institutions we have right now. How do we rally around this gentleman before they kill him again? Before they, you know, they castrate him once again? So that, I mean, instead of campaigning for 2027, what do we do between that 2027? without putting our tribal consideration, on the front burner. Thank you very much.
My brother,
Go ahead.
I wish I had the answers, but unfortunately, I am just thinking aloud. Immanuel Kant, one of the greatest German idealistic philosophers, he said something. He said that the only thing that is unqualifiedly good is a good will. Shaware has goodwill, faults and all whatnot. He has goodwill. He wants to see a Nigeria that works. I see the same in Peter Obi as well. I see the same in the young man David Udenyi. I see the same in Professor Chedi Odinkalo. I read these people. I don't know them personally, but these are great patriots. But the major problem is that those that define patriotism for us are those who are profiting from the system. And that Chebe warned us about against those people. Okay? It's just like a group of landlords determining how much they will charge for rent. And then we said it's good for us. No, they are after their own interests. So the issue, 2027. What I'm saying is a situation, Nigerians have not been impoverished the way they are being impoverished now since the Civil War. During the Civil War, it was a section of the country that suffered kwashiorkor and food blockade and all whatever. But Nigerians generally have not suffered the way they are suffering right now. You go to the market with the money you have, and the money is virtually meaningless. The Nigerian government reached an agreement with the labor to pay 70,000 naira as minimum wage. To date, a bag of rice, 50 kg, is 100,000 naira. So even the minimum wage cannot even buy a sack of rice for a family. And then this is what a man should go home with at the end of every month. If you are living in Europe, check out what 70,000 naira is. It's laughable. And then you wonder, many civil servants have their kids abroad, studying in the best universities, all the politicians, almost all of them. And you would think that Nigerians are not seeing this. Do you know what it took for the Arab Spring to start? It was just a single fruit seller whom the authorities have been frustrating. Whenever he packs his barrel of fruits, they will come and then keep on harassing and terrorizing this young man. Until one day he said, enough is enough. He took a match, poured gasoline on himself and set himself ablaze. And that alone burnt down many Arab countries. Nigerian politicians are so very myopic and visionless that they don't even see what is happening around them. Edo State gave me an example. You know how frustrated people are? Where that they were not allowed to cast their votes. That results were just written. Anambra State the same. Everywhere. And Nigerians think that this is going to continue. A time is coming when this petty tribalism is not going to work anymore. Because what our politicians are doing is what the colonial masters did. It's called divide and conquer. They will come and sow divisions between us. And then they have conquered. And then we will be very busy fighting over whose tribe is the best. I'm Yoruba, and Igbo, I'm Hausa, and all whatnot. And then they are very busy. Check out when a Nigerian politician's daughter gets married. All of them from every tribe will troop to the same venue and will be shaking hands and eating the same meal. And the poor people will be there clapping and taking pictures. And, the poor people are seeing all this. Someday it's not going to work anymore. And that's the day they will fear for their heads. That's my fear for Nigeria. So what can we do? I don't have because the state has been captured. So we should start organizing. They are not only trying to harass Shawara, they are harassing David Udenyi everywhere. They are harassing every other person that raises a voice to criticize what is happening there. Because they don't want you to disturb them when they are eating. Okay? And what are they eating? They are feeding on your patrimony, on what belongs to all of us. So what we can do, I don't know. The people who have tried to do something, the obedience rose and tried to present a formidable opposition. And you know what these guys did? They sowed seeds of discord. People like Papa was smuggled into the Labour Party to make sure that the Labour Party doesn't even make any headway. Reno Omokri, who has been with every government that cares to pay his meal ticket. He has been very busy shooting from every side of the mouth, trying to break a very honest revolution of young people who started with saying, let the police stop killing us. That was the NSAS. And Buhari and his goons murdered Nigerians who were singing national anthem with the national flag. And then they went away scot-free with it. And then these people, they said, we said organize. And they organized and said, we are voting for Peter Obi because we saw him as a more credible candidate. And what are they doing? Time is coming. This is going to come to a head someday. And that is the day. These guys are going to leave town someday. Believe me, just mark this. Because Nigerians will not endure this forever. They are taking everything from Nigerians. And if you take anything from a man, you have lost him. He's no longer your slave. He has nothing to lose. He is a weapon. And if this weapon is fashioned against you, I am sorry. No legion of angels will come to your aid. Nigerian politicians are fools. They are not looking at what is happening, but they will say it someday. It will take just a match and it will burn down the whole structure. So I don't know what we can do there. But if I say organize, we have organized. It didn't work. If there's a less protest, we have protest. They killed us. They are waiting for us to carry weapons and shoot them on the street. But you can see what they sold is coming back to them. Many of them are sleeping with their eyes open. Kidnappers everywhere. They don't travel unless they are traveling with a retinue of hangers on. How many Nigerian politicians could stand on the street and walk, carry his own bag without the people stoning him like Peter Obi is doing? How many, or Shawara is doing? How many of them? Nigerians know who the real deals are, and they know who the thieves are. And the thieves are going to get their comeuppance pretty soon. That's all I have to say. I don't know what else to say because the people have tried everything. Organization, protest. The state has marshaled her goons to put, pay to all these measures. So if you take away everything from a man, he's going to resist someday. And that's what the politicians are doing, unfortunately. I don't know. But never stop agitating. Never stop agitating. We need only 3% of our population. And again, one practical thing you can do is this platform, get more people to join here and listen to what we are saying. Now listen to your pain. Okay? Because we are only a few people. Get more people to tune in. Let them listen to the pain of Nigerians who have seen that things can be done better, who have seen that things work better elsewhere. We can do it. We're not stupid. And we are not all cowards. So it's a practical thing. We can start here to start organizing, and then someday it's going to spill over into the society. And the people in the diaspora, you have your work cut out for you. That Israel is what it is today is because of the Jewish diaspora. So our diaspora has a lot to do. Just keep talking.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Franklin. I will go to Ovie, then I'll go up to forefathers and the people that came in. Ovie, go ahead. Your question.
I'm conflicted. I'm truly conflicted. But no go ask my incoming governor if you don't know the meaning. Me self, I don't know. But I'm conflicted because since Dudov don't start this program, he has only brought 3 girls. I'm not saying 3 types of girls, I say 3 girls. The first one was Dr. Franklin. Since that day, I begin to look at Rudolph with one kind of eye. I say, this guy is not as innocent as I thought. The second guest was Dr. Ogbunwezeh. Then I said, okay, this is not a joke. Dr. Rudolph is serious. So when he told me that Dr. Franklye Ogbunwezeh is coming for the 3rd time, I was prepared. So I didn't prepare to come and ask question or any challenge. I just decided to go into my archive and put so many theories that I used to have just to come and check them off. Fortunately enough, now only 20% I don't do. That's why I'm conflicted. I'm angry that the time is not enough, but I'm happy that I've gotten more than I came for. Now, you said you are scared of nuke, you are terrified. I will say to you what John Mishama told Jeffrey Sachs. He said, my heart is with you, but my mind is with the reality of how international politics works. So, doctor, you are scared. My heart is with you, But my head is in South China Sea, not even in Russia, as we spend so much talking about Russia. On your, you alluded to the what Professor Nomchansi says about President of America being a war criminal since World War II. I think Jim Powell, the author of Wilson War, will disagree with you in the same, not necessarily disagree, but he will say that American presidency's first World War, which is Woodrow Wilson, since World War One, not World War Two, because since that time they gave us Hitler, they gave us Lenin, they gave us Stalin, and they gave us World War Two, and we are talking about World War Three in our lifetime. So it's dated back since World War One, and that book will actually change everything the way you see 21st century, because that was the changing game, and that actually takes me to my question. You says a lot about pretty much everything I came for and I became here more for, but you I don't know if you deliberately alluded the fintech revolution in China, which I will say is the foundation of the new world that we are seeing. So I'm wondering that you don't recognize that revolution, or there's a reason that you are not factoring that part in. Then on my second question is when what is the future of Germany? Because since that's where you base, or in Europe generally, because as far as I'm concerned, they are as irrelevant to the world that we live in today, just like any nation in Africa. Because one, they have lost out of the green tech and the big tech. So what is the future of Germany and in Europe in general? Or most importantly, why do you ignore that fintech revolution that is taking place in China that is actually making America to strategize their world hegemony that started 8 years ago, which I would like to say, Rudolph, those three images that you presented, they are not three in the world today. There are only three countries. There's China, there's America, and there's the rest of us, including America, Germany, France, Nigeria. We are all one country now. Then we have China and then America. So, but doctor,
All
that's
right.
what I say.
Okay, I will jump into it straight. I never shied away from the revolution that the Chinese have brought, that is trying to change the face of the earth today, the Chinese. And that's why the United States are spoiling for war against China. And the trade war has already started. It started now with Biden, started with Trump. Even under Obama, we already saw inklings of that. Okay, Huawei, the Chinese behemoth, was being sanctioned everywhere. And then America refuses to make sure that China gets the chips that they need for their technology, and then all whatnot. Today, China is producing more electric cars than the rest of the world, more solar energy. So China has taken over. Okay, it was 5 years ago that I told my friend, "You better start learning Chinese. The Chinese are coming." Okay, and they have arrived. China has arrived. China was so very powerful that they started their Silk Road Initiative. Do you know how much money that takes and how much courage in yourself as a powerful nation? Even though the West has been trying to sabotage them each step of the way, but China is still moving. And then they will come and tell us, why do you think that Goodluck Jonathan was kicked out? People think it's because of, no, it was because he was leaning towards the Chinese. The Chinese were handling almost every other contract in Abuja under his tenure. The West needed Nigeria as a bridgehead against China in Africa. That was how Buhari got to power. That is how the continuation of what you're seeing under Tnubu at this moment. So the international, the global, the geopolitics is a very high level one. So I wasn't ignoring China. China is a given. We cannot wish them away anymore. Europe knew that as well. Early this year, China loaded a whole ship of BYD cars, dumped them in the heart of Europe. And Europe is just scrambling to find laws to prevent them from selling their electric vehicles. Although Europe is saying, we need green technology, we need renewables. And the Chinese came, here is it. Okay, so China is already there. China has been the shop, the workshop of the world all this while. But right now, China is a power in its own right, and that's why they're not taking instructions from anybody. Watch what their foreign minister, the speech he delivered that they just concluded the United Nations General Assembly meeting. China is waxing strong, and the United States is doing everything to sabotage whatever the Chinese. So this is great power politics. I wasn't ignoring that. Not only that, it wasn't the major thrust of our politics. This Chinese Politburo, this is why I always tell people, when people tell me, in 2015, I was invited to Vienna to speak to European diplomats at the European Diplomatic Academy. That was when I mentioned, the video is on YouTube, when I was telling them that they said that democracy is necessary for development. I don't agree with that. China is a perfect example. China has massively, China pulled 700 million people out of poverty within 30 years. The only country that's ever done it in human history, China. 700 million people marched out of poverty within 30 years. No other country on this planet has ever done that. So I am not, the fintech revolution in China is taking the world by storm. The West is not swallowing it real good. There is a bitter pill for them to swallow. But empires come and go. It was the, at the end of the Second World War, the British Empire, the sun set on it actually, because they would never believe that the sun will ever set on them. The sun actually set on them. So they are now just a poodle dog to the United States. And that was the rise of the US. The US seems to be handing over that baton to China at the moment, but they are doing it unwillingly. Okay. And that may be a cause of a serious conflict. And they are using Taiwan to bait China into a major conflict, and which the Chinese seems to be wisely ignoring at the moment until they are ready. The role of Europe. You have to know that after the Second World War, when the Allied forces conquered Germany, Germany became virtually a colony of the United States. So Germany was decapitated. Okay. In Germany alone, Germany has over 6-7 United States military bases. Ramstein, Grafenwöhr, Stuttgart. They used to even to have very close to my house. So Germany, America, German foreign policy is determined by the United States. You see, even European foreign policy. You saw that in the Ukraine. Putin doesn't want to dialogue with Europe. Putin wants to dialogue with the United States. This is the power. This is the power that tells Europe what to do. So politically, Europe has always been an appendage of the United States. Okay. When it comes to the economy, German economy at the moment is not doing well. And because Germany is an appendage of Europe, the Germans allowed the Americans to sabotage the Nord Stream from where they were getting cheap gas to run their economy. And then Putin, they thought they were inflicting pain on Putin. They never knew that they were inflicting pain on themselves. So, and we are all feeling that at the moment. So the cheap gas we are getting from Russia is no longer coming. We were being forced by the United States to buy their fracked gas at a cheaper price, at a higher price, and the Indians are now buying from Russia cheaper and coming to sell to Europe at a higher price, and we are forced to buy that and shut the fuck up because we cannot go against, the nuclear umbrella of the United States. So that's what it is. So where America goes, we see that even in the case of Israel. If America says we are supporting Israel, everybody comes lock in step. So America is what determines European foreign policy. It's a shame that such a proud continent will be an appendage of a country that is not up to 300 years old. Europe is a very old civilization. Europe has been around. Europe has seen all of it. But unfortunately, empires come and go. The Egyptians were once a great empire that lasted more than 3,000 years. But they are gone. They are just footnotes in history today. So empires will come and go. So the Chinese have arrived. So welcome to the new Chinese age. So if you don't learn Chinese, you are losing out.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Thank you so much. And let me go up. I'll come back down. Let me go to forefathers.
Greetings, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you for having me. Greetings to everyone on the panel, and greetings, special greetings to the Professor Ogbunwezeh.
Franklye.
I'm not
Ogbunwezeh.
a professor. I'm just
Okay.
Ogbunwezeh is okay. The doctor is just an academic title. I wrote a doctoral thesis and then I like, but
Yeah.
Ogbunwezeh is okay for me. I don't like that attachment of titles to anything. It unsettles me to no end. Please.
No, thank you for that. I find it hard to criticize anything you've said because about 99% I agree with them, with just a little bit of nuances here and there. The British are not masters. Because I worry that the young people, when they hear men or like people like us call other people masters, they start thinking, why are we calling them masters? Well, they are masters. They are the British colonizers, whatever we want to call them. Then regarding education, you said something about education. The reason why I don't often talk about education is because we've been hearing about this for a long time, and the security has to come first. At the moment, you've said it. You said it many times about how the others have security and all the rest. We don't have it, and because if you don't have it, whoever has got it will undermine you. You mentioned something about the Renaissance period, which includes the Enlightenment of Europe. And during that same period was when the so-called father of political science, Niccolo Machiavelli, stated that without security of a nation, nothing else would work. Nothing will function in that nation. He even went on to say the most secure nations are the freest ones. He described them then. And today, the freest nations in the world, are they not the most powerful ones? And some of the most secure ones. He used Switzerland as an example at that time. And today, when you look on the map, Switzerland is one of the richest countries in the world and one of the most secure. These people build underground bunkers for their entire citizen, and they've not been to war for 200 years. And it tells you something that if you don't take your security seriously, your children's future are completely undermined. And I fear that our people don't know that enough. The question I wanted to ask is that how is it we don't seem to be aware that security is paramount to any nation? And is there any, because I believe that we are not ready. Our people have not experienced the kind of things that make them take their security seriously. I did a research on this and I found out that any nation like Nigeria that is considered strategic cannot emerge without confronting people that want to keep it down. You cannot. Every single one of them emerge had to confront that. In the small, even the smaller nations have to go through that hell. The question I want to ask is, how can we do it? How can we have a new thinking that others have never done, that can have us emerge in this world without having to confront any of the powers in the world? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, forefathers. Franklin, hold on. Before you answer, do you want to take a break? And then or after you answer this question, we take a break and then we'll continue.
Okay. After this, I will just take a little break and then just ease myself, and then I'll be back for further questions. I am ready to take every question today. Forefathers, thank you very much. You made the whole point that you have made. Security is paramount because, come to think of it, the fundamental human right is the right to life. If your life is not, I mentioned Thomas Hobbes, who talked about the fear of violent death. That's why we created society, according to his social contract philosophy. Well, so yeah, you mentioned Switzerland. They built bunkers. Not only that, security is a sine qua non for anything you can do in human society. Because if you are very busy, okay, fearing for your life, you cannot lead a settled existence that will, enable you to attain every other thing. Philosophy itself even started in leisure, that these people are secure enough to sit down, look at the heavens and say, I think there is a creator out there. Every development is built on the security of a society. You are absolutely correct. There is nothing to add or deduct from that. that we have not taken our security seriously. The point is, okay, if you watch, there's a movie, a very brilliant movie made by what's his name? This guy that played Braveheart. The title of this movie is Apocalypto. Apocalypto. The Spaniards arrived in South America, and then when they arrived, the tribes have been hunting each other. One tribe has been hunting the other, and then slaughtering them for their hearts, and then so this the Inca Empire that succeeded in subjugating every other one, instead of creating alliances to secure itself against external threats, was already rotten when the Spaniards arrived. And when they arrived, they just knocked on the door, pushed, and the whole society collapsed. And that's how they conquered Latin America. So any society that doesn't place premium on her security will go extinct. Okay? And so you can understand why the major powers spend a lot of money on their military budget. In Nigeria, the point lies in that one, there are so many, a doctor can sit down and analyze what the problem. There are so many things. We haven't gotten this philosophy that even security is important. We don't have it. Those in power, their care is, we have oil. The resources keep coming at the end of every month. We just distribute them, sign contracts, and then go on a foreign trip. Take our wives and mistresses to shopping in Paris or wherever. Talk to any Nigerian politician. Talk to a German politician. He hires university researchers to prepare his position papers for any position he takes on any subject. Ask yourself, in our Senate, how many researchers, how many are employed by our lawmakers to research on the bills and the positions they are going to take? Security professionals, how many of them are employed? There's only security professionals employed by our people are those that will be driving the citizens out of the road so that their cars and their retinue of convoys will pass through. Building a society is an intellectual exercise. Making a society work is an intellectual exercise. So it requires people who can sit down and think. There are so many aspects: energy security, food security, physical security, military security. All those things are architectures that we really need to build. Tafa Balogun was a police commissioner, police inspector general of police in Nigeria under Obasanjo. Obasanjo had to fire him because he was embezzling up to close to 130 billion naira police funds. A security chief. Ihe Jirika was accused under Jonathan that they were selling weapons to Boko Haram. Our security personnel. Nigerian police have been accused severally of selling weapons to armed robbers. And what do you think they will do to a foreign nation that wants to sack Nigeria? They will just sell Nigeria to them. So you could see the characters that have manned sensitive portfolios in our governments across time, in our security architecture across time. There was something profound that one man that I have a cause to hate said, Hamza al-Mustafa. He said that any agitation, any insurgency that lasts more than 3 days in Nigeria, that the government is aware of it and has a hand in it. And he is correct. Either through culpable ignorance or because the government has not done any serious thinking on how to move the country forward. You are absolutely right. I have not. Security is the basis of it. Peter Obi said that if he got to power, he would tackle security on day one. I have expected that Tnubu would declare a state of emergency on the security sector. Read the Riot Act to his service chiefs. I have not heard that. I have not heard a policy addressed to the nation on security. How can we start getting it right when the person who is supposed to be in charge is not even thinking about these things? If you don't have security, your economy will not even progress. People should know that if they hurt you, that they're not gonna have it easy, and they will leave you in peace. My last Facebook entry 2 days ago was when I was arguing about this, my theory of hostage, and I said, if Africans should start trying to acquire nuclear weapons, because if you have the teeth, every other nation will allow you in peace to develop. Without that, they won't. because you have the resources they require. They will always find people to divide and conquer you with. But if they know that you have teeth, they will respectfully steer clear. Dogs do that. If a dog sees a big dog, it barks and barks and barks. When the big dog, it shifts the other way. So without security, we are going nowhere. You're absolutely right on that. I can only recommend that if Nigerian authorities are listening to us, they would listen to people who are making sense. They will listen to your telephones if you are trying to say things or criticize the government. But to listen to people who are making sense, they will not. So if they are listening, I will recommend that they should start thinking about, ask our president to give us a policy paper, a policy address on security for the Nigerian state. Where are we going? What are we doing? And then he should make it actionable. He should get researchers. He should get people who are versed in this area like yourself and get them to sit down in a think tank. Do you know why do you know why the German government gave me a scholarship? Because they put me in a think tank, what they call Zukunftswerkstatt, future workshop, where we sat down to think about the energy policy of Germany for the next 50 years. They brought people from all over the world they believe to be brilliant. Every sector you can think of: law, philosophy, energy, security. Our job was to sit down and think about energy policy for the next 50 years, not today. That's how I got my scholarship to come to Germany. So which African government is doing something like that? These guys are thinking far ahead of us, and we are competing for the same world and the same resources with them. Don't let me talk about China.
All right. So let's take a break. Oh, okay. Yeah. Let's take a break. And when we come back, we are going to continue. I promise you, he will take your questions if you are in the studio. And I see Mama Echo, when you are done with your phone call, we'll bring you in. So let's take a few minutes break. Thank you.
When your mazolo bio, akwa mazolo bio, Max, if you bunye lo kwanu mo no fube nazo olaga ni piazugo, ulaga do ni piazugo, akwa wilo chiyo biko rapuzuru, kona bazia. When your master because Abama water the sorry. If you're gonna move, like I don't need Yazigo, Abama will a china, bigger apple. Mazi welcome up. Odoguna Kwerezinaka. Onyoma niga delemo. Mazi ni mazi kama. Ibu go with melody. Nigga delemo. Olaga doni pesigo no. Olaga doni pesigo. Mama wilo chilo. Bigora muzo. Ana bazi. Say, onyama zoro de. Mama wazoro de. Sorry. Olaga doni piazugo, nazaboy. Olaga doni piazugo, Mama Wilo Chilo, Biko Rapuzero, Hanabazi. Odogu Kanano Bikechofo, Amakwamnika Gogodia, Waligwe Kwelona, Ikechoma Belabega. Hey, you want? Geduru joy na bugwa osa Sokoto Ujembe mwilo Anu solo mwe manofia nara Onye nwuro zurike.
Welcome everybody. Welcome back. We've been having a wonderful conversation with Dr. Franklye Ogbunwezeh, and he'll rejoin us in a minute. And as I promised, we will get everybody's question answered. If you are in the studio at this point, the only exception I'll make is Mama Echo. If by the time we get back, she's done with her phone calls, we will let her in. But our guest will join us as soon as he's ready. So thank you all for staying on, and we thank him because I booked him for 2 hours and we've done 3 hours. I want to thank Madam Luke for supporting us. We appreciate all the people who support this program. We wouldn't do this without them. So thank you all. I think our guest is, I think he's ready. So I will bring him back in, and we will continue the conversation. All right, Dr. Ogbunwezeh, welcome back. You're muted. All right. Mama Echo, I brought you in. I'll give you the chance. So I forgot where I stopped. who was the last person? I think. Okay. Man of Prestige. I wanted to get to the moderators who are also. I know that they came in sometime down the road. But let me go to you, Man of Prestige. I'll go to Mama Echo, and then we continue on that. Man of Prestige, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Greeting everybody.
Mr. Ogbunwezeh, nice to have you as a scholar. I will use a stronger term to describe who you are, because you're an excellent person, and I use a creative word. In California, where I am, we use blue to describe intellectuals. So you're a blue to me. That's what you are. Thank you very much. So I'm going to ask you this question in reference to some of the commentary made regarding the global complication we have right now, where it might lead. But I differ to you in a certain area when you said about American foreign policy, being the same. Whomever is in position, they're still going to, promote the same kind of foreign policy. And you stated that you don't like Trump, and I'll be very clear. I'm a Democrat, so I'm coming from that angle. The part I totally disagree with you that if Trump come into power, he might be able to negotiate. I think I disagree to a certain extent. The genesis of this war, I agree with you totally, because Russia has, whatever Russia is doing, they have right because of NATO, they are trying to penetrate, part of Russia by stationing their planes, Ukraine. And you made a comment. You use an example of Mexico. America wouldn't like Russia to come to, or China to come and station in Mexico. That narrative is perfectly right. But this is where we are right now. I don't see Trump coming in to extinguish the fire going on already. Why am I saying this? Because he like Putin. He's he can't tell Putin to stop the war. The war already started. Putin is not going to stop the war. That's for fact. And look at what's going on in Palestine right now. My lead is, it might be that the whole Arab might engulf into it right now. Trump is Trump is an authoritative. He will definitely side with Israel to go and wipe the whole Arab country. So wherever we are right now, Trump can't do anything in that. So my second question is about Nigeria. The revolution. I want you to it's just going to be one statement. What would you prefer in order to resolve the situation we have in Nigeria right now? Because there are two types of revolution. One of them is a forceful revolution, whereby we can use political violence, to reshape the country, and the other one is peaceful, part of sweeping, the present system we have. Which one will you think will benefit the country where we are right now? Because we're not going anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother, man of prestige, for, first of all, the compliments. I do appreciate them coming from you. To your question, whether Trump will be able to stop the war. Well, in the build-up to my answer, I said that American foreign policy doesn't change much. The Democratic Party and the Republican Party are just two faces of the same corporate structure that governs America. All these guys are beholden to the corporate world, the big banks. The American politics is so financialized that whoever pays the piper dictates the tune. And it seems that the same people, the same companies, the same defense contractors are paying both parties on all sides. They are the ones making election contributions. So, and they are the ones paying the lobbyists. And these lobbyists are the ones that draft the policies that most of these guys take to Congress to pass into law. So that's why you don't see much changing. As for Trump not being able to tell Putin to stop the war, one thing we forget, what a lot of people are not tuned into, is that the fact that the Russians never wanted this war. The Russians never wanted to confront the United States. They have done that by proxy in Vietnam. The United States, where the Russian-supported side beat the United States hands down, and America had to run out of Vietnam in Saigon in 1975. And America revenged on that. In Afghanistan, America armed the Mujahideens, and kicked Russia out of Afghanistan. So they have been doing the proxy thing, but they never wanted, the great powers have never confronted each other on the battlefield. So the Russians know that they don't have an economy to sustain a war. Do you know what it takes to pacify a country as big as Ukraine? The American planners know this. They want to bleed Russia. But the mistake they made is that forgot that Russia was equally an imperial and an industrial might. And Russia cranked up her military production. And that's why they're having an upper hand in the battlefield.
But in the midst of all this, there were peace negotiations going on. The Ukrainians and the Russians were already talking in Istanbul. And the West sent Boris Johnson to torpedo those discussions and told Zelensky, if you sign this, we're not going to support you. In fact, you will defeat the Russians on the battlefield. Against the advice of Pentagon military planners. So now, they are now coming to the idea that peace could be. So the Russians have always said, if you listen to the last address that Putin made, I read the Russian printout of that, the German printout of that speech. He said that our offer for negotiations is still open. So the Russians have always wanted to negotiate. It's the West that is saying we're not talking to Russia. So if Russia believes that they have a partner in either Kamala Harris or Trump, they are willing and ready to talk. Because, this guy, big power politics is like the mafians. Violence or war is bad for business. None of them wants it. But in America, it seems that the war has been the major, economy mover of the United States. It's always been. The defense contractors make a lot of money. Raytheon, Boeing, and all the rest of them. Okay? So, and that was what Eisenhower warned Americans in the 50s before he left office. Beware of the military-industrial complex. Kennedy didn't take that warning seriously, and they led him into the Bay of Pigs. And these are some of the things that led to Kennedy's assassination. So the Russians are ready to talk, I believe, because they are losing men as well. They are losing men and material. It's not an easy thing to run a war economy. It's because we don't see a motivation for the United States to talk to Russia because America doesn't have bodies on the ground or boots on the ground. The boots that they have are simply military advisors. But if body bags start flying to Dover Air Base, you will see that the people will start asking questions. And then that's exactly what happened in Afghanistan and in Iraq. The bodies started coming on. America started saying, you saw strong criticism against the war started coming up. And then all of a sudden, every president wanted to opt out. Obama winded down Iraq and said, our focus is on Afghanistan. And Biden came, and Biden had to run out of Afghanistan. The Taliban waited patiently and then took over. Immediately, Americans created a vacuum. So the Russians are ready to talk. And I can only see a diplomatic solution to the Russian-Ukraine impasse. Okay? The United States is not ready to send troops to defend Ukraine. Just know that. It's not ready. And they don't want to confront the Russians because they are doing back channel talking at the moment. So none of them wants to confront each other because they know what is in each other's arsenal. So Trump, if he opens up that gambit, he may find a willing partner in Putin. Putin is willing and ready to talk.
Thank you.
How about the second question in reference to Afghanistan if Trump, came into power? What do you think is going to be the triangle in that area?
Well, we can only speculate. Now, come to think of it, like, for example, I was an Obama guy. In 2008, I walked the wires from here to get Obama elected. I am a liberal in thinking. I don't like Trump, but there are certain, Trump is the only candidate in this election that has talked about talking to Russia. And due to my stand on my hatred of the use of nuclear weapons, on my hatred of the possibility of the United States confronting another nuclear armed power like Russia on the battlefield, I am listening closely to what Trump has said. He is ready to negotiate. And I find negotiation always better than going to war. So this is where I'm ready to give Trump a chance. In spite of his personality, failures and faults. We all have our faults. But if this is one achievement, he is going to bring in to turn down the heat on the global stage a little bit. I don't have a problem with that.
All right, thank you. For the rest of the people, please limit your question to one so that we can get everybody. Otherwise, we may end up being here.
Yeah, go ahead and put me at the back, please.
All
so
right.
other people can come in.
So also may you please, if you're watching, we have about 300 people watching and only 50 likes. I was told that you can click on like and more people will see this, because I think more people want more people to see the conversation we're having. What's the other thing I wanted to say? Thank you so much. Let's go to, I was told that the sequence is Bumi, Alaba, Michael, KJ, Chim, Flagship, Mama Echo, if she's ever going to come back without the phone, and then one man. All right, so Bumi, you're next.
Hello, can you hear me? Because I feel like I'm breaking up.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, fine. Good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening, everyone, and special greetings to our guest, Mr. Ogbunwezeh. I hope I didn't pronounce that name wrongly. My question is going to go directly to the media space, but specifically Nigerian media space. I don't know if you read recently about the African stream that was banned YouTube that was banned on YouTube and I think Facebook and that. So my question is gonna go, given the historical and geopolitical dynamics between Africa, Western power, and Russia, how do we interpret situations where African platforms like African Stream are accused of serving external interests like Russians, specifically when African interests might naturally align with Russians in certain global issues? Additionally, how does this influence African media space, aka Dr. Damage's platforms, that do not have major African space, considering that African content creators don't typically own major platforms that they use, and how does that impact the narrative that shapes the African society?
Oh, Bumi, you're a very brilliant person. Thank you for this question. The West today has lost every moral integrity when it comes to lecturing anybody about human rights, freedom of speech, and democracy. And they sacrificed that to defend what Israel is doing in Gaza and what they are doing against Putin in Russia. Before this war started, Joe Biden, the United States president, called together major media, social media companies and had a meeting with them. In the meeting, it was discussed that they are going to help the American war effort against Russia. But America never declared a war on Russia. They are just doing it by proxy. So when a government calls together the press, which is supposed to be the watchdog of a government, and tells them, you are going to look at what we're going to do, so I'm going to support a war effort, there is no more freedom of speech. And then you watch that major social media platforms are now removing content that is critical of Israel. It started, you saw what happened in American universities, people protesting in New York, at Columbia, and everywhere. They are beaten down by the police. In a democracy, freedom of speech, people are being canceled because they spoke out for Palestine. So if you say anything that may be construed as you saying something that favors Russia or Putin, you are canceled automatically. In Germany, 28 elite intellectuals wrote a letter to the German chancellor demanding that Germany talks to Putin. You know, these people were dealt with ruthlessly in the press. They were presented as the worst of the worst, as traitors to the cause, because there is a narrative that the West wants to, those in power and wants to advance, and the narrative is that Putin is a devil, that Putin is a monster. They forget that Putin is the head of state of a country the country has strategic interests like they do. So, but for you to go to war, you know, Voltaire said something. He said that those who make you believe absurdities will make you commit atrocities. You cannot mobilize people, young men who don't have problems with young Westerners, who don't have problems with young Russians, to rise up and go and kill those that they don't have any problems with without serious propaganda. And this is that's why General Smedley, an American general that was sent by the CIA and the American and the Chiquita Banana companies, United Banana Company, to Latin America to pacify Arbens in Guatemala, came back and said that every war is a racket. Every war is a racket. Just write it down. So now that they are targeting every voice that don't believe they are not controlling this, and then tomorrow they will come out to lecture Africans about freedom of speech, but they are the ones, you know, trying to make sure that our voices are not heard. Anyway, government manipulating the press didn't start today. It didn't start with this administration. You have to know, if you read about the CIA's Operation Mockingbird, you will know that that's when they started, and then they started trying to get the media to be on their side and manipulating what we know and rewriting history to suit them. History is a weapon. Do you know who said that? Howard Zinn. Howard Zinn was an American professor. He wrote a book called A People's History of the United States. Pick up that book and read. And then you will see how he reinterpreted history from the perspectives of the oppressed, of the victims of history. And then you will see a different thing, that most of the things that you are being taught and told were lies. And he had evidence, reams of them. So African Stream was removed because they believe that African Stream had a wider reach among Africans, and that Africans who were victims of colonialism recognized the colonial settler state when they see one. Recognize that most of the things that the West have been telling us have been lies. Many of us read The West and the Rest of Us by Chinwizu. Many of us read John Pilger and his documented cases of how the West supported the genocide in East Timor. Many of us read his works on Shatila and Sabra and Shatila in Lebanon in 1982, how Ariel Sharon and the West supported a genocide that killed 3,000 people in one day. So they don't want people who have that reach to keep talking. Ask yourself what Julian Assange did that warranted him being in jail all this while. Not even in jail. They frustrated him and make sure that he lost his liberty and freedom. He showed the truth about what the United States did to journalists in Iraq, murdered them for fun. And they sat on this guy. So, and every Western journalist kept quiet. What did Israel do to Al Jazeera? They sacked them. How many journalists have Israel killed in their Gaza operations? Over 190. And no Western leader has risen up to condemn that. So, but if you talk Africans, we have been victims of colonialism. We know that. Many of us see what is happening in Palestine as what happened in South Africa. Many people, many Nigerians that call Nasrallah a terrorist would have called Nelson Mandela a terrorist if the same propaganda was heaped on Mandela. Many Westerners called Mandela. Mandela was a terrorist till his name was an American no-fly list till 2000. Don't forget that this guy was released from prison in 94 and he became president a short while later. But his name was still an American no-fly list till 2000. Can you imagine that? So those who own the means of delivering the narrative will always rule the world. That's why the Arabs, do you know what they did? They opened up Al Jazeera to tell their own story. The Chinese opened up CTGN to tell their own story. For you to arrive in this world of cultural wars, you must be able to project your story. And that's why if people don't understand why Igbos or Nigerians, we are talking about Idris Elba becoming the face of Okonkwo, it's about narrative. It's about you telling your own. You are the only person that has the competence to tell your own story. But the masters of the universe don't want you telling your own story. They want to tell your story for you. That's why African Stream was banned. And that's the danger that platforms like Dr. Damages, this is the danger they face. If you say the truth and if you tone if you raise the tones very high, you run the risk of being shut down because we don't own the platforms. Facebook is a platform. We don't own that. We don't own the internet companies. Amazon cloud services doesn't belong to us. So they can easily shut you down and then make sure that nobody hears your voice. But that's the mistake that they are making. The mistake that they make is that once you shut the people down, they go into the underground. And underground has forever been breweries of revolution. And African young people are now saying what Chinwezu told us, that the West never meant Africa well, because we can't even tell our own story. They shut us down. We can't even align with whoever we want. They shut us down. We can't even say, that we don't like this. No, they have to determine for us. And that's the way, unfortunately, where the world works. But Africans must find alternative means. We should start creating our own platforms. This is why I blame Nigerian leadership. If we have power, Nigeria has the kind of quality individuals that could create their own platform. If I tell you something, many Nigerians in Europe are so dissatisfied that if there is constant power supply in Nigeria, many of them will go home. They will relocate home and start applying what they learned here, there. And these are the people that will create the platforms that we are lacking. These are the people that will challenge the world to hear our story. Look at what content creators are doing, African content are doing on Facebook, in nice cake makers. Some may say they are crude, but these guys are breaking barriers. Can you imagine what they can do if they have the kind of environment that these guys here in Europe have? The sky will not even be their limit. The sky will be the playground for them and the gods.
All right. Thank you. Alaba, you're next.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Franklin. My question is going to touch on you. It's going to touch on the people on this panel. It's going to touch on anybody who have an iota of education. It's going to touch on the generality of the Nigerian people. And firstly, I don't believe we have a democracy. We have a permanent coup d'etat in 1999 by the ruling elites against the masses. It took last year's election for most Nigerians to be sensitized to this fact, and most still don't believe it. And like you said, education plays a vital role in the development of any country. You've seen its transformation of China, the way education has transformed China from 700 million in poverty, taken out of poverty. So the question now is this: Nigeria has given a lot of education to a lot of people, a lot of lawyers who I question their education, because how can you have laws where someone is asked to go be sworn in while the case that challenges his eligibility for that post goes on, and there's no single lawyer in town that raised an opposition to that for 24 years? A situation where we have journalists who are, I call them tripod journalists, camera carrying journalists, who don't question or ask tangible questions or believe in the audacity of the public to know. Rather, they just echo the voices of the rulers, who I like to call ruiners. Or how would you explain where we have tons of engineers and nobody is constructing, building, or developing, or scientists? I can go on and on and on. So my question is on the elites. And the elites, the way I picked up a definition, there are several, is a select group of people that is superior in terms of ability or quality to the rest of the society. Now, these people are supposed to be the light of the community. I know we blame our people for collecting money during election, but what's the role of our elite? Our elite, in my own personal view, are the ones who destroyed Nigeria. That's my own personal view. Our elites are culpable in our present situation. While Tnubu is not Nigerians' problem, it's just a symptom of Nigerians' problem. Our problem are the elites. You know, whatever they call themselves, they want to live in their banana island, they want to live in their Victoria Island, but they want Mushin to exist. They want that to exist. They're putting on the cap of the white man. You know, they are now the big man. And our system of government, I describe it as big manism, which is akin to apartheid. It is akin to apartheid in my own view, but I call it big manism. It's the same as apartheid, but it's not based on color, where people, you know, like the VDM's case, you know, very dark man story. It's not today people be sentenced to jail that never spent a day in jail. It's not today. If you're a big man, you get away with anything. You get away with murder in Nigeria. So My question is this, and not just that. I noticed that for us as a people, the mind of our political elite is that their thoughts are concentrated on events and feelings of the moment, and they little suffer from the apprehension for the future or grief for the past. Unfortunately, this is something someone wrote way back, and they're full of personal vanity, little sense of veracity. They are conspicuously deficient in the management and control of men or business, and they love to display power but fail to realize its responsibility, and their religious sense seldom rises above pathistic animalism and seems to be more often to take the form of a vague dread of the supernatural. These are the type of elites we have produced. Because, and I see it in my WhatsApp alumni association. I see it on this panel. You know, while we are trying to focus, our elite will tell us that what you're seeing is not what it is. You're not looking at it right. You know, our problem is not that bad. They have that problem in China. They have that problem in US. So my question is, do we really have elites?
Oh my God, my brother, yours. Am I on?
Yeah, you're on.
Yours is a tour de force. You have said it all. What do you want me to add? you said it all. You just described the Nigerian situation. Our journalists are stenographers, what I call vuvuzelas of power. They are just there to blow the trumpets for powerful people. Power without responsibility. You said it. Okay. How did they come about it? What every other guy, you know, our major problem, one of it is the psychology of poverty. Psychology of poverty is that I am waiting for the other guy so that I could get in and steal as much as I can. You know, so for me to get there, I have to praise him. I have to make sure that I don't rock the apple cart until I get there. James Ibori is a case in point. What was he doing in London before he came back to Nigeria? He was convicted of several malfeasances before he got back to Nigeria. And he started serving one of their power mongers, Abacha and all the rest of them. And then when he got to power, his indiscipline showed. A Nigerian governor being imprisoned in London, the Senate president, you know, there you call them big manism. These guys are sociopathological. Okay. Some of them, they behave in ways that when you listen to what they say and the way they describe the people that they are supposed to be serving, you will have a cause to know that there is something essentially wrong. As for having elite, the elite of the Nigerian state, the elite of the African elite, many of them are abroad and in the diaspora doing their bit, like yourself. When I listen to you talk, I weep for my country. Do you know why? I have listened to excellent, brilliant young men and women today here, and all of them are contributing towards making another society better. They are not in Nigeria. Nigeria has lost our generation and is going to lose more. Okay, so what do you want me to say to all this? Do we have elites?
There are those that are abroad that are still saying, I mean, you wonder, and they are in another man's land enjoying the benefits of it, but yet I don't know, I'm confused.
Yeah, they're the ones that wait for these politicians to come abroad and dash them 50 euros, and then they will join them and carry their bags and then ask them for a contract. You know, there was a time Obasanjo came to Germany in 99. And then, no, in 2000, during his second term. And they said that the president wants to see Nigerians who are professionals. We shall all bring our CVs for appointment. I said, bring our CVs for appointment. Into what? And friends and colleagues here were leaning on me. Who wants it? Just get your CV. They will pick you. I said, me. Get my CV to get an appointment. For what? And you come there on that day, it was so full of people that you know that are not worth anything anywhere around you. And they are there carrying CVs and talking to one of the houseboys of Obasanjo and the other, just to get them to talk to the president. This is what Africans do and Nigerians do. A European will come to ask his leader questions, tell me what you're going to do for the country. You know, when John Kennedy asked Americans, ask not what the country, what America can do for you, ask what you can do for America. It was not Nigerians who were last on the line. Nigerians were not even present on that occasion. Everybody is asking, what can I gain from this country? What can I gain from this Nama? Okay, Nigeria is just that's why. What's the concept we use? National cake, dividends of democracy. Democracy is hard work. Okay, national cake. That is nobody's talking about producing this cake. Everybody's talking about coming to have a share, and that's the terms our elites and politicians use. Our elites are abroad, and these elites are the ones that will save that country after these fools must have finished destroying it. Okay, so my brother, start gunning for something important in the area of Nigeria you come from. Keep talking, keep speaking out. Your voice alone is someday gonna what? Making people listen and try to make a change. So don't keep quiet. If you keep quiet, you abandon the field. Keep talking. You see the way and how passionate you talk to me now? Keep talking. Keep hammering on the issues. Someday it will fall on a fertile soil and it will germinate with fruits that will be in our best interest.
All right. Thank you, Alaba. Michael, you're next.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Dr. Rudolph. It's a pleasure seeing you. That's my first time being on your platform.
Oh,
I'm so
wow.
glad. Yes, this is about, I listen to you all the time, play back several times. So this is my first time. Thank you for inviting me and thank you for allowing me. Dr. Ogbunwezeh, because I have to pronounce your name right, because we have the habit, especially we that live in diaspora, refusing to tell people how to pronounce our name, because our name is so significant, it's our culture, and our name has a meaning. Because if I ask you now, what is the meaning of Ogbunwezeh? It's going to take us another day.
No, it's very simple. It's very simple. The name in my culture, we don't have kings. So my family is the family that goes. Anybody that rises and wants to become king, we set him aside. We drive him out. So Ogbunwezeh, Eze means king in Igbo language. So we are the ones that make sure that nobody calls himself a prince that will come to rule over us now.
Excellent. I like that because my own, you can see my name. I shortened it. It's Adetimire because when I go to butcher my name, and my wife is saying, because my wife is a Caribbean, let them know how to pronounce your name. I said, wow, I'd never know that. Thank you so much. So that's why I say, everybody here as diaspora, we have to know how to pronounce our last name or our name in the time of it, because that's the way we can educate other people about us. Okay, coming to the point. My question to you is, I don't like to talk, is democracy good for Africa, and particularly to Nigeria? Because democracy, for me, I've looked at it, it does not serve us as people of African descent. Because we have our own system of ruling before the colonizer came in, before the white man comes to Africa. And he has worked for a long period of centuries. But now when they came in with their own, because especially I'm a Yoruba, when I read the Yoruba people, the way they are set up, the way your empire was set up, is you cannot rule that society without consequences. You cannot be a king without a consequence or being the dictator. But with all this white man generation and that came to us, we buy into their system of government, their system of operation, which has not served the African people in a very long time. Even though we then talking about constitutional amendment, what is it going to be amended in that constitution that is going to unite the whole country together? Because for me, as you see, I grew up in northern Nigeria, and I speak more of Hausa language than my own Yoruba language. So in that case, so how do we, and maybe another time you will talk about when you talk about China development, I'm looking at every part of the world that is well developed. They use their own language because the language is a code that a lot of people don't know. Because when I'm able to speak my language to you, we are using code and we're able to fight our enemies. So those are the two questions that I have on the table. I know you cannot answer all, but hopefully next time, just talking to one. And Dr. Rudolph, I like the break entertainment. I was about getting my dancing shoes, trying to roll down. Thank you, brother.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right.
Thank you, my brother. I cannot thank you enough. Thank you for the issue about my name, and then thank you for being this authentic African that you are. When you talk about democracy, you have to know we just borrowed what our colonial masters left. So somebody said I call them masters. That's just for it's epistemological for understanding purposes. It's not that I regard anybody as a master who has not earned it. So we just borrowed and we never made changes to them. That's the major problem. Nigeria started out as a parliamentary democracy because that was what the British left us. And then in the build-up to the 1979 Constitution, the military under Obasanjo, who was very much, people in the know told to say that Obasanjo was a CIA agent. So Obasanjo and his the Supreme Military Council were leaning in favor of the American kind of presidential system. And that was how the Constituent Assembly of that time, started working towards a constitution that will give us a presidential system of government. And that threw up Shagari in 1979 till 1983 when Buhari kicked him out. So, and it's the same all over Africa. And why did they leave us democracy? Okay. So, and they have been teleguiding these democracies because that's what they understand. They never understood the finesse of a developed culture like the Yoruba culture, where the Oba sits as the king, the Oyomesi gathers around him, and then the Oba doesn't just do anything he wants because the Oboni may force him to commit suicide if he doesn't go according to the dictates of what the culture stipulates. Okay, that served our people for centuries. That was our culture. Okay, so and that's why when I was eulogizing Achebe's things fall apart, showing the white man that we were never savages. We had a culture that respected the fullness of a human person. We have a culture that has systems and structures. Okay, if you come to Igbo country, this is an egalitarian democracy. People you don't just do anything. There are laws, there are customs, and it guided us, and it saved us for millennia, and it evolved over time and gave us what we had. The important thing you said tonight is the fact that every country that ever became anything used its own language and forced others to learn about it on its own terms. Africa is the only place where it was different. We were forced to learn on the terms of the colonizers. And we never, when we got our so-called independence, there was never a movement to change that trajectory. And this is why you can always fall in love with what Ngugi wa Thiong'o is doing in Kenya, trying to start writing literature in the local languages. If you go to Russia to study, you have to learn Russian. If you come to Germany, I speak German fluently, you have to speak German. If you get to England, you have to pass TOEFL to study in the United States. These guys are not stupid. The Chinese speak Chinese. It's their language of instruction. But in Nigeria, our language of instruction is English. In Francophone Africa, they are all French. They speak better French than they speak their mother tongues. And there is no Nigerian language today that has not been corrupted by English. Okay? So our revolution, that's why I said when we talk about reforming education, we have to reform our educational curriculum. Our curriculum is still colonial. Thomas Sankara tried to make sure that French is no longer used in the schools in Burkina Faso. It was one of the reasons why he was murdered. Today, the new ruler in Burkina Faso and Mali, they are now trying to say that French is no longer our official language. Africa should start thinking. I'm not saying that we should abolish everything altogether. You know, we have gained access to what technologies of the white man. You know, the world is more interconnected, but we have to seek local solutions to local problems, especially in the system of our governance. Okay, today we have denuded our traditional rulers of power and giving it to governors. A governor, and you could see an emir, a governor kicking out an emir in Kano and installing another one, 2 emirs in one stool. Okay, because we got what? So I don't have the answers, but we can start thinking about local solutions. This is where research is important. We gather what are our experts doing. Ferreira made a point. We have engineers that don't build anything. We have researchers that don't produce any paper. All we do in our universities is to write papers and publish them in Western journals, and then for our universities to give us professorship. As that's how our research should focus on local solutions to local problems. How could we build durable roads for the tropical environment? Because it seems that the roads macadams that we build in Nigeria, they don't last. So what can we do to fit our environment? This is a question for our engineers. If I am Tnubu today, I will call a summit of Nigerian researchers and professors, and I will stay there and divide them into groups. Engineers, give me a lasting solution to road problems in Nigeria. Electrical engineers, give me solution to the power problems in Nigeria. Local solutions. I'm not going to go look for an external expert. All these branches. This is what a government that is forward-looking and visionary does. But like you said, everybody is concerned about what can I get and how can I go home and build a mansion. Okay, as if to say building a mansion solves all the problems. If your society doesn't progress, you're still forever a poor man. So that's what Nigerians are. We are poor people because we're not advancing, and we cannot lift everybody up. So I don't have the solution. The democracy is not our best system. We should try to mix this democracy with local systems and make them work for us. Nigeria tried it in the area of law. We used to have customary laws being applied pari passu with the English common law, and we used to have Sharia law, parts of it in the not in the penal code until Sharia was introduced in 1999. These are accommodations that we really need to make sure that local solutions that have served our people is brought into play to start serving us this time around. Democracy, China is not practicing democracy, but they are a world power now. Okay, Spain and Portugal were not democracies when they were stealing and raping lands across Latin America and Africa. Okay, that pushed them, gave them the currencies that they have today to become world powers. Okay, United States is quasi an oligopolic plutocracy. It's not even a democracy in the real sense of the word. So people find what suits them and apply it. So Nigerians should start looking. Intelligent men like you should start helping us with solutions.
All right, thank you. So the sequence where we're going is KJ, Chim, Flagship, Okija, and then we check on Mama Echo if she's willing to concentrate on the show. So KJ, you're first.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. I have listened to you. I'm not even sure that I have any proper question for you, because you've really talked about a lot of things, and right now what you have made me to understand that I'm not crazy after all. Some of what you have said, we have held those views, and we are looked at as people who don't understand politics. But thank God that somebody who is higher than I has come to marshal out those things, and we are grateful. I can listen to you from now till tomorrow without being tired, because you bring a lot of insight and citations into what you're speaking, so it makes it very authentic. I want to thank you, but I will move a bit out of the Nigerian situation and talk about international politics, especially here in America. Recently we noticed that those who accuse Trump of being an existential threat to democracy quietly or peaceably or forcefully removed what's his name, Biden, from his achieved or his voted in position, and moved in someone else, and they did not consider that as being undemocratic. And I don't know, would you say that is a new form of democracy? And if that is be the case, are they taking the Nigerian playbook to America now, or is America taking Nigerian playbook to also execute their own? Which one is it?
Those guys, you want to put me in trouble. Okay, it's very simple. I believe that old age started coming in, creeping in on Joe Biden, and everybody started saying it. And the higher echelon of the Democratic Party believed that it was their responsibility to do something, even if there was this the cabinet could have kicked Biden out if they believe that he's incapacitated to keep on governing the United States. So this is intra-party politics. Intra is within the party. In as much as they don't break it, they don't break any American laws in doing that. The party is the one charged with the responsibility of providing a candidate. It is who the party says is our candidate, is our candidate. And Joe Biden was leaned on to announce his resignation. Most of the resignations you see in world politics, many of them are forced. People were compelled. People don't just resign easily. Power is a crazy thing. People don't leave power willingly. Many of the guys that is here, I now resign my position, they were forced. If you don't resign, we kick you out. Or if you don't resign, we accuse you of something. And that. So that is just the way it works. That's real politics. But whatever the Democrats say about Trump, I just take it with a bag of salt. And whatever the Republicans say about Biden, I take it with another bag of salt. It's party politics. Every party would like to position its candidate as the best and the other one as a devil. It's normal. So it's a season of politicking. So, but it doesn't, in as much as no one is prevented from vying for votes or being assassinated, like the attempts on Trump's life. I believe the American state is the responsibility of the American state to get to the root of those assassination attempts, or else they will make people lose confidence in that system. Everybody should be allowed the level playing field. If the people want Trump, that's what democracy is. They voted him once. If they want Biden, Kamala Harris ticket, that's what democracy is. They should let it be. So there is 4 years, like in Nigeria, Nigerians will tell you to go to court after they have stolen the election. You get the point. So, so if the Democrats if they don't like Trump, they can go to court. They have been in court all this while. They have thrown the kitchen sink at him, but it seems to be the Teflon Don. None of them is sticking. So I don't know. Personally, I will not vote for Trump if I am voting in an American election, but only because of one policy, I will vote for him. And that is his stand on Russia and the United States. That's where I will cast my vote for. I don't vote for persons. Listen, if I see what the truth is, I am ready. I wrote an article where I said I am an intellectual prostitute. I am ready to lie down with any idea that pays me more in the hard coinage of facts. If you give me more facts and evidence, I'll go with you. I don't go with you because you are science. And if you give me false information and the other person is giving me the true information, I'll follow that person. So in this case, I will follow Trump. If there are other policies where I'll follow the Democrats, but I vote principles, not parties or personalities. So that's all I have to say about that one.
Okay. I know we're out of time. This is more like 4 hours. Good. So quickly, I just want to get to a few people more. Jim, you are next, and then Flash.
Good day to everybody. Thanks, Rudolph, as usual, for your ability to bring someone who's intellectual. And Dr. Franklin, it's a pleasure to meet you again. I was going to make some comments on the American election, but I just love the way you've handled it, especially the last comment you've made when it comes to people, being rational enough to be considerate to ask yourself certain critical questions. And if those things check the box, then you swallow hard and vote the thing that makes sense. Someone said, I voted Hillary Clinton and I cried when she didn't win. But when Trump's economy favored me, I said, you know what, this guy has done so well. Unfortunately, even though I'm a Democrat, The current candidate is not able to prove to me that if I hand the next 4 years into her hands, that my economy will be good. And as a result of that, I have no choice than to be voting for Trump. Sometimes people don't make these rational decisions when they just go with sentiments. But I'll leave it at that. I didn't start the conversation early, so full disclosure, I don't know where exactly you started, but from where I started listening, I will ask you a question. I've been reading The Confession of an Economic Hitman lately, and a lot of things have been jumping out at me, and I've been like, whoa. There have been times I almost felt like the ground was going to open and I would fall in. In fact,
it's an excellent book.
I'm wonderful. I'm not done yet, but the portions where I've gone halfway. In fact, when I pick up Nigerian leaders, I'm tempted to call them economic hitmen. Based off the things I have read. And so my question is in part in the area where you were talking about, because we dwell on these issues a lot about the imperialistic impacts on Nigeria and Africa. And reading that book, some questions have jumped out in line with what you said. Number one is, we've had a man like Omar Torrijos of Panama, who at the point when he came to office was at the time when those American policies were intended to, the things we see as economic aids. We hear, oh, they're giving you. Now I began to understand that those things are not economic aids. These are attempts to kill an entire population, masked as economic aid. But there were instances where that economic aid, the way the Americans were bringing it, the leaders insisted they wanted it to be done in the way that will favor their people. And that's where a person like Omar Torrijos comes into perspective. And then the next thing is the Saudis. How the Saudis use the same economic aid to produce this monstrous organization today called Aramco. So my question is this, I don't want to go too deep. Is it difficult for a Tnubu as president to say, okay, yes, fine, I know there's economic aid. I know sometimes economic aids are not packaged to favor nations, but please, America, I want the one you're packaging for me, not to be for my interest. Let it be for the interest of my nation. Because I've said this somewhere. Why is it difficult for you to have a nerd or to have a, the Onitsha-based man, call him, whether you call him assembly plant or whatever you want to call him, the guy who's making vehicles in Nigeria. Innocent, thank you. Why is it difficult for the government to say, you know what? I want you to be manufacturing vehicles. These are the specifications we want for our president. This is the specification we want for our economy. Why is it difficult for our leaders to say we will work for our people and not be economic hitmen for the Western world? Because right now, if what I read in that book is true, if it's true, then it means that every person that has lined up, whether it is Aguda House in Lagos or current Aso Rock, are all economic hitmen. So I don't want to keep blaming the Western world. It's easy to say, oh, they don't want to develop. But if me and my wife are having a quarrel, somebody is trying to come in between us, is it not my choice to say, honey, let's not allow somebody get in between us? Why do our leaders allow the Western world get in between us? That's the reason.
Okay. I got your question. It's so very simple. Nigeria's case is very, very special. The British wanted to grant us independence in 1956. And then came the curse. Was it fate or destiny? I don't know. Oil was discovered in Olobiri, River State, in the same year, 56. The British hurried and said, hell no, we are not. They never wanted to leave Nigeria. I will refer you to another book. Go out and read about Operation Legacy. Write it down, search it out. This is a process. The British government destroyed every file about the Nigerian colony and most of their colonies. They don't want it to fall into the hands of the coming in government. All the crimes they committed, all the treachery, all the perfidies, they never wanted us to see it. So, and they said, oh, oil in commercial quantities and one of the best in the world, Bonny, light, sweet crude. And then they decided to independence is going to be pushed. And Azikiwe and the rest kept fighting. And they decided we're not going to hand power to the progressive elements. We're going to hand power to the conservative element. And the conservative elements were the people who never wanted the British to leave. Sorry, they were our northern brothers. They never wanted the British to leave. So we are going to hand power to them so that we could keep control of this oil. Before Economic Hitman was published, I read the declassified files of the British government during the Biafran War. And you will see the government saying that their interests shall be in the Niger Delta. They're not ever going to leave it for another Megwojuku in the east or the easterners or the progressive element. And that was the basis. They supported the federal side with weapons and diplomatic cover to commit genocide in Biafra. I wrote a book titled The Tragedy of a Tribe. I'm still proofreading it just so that I can publish it. It's about a 300-page book about Nigerians, commentary about Nigeria and the Biafran War as well. And I cited this document I gave where you can find it in this book. So I'll wait until my book comes out so that you can patronize me. And then
yeah, we'll bring you back.
So that's the major problem. So Nigeria, since then, the British have decided they are going to have a hand in anybody that governs Nigeria till today. Quote me anywhere on this, till date. That is the major reason why Buhari never had any debate in Nigeria, that he went to Chatham House. Same with Tnubu, never had any. He knew, Tnubu told us, do whatever you want, I'm going to win this election. It's not because he had people that will vote for him. It's because he has been assured, do this, and then you get access to Aso Rock. They have never stopped. So Nigeria is a special case. And these people don't even know the game that is being played. Tnubu has forever been an agent delivering information to the Americans in Lagos. It's on. Tnubu told the Americans that Buhari is a religious bigot. He should not be president of Nigeria. It's on WikiLeaks files. Okay, so Nigeria has been a special case. Nigeria is not only strategic, the most strategic nation in Africa, the largest economy in Africa, if not that Buhari plunged us into the abyss. Nigeria has the largest population in Africa. Okay, one of the most educated workforces in the continent, the second largest military in the continent. So these are strategic reserves that anybody who wants to conquer Africa can never sidestep Nigeria, plus our crude oil and many other minerals that we don't even know that is being exploited daily by the Chinese and exported out. So Nigeria is a special case. So it's not only the economic hitmen. All these loans that we are getting tied us so much down that we can, even today, do you know that Nigeria borrowed 3 point something billion from the African Development Bank in exchange for crude oil? So our crude that we are going to dig out tomorrow has already been mortgaged for a loan that Buhari used for ways and means in the name of stabilizing the Naira. And then the Naira has not been stabilized. The Naira has gotten worse and the money is nowhere to be seen or found. So our leaders are parts of the problem. In a world where we have major problems, our leaders are compounding it because we have not had leaders who are selfless. We have not had leaders who are visionless enough and who have decided to work for the interest of this country, to leave their footprints on the sands of time, like Longfellow told us. Everybody just come, hey, I just do my thing, and then if I go, I go. And then after all, I will be paid from the federation account as an ex-president. That's all they are hoping for. That's why they get there. They don't have any vision. Ask Tnubu, where does he see Nigeria in 20 years? Anybody that comes to a national debate, ask him as president, where do you see this country in 20 years? None of them has anything to say. No one has ever articulated where he wants to see Nigeria in 20 years. Start there, and then you will see where the problem lies. So I am not only blaming the colonial masters. I said that there are factors sustaining the African predicament, African leadership, biogeographic factors, imperialism and colonialism and neocolonialism. The leadership takes a chunk of it.
All right, we're rounding up now. We've gone too far off time, and one more question from Flagship, and then you give us your final thoughts. Flagship.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, and good afternoon to you and to the rest of the panelists. Dr. Ogbunwezeh, it is good to see you again.
My pleasure.
Last time you were here, it was, each time you come back to this platform, you don't get the same information. It's like you are a man with so much wealth of information. I don't have a direct question because you've answered every question that I had. I was listening to you from where I was coming back home. I've been privileged to attend a lot of conferences and seminars, and I have a clue of what it takes. Monetary wise, to get someone of your caliber to come speak. If I'm to place value on it in terms of money or cash, the hours that you spent with us today, I don't think this platform can afford it. And I know what men of your capacity get paid to speak, and not just speaking, but speaking with so much wealth of knowledge being dissipated to every one of us. So, Rudolph, pardon me, I don't mean to do this before you, but this is from me personally. I want to say thank you so much. I have learned so much. I've made some notes, and I would like to see you again on this platform. But this time I want you to speak on something you mentioned, which I think would be a great asset for those of us in the diaspora, of which you are one, that we can add to our bucket list of attempts and approach in how we can help our nation back home. And that's the think tank method you talked about, that the Germans implemented many years ago. I would like us to know more. I personally want to learn more about that. I think it will benefit those of us Nigerians in the diaspora to try to figure out the methodology of how this module works. And I believe it's going to be a great tool for us to begin to figure out other methods other than our continued agitation and speaking, which are great. We need to figure out a way to bring our best minds that are abroad in whatever nations we are in every aspect or sector of whatever parts of the economy we live in, what we are knowledge on, to put them together and begin to take it back home. My biggest part is education. Everything that we've spoken about today, if we go back to how we are being educated, and I don't mean education within four walls of an academic institution, it could be street education, it could be education at the informal level, you name it. If we change it, if we're able to change it and get to the minds of our people, we stand a great chance of turning that country around. That would be the biggest revolution that we can ever implement in order to get our nation out of the hands of the captors, so to say, who have it. So please, Dr. Rudolph and Dr. Ogbunwezeh, please think about the next meeting we have. I really want to explore more on that think tank method or model that the Germans worked on, and many other great nations are doing it today. Even the BRICS today are doing it, and they've started sucking up great men, agile young men from Nigeria into their British force to expand their base military-wise. We need to start thinking about how we can put ourselves together and go back with the knowledge that we have acquired in these Western nations and use it to better our home, rather than living here, dying here with this knowledge and not doing any good to our people at home. So again, thank you so much. And lastly, I did request for a copy of your book the last time you came. And Rudolph asked me for my address. I sent it to him, but I never got it. I don't know if you sent it. If you did not, I still want it. I think it's a read that I want to keep in my collection.
Okay. Thank you very much. Rudolph, I'm just taking this, and this should be my final question for tonight. I promise you guys that whenever Rudolph calls, it's one of my duties to my country, and so that we can find a common point in trying to move Nigeria forward. Thank you, my brother. I agree totally to the letter with every word you have just uttered. Education is the key. I wrote an article that was published by the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. It was titled Education in the Quest for Responsible Governance in Africa. You can Google it. It's online, I guess. They got in touch with me and asked me, they are going to publish this, and they published it to great acclaim. I was doing philosophy. I was showing what without education, you cannot have responsible governance anywhere. Because democracy needs that enlightened mass of people that could ask critical questions of the leaders. We don't have it yet. Okay. So education doesn't necessarily mean sitting down in the classroom and learning ABC. It means applying critical thinking. An intelligent man is not the man that has a lot of information. It's the man that applies critical thinking to whatever he does. That's intelligence. That's our difference, the difference between Homo sapiens and other animals, because we apply intelligence rational and conscientiously to problems confronting us. So education is the key. And the think tank method, not only Germany. There is this little organization in the United States called DAPA. It's called the brain of the Pentagon. Do you know what these guys do? They don't have any research institution. They co-opt university professors across many universities in America and around Europe and the world. And they do researches. They finance and fund these researches, and the end products are given to the military for testing. And these are weapons that the United States use. And that's how they keep on being ahead of many other nations. The computer that we are using today was produced by DAPA. Internet was a DAPA product. Okay? So these guys were, and these were 1940s technology. If you hear that Israel used beepers to kill people in Lebanon, this was DAPA technology. And this was 20 years ago technology. It's not even today. So these guys have been thinking ahead. But where are we? Just clapping for them. Hey, the white man is a magician. It's the same heads that we have. Okay, so there are ways of creating that. We don't even need to found institutions. We could use already existing structures in our universities. Create labs. Finance them. Give the professors leeway to research. Agricultural production. How do we produce better cassavas? How do we produce better tomatoes in Nigeria? How do we ensure our food security in Nigeria? Get people to think about it. How do we use architectural planning to control crowds? How do we place our roads so that less accidents will be happening on our roads? These are what people sit down to think about. This is what vision is all about. And you don't need to create a new agency where you pack everything. No, use existing universities. We have universities in Nigeria. Finance the work of professors. If you select a group of experts that will look at the researches that are being done across the universities and select the ones that are promising to finance and fund and follow them to conclusion. And then the federal government will own the process and the end products. That's how it's done everywhere. Okay, so we can start thinking about it, and then we will organize something. I will really get your address this time from Rudolph, and then I will get in touch with you on this, because this is something that's very close to my heart. But you have to know, once you start doing this, the world starts taking note. Okay,
right.
And once the world starts taking note, then you have to talk about security. So this is why it's only governments that can finance this. There's a book you have to read. Every major invention that you see today was financed by the state. It's called, the title of the book is Entrepreneurial State. The state from United States to China. All these things that you see brought to the market, many of them were financed by the state and hijacked, and individuals came upon them at a point. The state has the resources to finance research, but our own resources are financing the flamboyant lifestyles of our senators. I am out of here.
All right. Thank you so much. Wonderful evening with you. And we appreciate you. We'll call you again, especially when your book is out. You know, this is a platform for you to come and let's talk about it. Thank you. All right. I know a lot of people did not get a chance to ask questions, but I
There will
promise
be a next time.
there will be a
I'll be
next time. I appreciate all of you. Let's take a break. We'll come back and then we'll look at what happened. Thank you.
Because we are not mining in China, we are not doing any mining in America or mining in Europe, but they are doing it in every part of Africa. Not just Sierra Leone, go to Democratic Republic of Congo, go to Botswana, go to Angola, go everywhere there is mineral resources. It is the West and the Chinese who are there. But I believe that for Africa, what is happening in Africa today, it need to change, and it need to change now. There is no time like now. We are not given the free will to make decisions on our own mineral resources. There's always Big Brother who decides. And when you fight and say, no, we are not going to do this, they use the system to stop you. It's either they set you up with the opposition and they'll be supporting the opposition against you from the back, or they cause unnecessary chaos in your country so that you are not able to even govern your own people. They will do things to make you not to be functionable. And of course, any country that don't have peace cannot develop. You have to have peace before you talk about development. We cannot wait for another country to come and prescribe how our country should be run or what we need in our country. You know, this divide and rule, if you're close to China, we will not come to your country. If you're close to America, we will not come to your country. I mean, the fight that is between England, Europe, America, China, Russia is not a Sierra Leone fight. That's not our problem. We're fighting for our daily bread. We're looking to have education, just like America. We're looking to have good health facility, just like Europe. We're looking to have governance structure where one single person cannot be the dictator of a nation. That's what we're looking for. And in that process, we are going to be allies to everybody who wants us to grow. But if we now align ourselves with someone, and then this other person now feel offended that, oh, you know, I'm coming from China now. I flew in, I've gone around the world to get to Boston, you know. I went to China and then come here. Before here, I went to England and then flew into America. For me, I am not restricted where I should go or who I should be talking to. I am going around the world to see a country that sees Africa not as not just as an ally of what you'll be getting from us, but a country that sees Sierra Leone as partners and treat us with respect. You cannot be coming to our country and take everything that will make us develop, and then you still treat us as inferior people, as if we don't know what we're doing.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. I know before anybody says anything, those who are mad, I know people are not happy, but you have to understand that there are communication going on that you don't see. So sometimes there are decisions that we take that may not be clear to those who are watching at home. But let me hear from people who didn't get a chance to speak to our guest. And so I'll start with you, Okija and Okija.
Hello?
Yeah. Okija.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought I was supposed to answer. Anyway, I don't know. I looked at it. I looked, and I didn't see myself again. So I thought I did something bad, and then you disciplined me or send him to the other room or whatever. Anyway, I was going to ask Dr. Ogbunwezeh. I heard what he said about because but then I didn't know what his stand on U.S. election, but I found out I do later. he was saying that, one policy, Trump, going to bring peace in whatever in Ukraine. That's, that's why he wants to vote for him. I was just laughing, because for somebody who lives in Europe, he can just say anything he likes. But for someone who lives in US, I have a different opinion. My interest comes first. Okay. My interest comes first, and my interest is this: that my interest and the interest of my friends and extended other Nigerians. The mind is this: that Trump came to in power when Trump was in power in February 2020. Trump banned Nigeria from immigrating to the US, so you could visit, you could do business, come and do business, but you gotta go. So that was what he did. He banned Nigerians from immigrating to US. So that means any Nigerian US citizen or permanent green card, someone with green card holder, you could not bring your wife or or husband. You could not bring your family member, your mother or father or whatever. So it was included for Nigerians, and that was selective. And he didn't do that to European nations. He did that, targeted Muslim countries, and then the fourth ban, Nigeria entered into the fourth ban. So I was going to ask Dr. Ogbunwezeh, so you want me, because of peace in Ukraine, to vote against myself from, who is a citizen, from bringing my family members, or from my friend from bringing his family members, just because you want peace in Ukraine? I don't know, like in Igbo people say that Anna Mama from Nona where that's charity begins at home.
Okija, I don't think it was just peace in Ukraine. He was talking about the risk of Third World War and nuclear war, and that he expanded that conversation beyond peace in Ukraine. So I just want to make it accurate. I'm not saying that what you're saying is wrong or right, but that he wasn't just talking about peace in Ukraine. He was saying that Trump will be more likely to stop what is a dangerous.
Trump, the guy who gets triggered by who gets baited by camera, will stop. Come on, that's he doesn't understand Trump. He doesn't know Trump. Trump who would just start all of a sudden remove U.S. embassy from Jerusalem. From whatever Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. Who makes like irrational decision. Anyway, that's about that. Anyway, and also he said something. I don't know what he was saying about things fall apart and Idris Elba, because when I saw the news that Idris Elba was going to play Okonkwo, I was so upset. I was so angry at even I think I said something to you, Dr. Rudolph, of damages. Yeah, because so for someone, Okonkwo is our tragic superhero. The way I look at it is this: that the West, they gave us a lot of tragedies, and they left us with Okonkwo. The only thing that came out of good thing that came out of colonization for Igbo people was Okonkwo, that we had a superhero, Okonkwo. And then now they want to mess up, take the Okonkwo from us and give it to Idris. Anyway, like in 19. I think in the 80s, NTA, even though Queen Fall Apart was never translated to Igbo, but NTA, they did a TV adaptation. They did it in Igbo, Queen Fall Apart in Igbo adaptation, and it was good. And the guy that played Okonkwo was so good, you could see Okonkwo in him. But then again, NTA, Enugu, and NTA Network, they did another one in 1987. Where they had Peter Obi played Okonkwo, and that one was he was a bad Okonkwo. I respect Peter Obi, and his talent, but he was so bad. He was so bad being playing Okonkwo. I didn't like it at all. So now, even though they know that Peter Obi, to my estimation, was a bad Okonkwo, Idris Elba, who never grew up, to play Okonkwo. Because Okonkwo is a man that has, there's nuances, there are so many things about Okonkwo. It's not just that, you playing a character that is in a book. There are so many other things. And then you want to bring him, and then I don't know, because they're based on true story, they're going to water down some things, make things to be politically correct, So I don't know. That's my fear. I don't want, I don't want it to play Okonkwo. They will look for Okonkwo. We have so many Okonkwo, like Rudolph Okonkwo, and
All right. So the first thing is, I would say, if you didn't watch from the beginning, go and look at what he said about Okonkwo. Actually, he said he started by opposing it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he started like you, but he was convinced by superior arguments. He was convinced that it was okay. But we can talk about that later. Let me go to, if Mama Echo is not on the phone, I can go to her. But if she's still, I'll go to AY. Mama Echo, are you available to talk?
I reverse for you.
Yeah.
I didn't go to church today because I wanted to ask Frank a question. I stay here when you start, or they your back office. When you won't let people in, I know saying I be number 1. You go put me for number 8. I purposely come on time because I know say I get meeting with my team. Or you put me number 8. Continue. You hear? Me, I get plenty channel to go on Sunday. If you don't want me for here, I go other channel. I be want go meet area father for worship media. I ignore it and I stay here. When they bring people, you bring only men. Not only men there for Nigeria. How many women come here come ask questions today? You see this thing when they do Dr. Damage, make you stop her because it is a trigger to my psychological trauma. And I'm also sending this to any host. If you don't want me here, I will go.
So hold on, Mama Echo.
I will wake up 7 o'clock.
Mama Echo.
Take my bath and wait for you. Then at the end of the day, the person that for which I did not go to church because you, Dr. Damage, will not let me ask questions.
Mama Echo, hold on. Do you understand?
You are putting me in and out. What do you want me to do?
Mama Echo, do you understand why?
Tell me I was on the phone. Yes, because you didn't put me on time to do what I need to do so that I can go and do another thing. That was why I came here as fed. And you now put me number 10. Does it make sense for you?
So I'm happy that you know why we removed you, because
because I have to do that. Because if I go away, you will take me back space. That is what you are doing. If I off the camera, you will take me off. So which one do you want me to do?
So
we answer the phone.
Mama Echo, this is not about you. This is not about you. You're not the only one we moved today. We're trying to
hold on. I made sacrifice. I didn't go to church just to ask him questions. So if you don't understand what that means, now because you know they go church.
So what I'm saying is, Mama Echo, we're trying to produce as much as possible.
I'm also telling you, Dr. Damage,
let me finish.
I can't be here early morning and you will ignore me and put people that came before me in your show. It's wrong.
All right. So let me finish. We do that. This is a new policy. We will do that to everybody. If you want to be on the platform, you have time to be on the platform. We welcome you. But you can't be on the platform in the studio and you're on the phone talking. So that's not. Wait, let me finish now, please. So that will not continue to happen. So that's what we're trying to do. So it's up to you. It's your decision.
Okay, let me ask you a question because I want an answer that works for both of me today. If I'm on the platform already and I want to go and pee, is it okay for me to off my camera and you don't throw me off the channel?
So it's very important. Thank you very much for that question.
Because I need clarification.
Yeah. So this is what we're trying to do. And this is for everybody. So most people watch this on TV. I never watched this on TV. So I went to somewhere and I saw where people were watching it when I wasn't on. And it wasn't looking good when people are not on camera. We see the back end, maybe their room, their bed, their pillow. And we're trying to do something more professional now. We've done this for almost 3 years. We have to grow. So the policy now is that if you are not on camera, we take you out. We just take you out and you come back and we put you back in.
Wait, may I ask another question?
Oh.
If I don't put off my camera and I walk to go and pee, will you still take me out because you'll be taking me out?
If you're not on camera, we take you out. Yeah, if you're not on camera, we take you out.
No. If I'm on camera like this,
Yeah.
and peace catch me, and I go peace, you go remove me because you
Yes.
have to find solution.
Yes, we will remove you unless we didn't pay attention at that point. If we see that you're moving camera,
Then you
not
are a
that,
partial man. I don't
no.
catch you today because I dey see men they leave the KJ go waka go, you go leave her. Ovie go waka go, you go leave her. You think I be mumu? I catch you by your own words. So because you be doing this and
Mama,
nobody challenges you, so
Mama
therefore
Echo,
this rule must be applicable to everybody.
Mama Echo,
You can't be selective.
I'm sure they
You
were.
can't be selective in your judgment.
Mama Echo, listen.
You've been doing this since last year. Since
See,
last year.
we are
If
going
you
to
bring
do
new rules,
analysis
it
of
must be
what happened now.
applicable to everybody.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Mama Echo. This is
Because if you
how
don't,
it's
I
going
will
to
call
be.
you out. If
Okay.
you don't apply to everybody, Dr. Dameji, I will continue to call you out.
Thank you very much. It's your job. I appreciate that. All right, so let's continue with the conversation about. Let me go to eccentricast. Yes, I should be able to
I
say.
never talk my own. No. I'll let clear issue. But if you say never reach me, I go let Brother Sentry talk. But my own talk, I never talk. I have to clear wetin dey inside my belly when they vex me.
Okay, Mama Echo, just so go ahead, eccentric.
I will let Mama Echo go, so she.
No. I said it should go. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I listened to the whole program, and his submissions were pretty spot on. There were some areas that I disagree with him on, like especially on Trump, right? If Obama placed a ban on, I think, anti-tank missiles on Ukraine, but Trump lifted those bans. So I think we need to actually analyze what Trump says and his actions. They don't really align most of the times, right? You know, he would say one thing and do the other. You know, and I think I mean, you can make the argument that the reason why, you know, his life is being threatened is because he posed a threat to the, you know, to the ruling class, or maybe to the military industrial complex. But I think it's kind of more complicated than that, right? When it comes to Ukraine conflict, he might, you know, disrupt the flow of perhaps weapons going to Ukraine. You know, that might be a good thing, that might be bad. But I mean, the question that I wanted to ask him was on. I brought this up like last night, but it was on backstage. It was on down ballot measures, right? I think Nigeria should implement. I think we should find a way to implement down ballot measures, right? It's a form of the direct democracy where people in Nigeria will be directly involved. They can bring matters and add it to the ballot, right? It wouldn't be only about voting in a political candidate, but they can have their own down ballot measures. It could be stuff like, you know, they want increase in the minimum wage in a state. It could be legalizing cannabis, legalizing sex work, whatever, right? Anything that the people want to do. And each region would have their own down ballot measures. In obvious state, they will have their own down ballot measures because every region have things that ail them, right? And this will be a direct democracy, and I think this is something that Nigeria needs to implement, right? We do it here in the United States of America, right? Like in the state where I live in, minimum wage is $15, right, in Seattle, and cannabis is legal here in Washington State. That's a result of down ballot measure, and you know, we need to bring that to. I think that's doable, right? Instead of us saying, you know, we need to get rid of the elites, you know, in the government. And there was something else he mentioned that was pretty interesting. You know, I looked it up, and I've never heard about that. You know, I think that was probably my first time hearing it, or maybe I heard it and forgot about it. It was about how Shell company, right? The Shell oil company in Nigeria manipulates our political class, right? How they control the people in the offices. It was unfortunate that no one followed up on that, you know. But I think it was a very interesting revelation, especially coming from WikiLeaks, because it came from a primary source, right? It wasn't like someone said. It was based on right? And I went in and read the cable, you know, on the wheel, you know, the cable where the whole thing came from. And man, it blew my mind. And like looking at the oil spills in the Niger Delta region, and of course the 9 people that were killed, 9 activists. These are things that we never bring up. Like, you know, this is it has a very serious implication. I mean, serious ramification, right? Like the Niger Delta region, the places, their land and the water has been polluted. And this is a very serious issue. I mean, just because they are a minority group in Nigeria doesn't mean that we should not be talking about them. You know, we're talking about Igbo, we talk about Yoruba, Hausa. We should be talking about those regions because that's like the bread and butter of the country, and their lands is being destroyed. And I know I think I read that Shell company's trying to sell I don't know sell the drilling company whatever to another company. I forgot what the company's name is. And this is their way of like moving away from their responsibility of cleaning all the oil spills. This thing needs to be brought to the forefront. You know, it's a very serious matter, especially with the climate change, impending climate change catastrophe. Right? Nigeria will not be spared. Sorry to say that. Right? Africa will not be spared just because we're in Africa. We are going to be victims of climate change, and any plans that we are making politically. Like someone mentioned that he has a plan of 200 years. I'm like, in 200 years, you might not even have Lagos State. Lagos State will be an underwater city. A lot of places in the east as well, or even in the north. The northern region might end up being the whole desert. What country are you going to have in 200 years? You might not even have a country, right? We should. That's a serious matter. You know, we should talk about the Niger Delta issue and of course the down ballot measure. That's my
All right.
submission. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's go to Janaba.
Dr. Rudy, thank you for having me and everyone on the panelists, especially my friend KJ and the rest of them, everybody. Mama Echo, instead of going straight to the point, he uses her time to make a case. So she's a wonderful woman, know how to make a case. It's a good man. And senior man, Pasad, even though he's in the house, he wears his face cap. He's a good-looking man. Yeah. So it's good to be here. I listened to most of the conversation with Dr. Franklin. It's interesting. He's a man with deep knowledge. But like I said, I don't know how much people know, and in as much as don't have so much access to the briefing of the security threat that face America and how those in power are briefed. But by what we see from afar and near, and KJ was not KJ, Okija was saying it. During Trump term in the office, he banned Nigerians from file I-30, which means you can file for your relative in Nigeria. You can't bring them in. And this man is really dangerous to democracy. It's not even about the policy of economy and all of that. But if you want to look out for our own interests as a nation or as a Nigeria, it's very crucial for us to see that that is not in our own best interest. And you can say it in one way or the other. Go and build your country. Go and build that. And none of them is a red America. We are all immigrants in this America, including Trump, including his wife. So the notion that some of this, I think, is a wickedness, especially from people like my brother, Righteous Man. They just want us to come back home and stay with them, but we are not coming. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. So I want to go to everybody now and get their take. Jagan, let me start with KJ and then go that way so that we don't mix things up and get confused. KJ.
Okay, thank you so much. I enjoyed listening to the man. It was like music to my ear, I must say. His submissions, I totally agree with. Probably the only little difference I will have is maybe a little bit of maybe nomenclature, but by and large, I think he was able to deal with local and international politics the way that that is very knowledgeable. You may decide to make it a 10 paper arguing your point, but that's just in the area of argument. Does not necessarily mean that what he has laid on the table were not correct and factual. I think anybody who has listened to him would have gained much knowledge, except of course you do not want to. And the issue that one or two people have raised is a question of your take. Politics is a thing of choice. You could agree with one person based on what you know, or disagree with the other person. It doesn't simply mean that what you're agreeing with is right or wrong. But I want to also press on that, and he made it so clear. So let's not get it twisted. He said the reason why he's moving from what he used to believe to standing with Trump at this time is because he fears a bigger repercussion of what the other party may bring to the table. Remember, the other party left Ukraine 3 days before the breakout of the war. So if they were good negotiators, I think it would have been averted. On his own term, he is saying he prefers, because nobody is going to win. If you follow his presentation, you will have known that nobody will win when there is a fallout of nuclear fallout. Nobody is going to win. We will all be losers. So whether you like it or not, just like I tell people, when I talk about Nigerian situation, you want to tax the poor, but you don't give them job. The poor has to be alive first before you can tax them. So whether we like it or not, we all need to be alive to see what this government will do. But if somebody decides to become stupid and makes the wrong move, and we are all new, it's not going to be only me, it is you also and the rest of us. So he is simply saying that is why he will differ at this point. Let's not move what he has said, let's interpret it properly. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Chim, you're next.
Rudolph, I think it was a wonderful time we had with Dr. Franklye Ogbunwezeh. I enjoyed, his, the points he made. Like I said, the only, and it's okay for us to disagree. My disagreement does not in any way diminish where I place him in terms of his intellectual capabilities. We live in a world, and by the way, the way I was trained is a very good intellectual, a lecturer is one who is open for his students to disagree with him. There's no binary point like I see on this, on the studio here, where people, because somebody says he suddenly wants to vote for Trump, then automatically becomes a bad man, as some people want to project it. The guy is an intellectual, and he sat down to analyze both circumstances and why on a perhaps smaller scale he would go this way, or on a larger scale on a good day he would have gone the other way. But it's neither here nor there. My only concern in everything we had discussed today is I'm having, with the kind of things I've read, I think this constant pointing fingers at the imperialists. And when I say this, it doesn't mean there have been no imperial behaviors or activities that have affected Africa and the third world and all that. But when we look at some of the things that are going on vis-a-vis the way our leaders, those who run our societies, have behaved, you would go and ask yourself, there is a Botswana somewhere in Southern Africa who is not necessarily a big nation, but within the ambit of what they think their supposed might in global affairs, they are focusing on taking care of their people. Do you understand? They take care of their people. They are the longest unbroken democracy in Africa right now, Botswana. They've developed a good elite system that chunks out good political leaders and all that. And so my question always is, I was having a conversation on a WhatsApp group, and I asked someone, why was it difficult for Awolowo and Zeke to agree? What was the big deal? Nobody has answered that question, because I believe both of them, with their intellectual capabilities, would have taken Nigeria further if they simply understood how to play the politics and step down. There's a saying in Igbo language, simply interpreted, the wonderful play of dogs is that, puppies in particular, is that
The puppies fall for each other. Go and watch them when they're playing. You see the puppy before, so that one fall, and they're playing. That is actually politics. Unfortunately, Nigerians don't understand what politics is. I'm sorry to say. We don't seem to understand. We think it's a do or die, stab the person, I disagree. Listen, Kamala Harris is not the devil, but I will not vote for her today if I was voting. Trump is also not Hitler. You understand? I'm neither going to vote him in any case. But the point I'm simply making is people need to grow politically. Well, in our inability to grow politically is one of the major problems we are facing as a people. So it was a wonderful time. Please keep bringing people like this who can come and let me trigger some people, come and have intellectual conjugation with us. Those are the kind of things I want to engage in. I'm not interested in some of the non-entities I hear sometimes. It's just annoying. I think we need to grow past that. But it was a wonderful session. Trust me, I enjoyed it. In fact, he convinced me on a lot of things, although he didn't finally fully answer that question like I presented about why is it difficult for our own leaders to have their people's interest. There have been other nations, that the imperialists have tried to force things on. When they felt their back on the wall and they felt, okay, they were helpless, they managed to negotiate things in a way that would favor their people, even if they did not have the power. China was not this power force it was in the world before, but see where they are today, and now they are measuring up with most of the Western nations. So that's the only place where we can't keep pointing fingers at Britain, pointing fingers at the US, pointing fingers at Russia. Let's start taking care of our own people and even start from there. We have imperialists inside our own nation, people who are not taking care of our own people. So let's start dealing with that. That's the only area where that conversation does not fully go down with me. That's all.
All right. Thank you, Chim. Jagan, you're next.
Thank you very much. By the time I watched from the very beginning, by the time we got to the point of the last question being answered by what I believe was by the doctor, I believe this, if anybody was really watching and listening, I'm a man of communication. I'm a man of the media. I'm a man of sales and marketing. And I was moved by his submissions before anybody spoke. And it's why I came on, because I don't normally come on to listen. The only guest that I've come on for was Obi, just because I wanted to meet the gentleman on some level. I wanted to meet him. So I came on purposely for Obi. But generally, guests I don't come on for. I just look and listen and I watch back. This, I was moved at many levels. And I say to the somewhat dissenting viewpoints by the end of the show, which for me took a little bit away of the full enjoyment that I had for the most gripping show that this platform has ever done. It was the greatest single show. Everybody was, in the terms of questioning and putting their questions forward, were extremely typical of themselves in the way they asked the question. Some of the questions, sometimes I'll dress back a bit, but then I came back forward because it was coached in a nice... Pansat's question, I thought, in tackling the area of how he looked upon the church, I felt that that's not the question that I would ask, because the whole thing was just more important. However, Pansat asked the question for Pansat's side of belief and knowledge, and where he says that they both can exist. That's why Pansat asked the question. And in Pansat asking the questions, which I drew away from, but then I came to, and then our master, our doctor, my goodness, he put forward an answer for every single question we put to him. Mama H.O., I will put to you this, or if you watch that whole program, I think somehow you'll be satisfied with the fact that there was a mishap on you, whereby, because I saw you when I was on, and I was the second person to ask a question. And if there was some mishap, if I'll put to you, if you watch that show, your spirit will somewhat calm down. As much as I know what pain it is to be thrown off the show or any mishap, I know what pain. Wait, please don't interrupt me, please.
I want to know the show you
No, none. Please, none. Please,
You said
none.
make I go watch show. I won't know the show.
Oh dear, this is a shame because I put it to you as respectfully. It's I put
You
it to
are supposed to
you.
address issues, not individual presentation. What do concern
Yeah.
people they present? Attack
Yes.
issue and leave people alone.
You are talking about.
Let me just land, please. I'll be short enough to come away.
Give me
Please.
the date of the show you are referring to.
This very show. This very show. Now, please let me continue, please. Now, in me continuing and applauding the show and applauding Rudolph's anchoring of the show, where you barely heard his voice. I was on the show for I was the second to speak, and after he fully answered Righteous Man's initial question. Righteous Man was the first person to speak and put his question, and he put his question forward squarely. The question was answered in a great knowledge base that if we are looking for agreement on this platform, he cited the importance of this platform. And truly, I'm blown away. I don't know about the rest of you. If you're paying attention to what I believe this show is supposed to become, it was exemplified by this man's meeting with us today. It was exemplified. I fall back from disagreeing with him. There's no point in bringing any disagreement at all. What we have witnessed is a narrative of philosophy and right thinking that all of us here, if we pay any attention and if we have any love in our heart and if we have any intellect at all, we're supposed to enter into the whole of what he didn't answer my question, particularly in the way I would necessarily like, but I was able to listen to his answer. And the answer he made of my question, and I believe everybody's question, which kept it extremely interesting for me, he answered it in his way, giving me the understanding that he knows the space in which we are supposed to conduct this conversation. So I put it to everybody, let us somehow bring away our personal issues from such an splendid example of where we're supposed to be thinking from, feeling from. Please put aside our personal issues. Please let us speak to the truth of what has been exemplified and said on this platform today. I give in, I submit.
Thank you, Jagun. Mama Echo, you're next.
Uncle Jagun, I only ask you which show so that I will go and look at it. Then secondly, you don't know the genesis of what happened, and you dey talk in the revelation. I have been on the backstage 10 minutes when Dr. Uto started. Did you understand me? That is my point of argument. Having said that, I wish your guest is here. Because I hate people that have two mouths. I wish he's here. I would have said it to him face to face. Because he said we shouldn't blame Chief Tnubu because he inherited the luggage from Buhari. My question is, was Chief Tnubu not part of APC during Buhari? Was he not the APC chairman, if I'm not mistaken? Did he not tell us he's the one who brought Buhari into power? Was he not seeing the evil that Buhari was doing? So how come he now come here that it is not his fault? Did he not see all the trouble that Buhari put on ground before he stole my children's mandate? Did he not plan that he's going to take over from Buhari, whether by crook or wrong? So why did he not use those time that he was planning to rig and steal my children's mandate? Why did he not use it to prepare solution to all the problems he inherited? Compare the amount he has borrowed to what Buhari borrowed before he left, just under 1 year plus. So when you people want to talk rubbish, you should take your fat way. Because I'm very, very angry with all of you. You come here to tell me it's not his fault. Whose fault? Whose fault? Borrowing my children's future, using it to buy SUV Toyota made in abroad. When innocent motor is there, you say it's not his fault. Buy another private jet, ushering one out, dash Jara, it's not his fault. Creating billions for Remi Tnubu that open her mouth wide, that they are rich. They are not coming to spend Nigerian money, and yet they are spending Nigerian money anyhow. It's not his fault. Buy jet, yacht, give it to Sheyi Tnubu, his son, to be cruising about with his girlfriend and concubine. It's not his fault. In the expense of my children that has no food on the table. Do you know how many Nigerians that goes to bed right now without food for days? No, it's not their fault. If he has come to repair Nigeria, they wouldn't have buy all those things. They would have been giving a judiciary all those billions so that they can make sure. They wouldn't have been giving Akpabio and his co-hosts all those allocations so that they can be signing anything he brings without questioning. So whose fault? Frank. Whose fault? Frank. Is it my children's fault? I am so disappointed in Nigerian men. You guys were supposed to protect us, your wives, your sister, your children, but you kept quiet. Make decision to reign in between you people instead of working together as men and deliver us from these wicked and callous oppressors. No. The three tribes that call themselves major tribe of Nigeria, they have become a nightmare in our head. They forget him, they call us minority group, and yet 3 of them, since independent, they did not allow us to have peace. Enough. If you people will not do nothing, me, Mama HO, and her smart and intelligent children who take over Nigeria and do the needful and put all these useless people into jail and collect all our loot home and abroad. And for their information, you people children that are here, they will be spared because we will so disgrace them, we will so expose them, we will go to their school and let them know that it is the stolen money that their father stole, their mother stole, that they use it giving them education. Don't worry, you will see me. And if Tnubu, you didn't release my son, Nnamdi Kanu. Correct. The Joker card is on. You could see so. And nobody, you know the kind I go ask from you. The list when I go give you, international committee go call you to honor all of them. I promise you. Nonsense.
All right, thank you. On that note, I want to thank everybody that joined me today. Unfortunately, I can't stay. To on my way, I have to get to somewhere quickly. I will listen to your comments. I always like to hear feedbacks on the show. Next week, we are going to have Dele Ogun, who will join us on Sunday next week. But I will hand it over to KJ to continue the conversation. Thank you, everybody. Those that supported us, I appreciate all of you. I'll see you guys next Saturday.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph, and all members of the panelists. My name remains KJ, and I'm just going to sit in until all of you can express yourself, and then we can all call it a day. Mama Hecho, thank you so much for expressing your feelings, and I'm sure that everything you have said and is been taken, notes have been taken. So who's next? I didn't know who was. Is it Ovie? Okay,
I am. I'm next.
Oh, sorry. Okay, Ovie.
No, listen to Ram. No, listen to
Yeah, I don't know.
By turn. Not turn by turn. And Nigeria system will be run. Turn by turn.
Go ahead.
Ovie is next.
KJ, no fear me. I no go this talk smack at you again because you don't leak. I don't know one small thing about you when you talk that day that you put in 70 years in this business. That's not a child's play. So I now understand where they come from. So I know some of the things where they talk, you get it the way they talk about. So no fear, no. Anyway, 70 years no be 70 years no be small play. Yes. About our guests, I mean, it's a delight to just sit down and learn. Doesn't regardless of how many hours the guys spend. It's I've asked Rudolph before. I think it's the only one that I know, only Nigeria that I know that actually understand great power politics, regional politics, and they dissect them to a layman level that you just enjoy as he talks the story, especially if you can ask the right question as Rudolph the answer. So it was something that I look forward to listen to him, and I wasn't disappointed. But my only problem here is that I mean, I don't know because we see the things that we special as a country. We think we are different. No, since after the First World War, everybody on this planet Earth, they're under the chokehold of America. It doesn't matter who you are. Four nations try to rival them in terms of regional hegemony. The Soviet Union, they know their fate. West Germany know their fate. Germany themselves know their fate. Imperial Japan, they know what they collect. Not until 15 years ago, when Chinese actually develop what make America be world hegemony, which is dollar. Any money where you say, it doesn't matter if na naira to naira, they control am for Washington DC. So until 15 years ago, when Chinese were able to develop their own technology, that's why I asked him about why is he ignoring the fine tech revolution. The channel is so sophisticated that now free. You can send money to anybody anywhere now free. And again, you have to also watch the structure that actually run the world that we have today, the likes of Google, the Tesla, all the EV technology. Now America, now the only rival where they get na China. Every other nation has lost out. So if you pay attention to them well, when they analyze how America, if they run Germany themselves, what they are suffering, they don't get mouth. That's why I ask them, what is their future? They go worse past Africa. The way things they go for them. Because what make them competitive before they've lost it? Why? Because America tell them, say, man, this is what you should do. They don't get choice. Now, when people they try make this kind of point, they say, "Oh, would they blame West?" No, you are not special. You know they live for cave. So it's not about blame. Now, our teacher will come today also did a great job and tally to how our elite, local elite, they push back. Because every person for the world, they push back on their choco. Chinese don't succeed. India is on their way there. Those are the only two countries where go talk. They go throw away America, they go throw away their face. So how our local politicians they relate to this kind of choco is where we have problem. So it's not that we are supporting the West. He said it. What we don't have is somebody with vision that's beyond himself, generational vision. Somebody who is less greedy. When no be say na me, and a patriot, knowing that they will come after you and your own nation. That's what we need, and that's what we should. And he said it. But for some kind reason, people see they say they blame the West. It's like how? When we say if you sit down for your house for Nigeria, look around you, everything around you is produced by the West. Even the food where we they chop. So how else do you want to explain that you are being controlled? If you don't understand the mechanism, that is fine. But it's ridiculous when people they try at their best, they analyze and to rebate, and you say, oh, they blame it. No, you are not special. When Rudolph they ask him about what is happening in Gaza, not be the first time be that. The country where we there for America, not be these people there before. People where they where they wipe them out as we speak. That's what is happening there. If you go to Australia, when the British said the Aboriginal people say the 5 million people there, there's a land there are people without land and land with the people. Go and check the Zionist ideology. They don't regard the Israel, the Palestinians as people. They are people without land and land without people. This is as history and context. And the same thing happened for the land of America and at the same time. So we are not special. It's just that we need to understand that the world that we live in, everybody not care, everybody get interest. So how do we now organize and put our own forward and fight? That's where to Nigeria step coming. You need nuclear weapon to reach your international community. So all this will not be blame. It's a reality. Even if you conquer your local champion, before you raise your head up, they will come and sit down there. But how do you now face that person sit down there? That's where we are. But it is not about blaming. We are not the strange people. So when the man, he is a German. Remember, the German gave him a scholarship. And if you live in Germany, if all of us are European today, we no go ever listen to anything where Democrats talk. Because of the reality they are facing. He made mention of a Nord Stream pipe. Now America blow off for what? So that the Europe not depend on them at the higher price. Everybody they feel, but they cannot say anything because their life is being dictated by America. Forget all this, yeah. Now, when you don't get money, you understand what freedom actually means. You understand? Well, now, you as a they made them sanction China 100%. If the Chinese people say German should stop bringing their Mercedes-Benz to China, what do you think is going to happen? They will come the strip, do boy for Nigeria. That is the future awaits all the European nations. So we are not special. What is happening is bigger than say, oh, will they support the West? Will they support the West? Who be you said to say you want to support the West? We don't have what it takes. Our leaders are the fear. So that's anytime we talk something like we are coming from that angle. It's not that will they support. No. Everything we consume, everything is from the West. So just as I say, why?
Thank you so much. You see, I won't want to add anything, but you see what Ovie is simply saying that this thing, just like he says, on our politics. So, but let me, Jonaba, you want me to jump you because you earlier commented, or you still have something to say?
I think everybody has commented, so that's why I started over again, turn by turn. Everybody here don't talk before.
Go ahead, Jonaba.
Jump me now, then. Jump me out.
Not everybody. I haven't spoken, and I don't think
I'm not. Jump him, and then I'll listen to them, then come back to me.
Okay. If yes, Mr. Omoruyi. Sorry, Omoruji. Okay.
Sir.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Thank you once again. I think today was a very good one, and I salute our guests for his intellectual prowess and tenacity. and I adopt my heart for his vivid and critical understanding of the issue at stakes. You know, unbiased. You know, he's such a diverse intellectual. You know, I want to. Having said that, there's one thing I picked for him today, like you know, the way forward. I think there was another panelist spoke. You know, sense. You know, after everybody, I think it was the last person to speak. That we in diaspora have a lot of roles to play when we talk of egalitarian, a better society in Nigeria. So just say, but we should go beyond the talk, everyday talk. You know, it's becoming boring. In my elementary economics, I was told that monotony kills interest. So that one, it made a lot of sense that whenever he's coming again, we should think of how to organize and think of the way forward, not you know, complaining. Even a primary two people in Nigeria has a vivid knowledge of the problem of Nigeria. Because the people that are not eating from morning till evening don't need a professor to come and tell the child that there's a problem with the land. So everybody's aware of the problem. The way forward, the solution. We should look beyond our APC, PDP, ABGA, Amibo man, Yoruba man, Hausa man, you know, frivolities. You know, I'm no longer comfortable. I'm getting headache for we're doing the same thing over and over. We're talking too much. And I don't know if Mr. Chim is still here. He has a very vivid question, pertinent question. He was like, he couldn't understand why Chief Awolowo and Zeke could not work together. The same reason why we are not working together today. Well, if three people are here, one is Hausa, one is Igbo, one is Yoruba, they can't agree. So the first one between Zeke and Awolowo was caused by the colonial masters. And our politicians have taken that one to a different level. We know the problem. We know what they are using to divide us, and yet we don't learn. This is my headache. This is why I hold the people responsible. No longer those criminals, you know, called rulers in Nigeria. We know they divide us along religious line, along tribal or ethnic line. The other one is partisan politics. Where do you belong? PDP, APC, or whatever, or AGA. When it comes to them, they don't have problem among themselves. We know how they divide us. We know what makes it easier for them to rule over us. And yet we fall for their trap. The case in point was the issue in Lagos. When the emperor saw that he was about to be defeated, he quickly changed the narrative to make it look like a tribal war, which was not. And a lot of people, even the so-called educated, fell for that. Both at home and even on this platform, on various fora, Nigerian fora. So now that we know they don't mean well for us, that we are victims of the society that is not working, that the common enemy we have is the oppressor, why are we not able to come together to think towards that line of liberating ourselves? America is not coming to liberate us. Britain is not coming to liberate us. Not even Russia is coming to liberate us because they have their own issues to deal with. The liberation we need, the freedom we need, we come among ourselves, nobody else. If there is anything, I say this one every time, if there is anything those rulers fear, those criminals fear, is the ability of the people to come together because they realize the power in unity of the people. So why they try to divide us? So let's not run away. Let's not fall for their. This is supposed to be. This system is supposed to expire by now. The divide and rule principle. You know, it was brought in by the colonial masters, and it was, you know, excavated by our rulers, called politicians. So another thing I like today, he admitted, you know, with me, no matter his tribe, you know, I think the guy is the professor is a detribalized man. One I have seen in you know, one in a million. He alluded to the fact that Sowore has a sense of patriotism. He might not be the president. So whether it's not even, there's something you guys are not getting about that guy. If nothing is done between now and 2027, Sowore might not be interested in being on the ballot. Number one, note this. When I was talking, somebody was writing on the platform, on the comment section. I don't know why. Sometimes some of us are very myopic and gullible. You know, some of us are, you know, sometimes our minds are polluted. Our minds are even worse than the politicians we blame. We see everything with the spectacle of politics and tribal bigotry. It's not going to take us anywhere. Somebody was writing on the comment section that I'm campaigning for Shogure. No, I'm just saying, now your candidate has a good qualities, quote unquote, according to you. Competence, capacity, capability. All these things cannot come into play if there is no enabling environment for him to come and show the competence and capacity he has. You know, they may go to the grave with him. So, how do we not drive away the hawk? It's a parable in my place. You drive away the hawk before you blame the chick, the fowl. So, how do we not drive away the hawk, which is the bigger elephant in the house, before we can begin to have the messiahs and the candidates, wherever tribe they're coming from? As it is today, the system has been hijacked. The system has been, have been taken over. 2027 is a done deal for certain people. We are here struggling on who is better between Peter Obi and Shogure. Why not support Shogure? Because he has the courage any of us do not have on this platform. Nobody can challenge that. A lot of people are beginning to understand that it's not just a noise maker. It's not just fighting. He didn't just fight Jonathan for Buhari to come in. If they ask you for proof, you don't have it. Other than he criticized the corruption in the Jonathan's government. I ask you again, was there corruption in Jonathan's government?
All right.
Was he Uhuru under his government, under Jonathan? You tell me no. So why not concentrate on that courage he has? Support him so that we clear the way. They might kill him. He might go to jail so that the likes of your big can come in. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you. And I want to say, before I go to Pansa, nobody who, I don't know, for me, and all observers of Shogure for over the years will say that Shogure is without courage. I think the person will just be, being very economical with the truth. And nobody in his right senses will be in a free country where you have your family and children, and they tell you that if you go to town A, you are going to be arrested, and you wear your clothes, dress very well, carry your bag, and go to that same town. So it only takes people with, more than enough courage to do that, knowing that you are going to get there and anything can happen to you. So we don't take it for granted. And I think comparing Peter Obi and Shogure will not be a good thing because all of them play at different levels. Yes, let's go to Spencer.
Yeah, thank you very much, KGA. And let me say hello again to everybody on the panel and those who are in the comment section and those listening to us. I wish Dr. Ogbunwezeh is here and Rudolph themselves, because you're making me do it. I'm going to have to talk behind their back, right? And I'm going to talk behind their back, not because I want to, I'd rather they're here. This platform, I don't know what it's turned into. It's not letting a give and take, right? When we say we don't have king, we don't like monarchy where somebody's above everybody else, it just doesn't mean in the traditional sense back home. That means on a platform too. That means when somebody comes here, we should be able to question them, right? We're not gonna just take everything they said. Now, if anybody deserves that, to be the last guest here. He's quite a good guy and he's very smart, but he's not right all the time. Nobody is 100%. Now, because there is obviously one thing we have to do in order to buy that line, hook, line, and sinker, which is to say, we have one option, and that option is for Nigeria to be fixed. Yeah. If all we have to do is to fix Nigeria, if that's the only option we have here, then it's right, which is why I gave him no problems today, uncharacteristically. He's been here a couple of times, and we'll go back and forth, right? So I looked at everything in the light most favorable to his position, which is to fix Nigeria. I disagree with that. We have other options. There is nothing that says that we have to fix Nigeria. Now, when I come on this platform, minorities are overrepresented here, so it's like just blowing wind, right? At least I count 1, 2, 3. There's 3 or 4 Ijaws here. Well, Nigeria is Wazobia. That's Hausa, Fulani, Yoruba, and Igbos. The rest of you minorities, including you, John, you belong into one of those. You have to make your choice which one you want, right?
You
So
get on
Wazobia,
the stage.
it's not
How
Wazobia.
did we get on this page?
Yeah, no, but it's because it's always there. I'm just saying it to say a couple of things, right? KJ, I want you to pay attention to what I'm saying, because yesterday you were here and they were disrespecting the Lord, and you were one of the ones here to try to defend him, but you do it in make toast, right? You're gonna do the same thing with Biafra or whatever. We only don't have one choice, because Nigeria is not even on the page of people who wants to get it right. There's nothing. There's no education, there's no research, there's nothing. The inflation is over 40%, and they're not even listening, right? They destroyed our refineries, and they're doing a crooked, fraudulent one. But I mean, how long are we going to talk about this? So I'm going to say this to Rudolph. I don't like the platform format whereby there should be a give and take. When we have a brilliant intellectual such as Dr. Ogbunwezeh, it would have been a fascinating give and take, fascinating TV. Now, just because I'm defending the Lord, maybe yesterday, and Rudolph don't want me to see the light of day here, it's almost like I'm not here. I've been here a couple of times since then. Nobody knows that I'm here. And that's very hard to do, because I'm a big shining star, right? So I would like Dr. Ogbunwezeh to come back, but let him not be thinking that when he comes back, we're going to be the way we were today. It's good that we welcome him. He's good, he's brilliant, but he's got flaws just like everybody else, right? Because in his mindset, the premises are, okay, we all agree on the premises, but then you have the conclusion. He draws this conclusion, and all of them comes to that narrative that there has to be a Nigeria that works. No. If Nigerians whose parts are greater than the whole, right? We cannot put it together. We'll have to destroy it. We are Africans. First of all, I'm a Pan-Africanist. We may have an Africa before we have a Nigeria. That's just, it doesn't have to come in any particular sequence. We're black men. Of course, we're human beings, just like everybody else. But let me put it succinctly. If Doctor is listening to me, I want him to know that he's a subset, right? I wish I could do mathematically, but let me type it on the, actually, I think I could type it on the general section instead of the private section, because there's no link to it. He's a subset of what those of us who were not pacifists, he said he's scared and all that, and that's a good admonition. He admits that he's scared. People like Shore has courage but lacks judgment. Somebody like Peter Obi somebody like Peter Obi has capacity and all that, but also comes from the system itself. So it's a hodgepodge. We're gonna have to use everybody, right? But at some point, if not our Muslims, now they've piled down a little bit lately, and they've been kind of weeding out some terrorists in their midst, but it's not enough. That it's skewed. Our oil in the south is being piped down to Lagos, and it disappears. They borrow money with it.
Okay.
Let me land here, KJ, please. I'm almost done. I waited a long time for this. I will land within a minute. I mean,
you have 30 seconds. I gave you 30 seconds extra. You're already done 6 minutes.
Okay. All right. So you wanna go around again?
Yes, I'll come back to you so others can speak too, sir.
Okay, no problem. I really had a very serious point I want to make to Dr. Ogbunwezeh, but I'll see if it comes around.
Put all together. Okay. And I want to say something. As a Christian, the time came when the people in the village of Gideon wanted to go and kill Gideon by himself for destroying the shrine. And they asked his father, they say your son destroyed this shrine and will bring him out so I can kill him. And the father asked them, didn't you say it's a shrine? He said yes. And he said, God, yes. He let the God fight for himself. So when I was speaking yesterday, I wasn't trying to fight for God. God can take care of his own business better than I can ever. So I don't have that ability to fight for God. He can fight for himself. Thank you. Righteous man, you are next.
Yeah, good evening. It's been a very wonderful time. Been listening to those in America and Britain and Europe. I think this platform is the microcosm of Nigeria. Confusion. And, you know, I just thought I would just be listening. It's quite unfortunate, you know. We don't talk to come to a conclusion to say, okay, this is what we all have agreed that should move Nigeria forward. Every day, every Saturday and Sunday. Well, it is what it is. The young man that came here, Dr. Franklin, he is a scholar. He has delivered his message.
Yes, sir.
It depends on how you see it and how you take it. For me, I think he did a good job and he reset the brain and the thinking faculty of those who have lost theirs. He brought momentum. He was able to expatiate to what is going on in the politics of the world today and how it affects Africa. And we are very close to, you don't need to be a child to be told that the world is in a great danger right now. Anything can happen. And for those of us who do not believe in the Bible, let me quote Matthew 24. Go and read it, even as you see it as a literature book. The Bible talks about in the last days, things that will happen. Whether there are errors in the Bible or not, I am an individual that believes the prophecies of the Bible. There is nothing anybody can do to stop the war going on in Israel, between Israel and her neighbors. Because the Bible have prophesied and predicted it. It didn't start today, and it cannot stop today. It's something beyond human comprehension. There is no policy on earth that will bring the Arab and the Israelites together. Never. It can never happen. The more you try to make peace, the more crisis will erupt. So I think the man made some submission that gladdened my heart. Number one, he said Africa was the creation of Europe and the Western world, except Ethiopia. Number two, Nigeria is a creation of Britain. And you control whatever you create. The Bible said the earth is of the Lord and the fullness thereof, and they that dwell therein. So if Britain created Nigeria, they control what they created. And that is why they give whoever that we want to emerge as a leader an option and tell him what he will do. And if he fails to do it, they know how to get him out of the place. The stories of how African leaders who came to change their various states, various nations, were being removed by Western powers. Is it arguable? It's living before us. We face it. Thomas Sankara, how was he removed? Who sponsored it? Who was behind it? Lumumba, how was he removed? Who sponsored it? Who was there? It's still the same Western world, and that is what Dr. Franklin was trying to expatiate, to reset our brain to see where our problems are coming from. And he mentioned a fundamental truth that cannot be ruled out. The Arab world brought Al Jazeera to sell their own narrative to the world. If you are not watching Al Jazeera today, you wouldn't know the killings that are going on in Gaza. You wouldn't know the headache that the people are facing there, because the Western media are playing a kid gloves with it. They are not showing exactly what is going on there. And Africa, we don't have any means of selling our narrative. AIT came up here, it was muddled down, killed, with all kinds of, it is a pity. It is just a pity, honestly. My final submission.
Round up, sir.
Righteous man, I'm 100% behind what you are saying. Please continue.
Round up. You have less than one. You have 30 seconds, sir, to round up.
KJ, no problem. You see, the greatest problem that we're facing is that those who escaped Nigeria have decided to settle in their slave masters' home to serve them forever. And they are not thinking a way of coming back. And that is why solutions to cure our problem, nobody is interested. We talked, we cost ourselves, abuse ourselves. At the end of the day, we go and return back the next week to continue in the same manner. And we're not going to achieve anything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Again, I want to say something. This forum is a forum to air our views. We are not in any way affiliated to it. In fact, you might want to even liken it to an academic discourse. We are the talk shows in all the big time talk shows in the TV stations are there. If you want to actualize what you are saying, there are other forums you can create. This is simply have your say 247 is going to continue to be that. It's not going to change. We have said this many times. And we had a meeting and we told you guys.
Can I put this to you,
KJ? Don't say anything, please. So this is the show. It's a place where you air your view, and that's it. Let's take it at that. We're not political. We're not a political party. We're not this. No, we're just simply a talk show for now. Thank you.
We don't have to be in the political party to have solutions for our country.
Oh, that's okay. Please, KJ, don't turn me off.
I will remove you.
It the purpose of have your say.
No. If you talk randomly, I will remove you. I have come to a point that that's the way to deal with it. Because sometimes when
no difference, you put me in the back for no reason, for more than.
Okay, that's the way we'll go forward now. Please, we are trying to maintain a standard here, and we are not only Nigerians are watching this program. Many other people are watching it, so we must present a good front. If you become a headache to the moderator, he will take you out. No apology. Go ahead. I speak the truth. Okay, I speak the truth, right? Or you change it?
No, it's still the same thing.
All right, thank you, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So piggybacking on what Tim said, and I know there's a Maurice said he actually commented on it. Politics is actually do or die. He said, "Oh, politics is not do or die." No, it is do or die. It's war. There's nothing friendly in politics. There's no friends in politics. You're going in there. It's winner takes all. And next, he talked about Trump is not Hitler. Trump is Hitler. But I'm going to digress, and I'm going to. I see KJ's face has already changed, but I'm going to. No, I'm messing with you. I'm going to digress. And and why did Awolowo and Zik? Why didn't they get along? I think it is imperative that Nigeria, in as much as I heard that history is not taught in the schools, we also have to start tackling the differences that we have head first. And we have to start tackling situations truthfully and regardless of whose ox is gored. So we always have to be truthful. If we cannot be truthful about something because we do not want to offend, we don't want to offend somebody, then we will never ever reach a consensus where we will reach a stage where development will be achieved. Now, what I'm going to say could be argued. I'm not saying I'm the arbiter of facts, but in my own understanding, why didn't Awolowo and Zik get along? Well, we have to look back at what happened post-independence.
what happened when the prime ministers were going to be chosen, what happened in parliament when members of parliament were going to be decided. So, in essence, all I'm trying to say is if Zik, in my own opinion, in my own postulation, did not try to be smart by half in connivance with the North, destabilizing the Southwest, and then ending up framing our law, because if you read the dockets of the archives of when he was charged, the treasonable charge he was convicted on was definitely basically a frame up. So if that never happened, maybe the January coup would have never happened. Maybe the so-called rematch in July would have never happened. So these are things we have to always put to the forefront instead of just saying, well, okay, we don't know what happened and it's the same thing. No, there were things that happened and some people felt slighted. And these things have been going down generations and generations leading up to today. So maybe if we face those things and understand the mistakes that was made back then, maybe we can understand what is going on now and we won't still be getting played. That said, I discussed with Eccentric Cast yesterday and with Jaguar, and we spoke for hours. And I see, if you notice, I'm discussing with them in the background or in the comment section. Nigerian politicians are not forward thinkers. We don't have people, like I mentioned, a 200-year plan to them, trying to detail. And I said, if it was up to me, within 70 years, the plan that I have, and most of us by then would have been gone. But these are things that we would leave, excuse me, we would leave for the coming generations. And I said, in my opinion, and in my vision, by the year 2100, Nigeria will not be number two. We will be the strongest country on earth, the most prosperous, the wealthiest. And we have to take giant strides. We don't have time now, but we talked for hours yesterday, and I trying to explain and propose all these things and show them where I was coming from. There's definitely no time for that now. But if we keep thinking that the likes of Obi and Atiku and Tnubu are who we need, we are not only going to be crawling, we will never start walking in the next 200 years. We need better people, more forward thinkers, more visionaries, people that determined to take very drastic measures, people
All
that
right.
are prepared to take giant leaps. What you
Thank you.
say? All right.
Thank you. Thank you. You have 30 seconds if you want to
No, no,
round
no,
up.
it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
All right.
It's all right.
Okay. Thank you so much. We need more people who are thinking in the same direction who will make a giant stripes. Yeah, sir, can you go ahead? As okay, I don't want to go into. Can you? Yes, go ahead. Unmute yourself and speak. Thank you.
Eccentric. All right.
Eccentric.
Yes.
Eccentric.
Okay, so I'm going to correct Righteous Man. He made a statement that was incorrect. And anyone can research this to find out if it's true or not, right? He said something about, he said Israel and Palestine have always been in conflict for generations, for, I don't know if he says thousands of years, that it's in the Bible. Therefore, that conflict will keep going. That's a very terrible assertion and a very terrible take, because we are witnessing a genocide in 2D, in 3D, right? We all watching genocide on a TV screen on our phones, cell phones, right? This is something that we've never seen before, right? When apartheid happened in South Africa, I was young. Only thing I saw was what was shown on TV and what people talked about in the music, right? I did not witness apartheid. I did not see like the brutality there. I mean, some of the resources are available right now. We can go back and see what happened, right? But this one, we are looking at it live. Now, let me disprove a lot of assertions that were made here about Israel and Palestine. I don't want to get the platform in trouble, but I'm going to try as much as I can, right? So, if you go back and before before the Second World War, right? There was a declaration. I think it was a Balfour Declaration that was made to settle Jewish people in the land. Some of the lands that were picked were in Africa, right? And Palestine was picked, not by mistake. There was a reason why they picked Palestine, because if you look at Napoleon, he wrote in his memo about making Palestine part of France, not a colony of France, but part of France. That was before the British colonized Palestine and took it over, right? The West has always wanted Palestine because of the strategic position of Palestine, the land. Because with Palestine, you can control East Asia. And we are seeing it right now. You know, they're using Palestine to control Palestine land to control East Asia. And all the wars that happen in Iraq war, Libya war, all this conflict were made possible by that a settlement of a people there, right? If listen, you can write a book, right? I can write a book today, or I can bring a book from the past and go, wait, that's my people, right? And insert myself in the book. People can do that, right? The West can do that. They've already programmed us. They've already programmed us to believe that this is a history, right? But if we do our research, we find out this is all lies. You know, the people that were settled there, the Jewish people that were settled there, the Israelites right now there, these are religious people, right? They have no affiliation to that region. And if you go online and look at the DNA tests that were done, they have no affiliation with the Semitic people. They don't have Semitic DNA in them. These are East Europeans, period. Most of them are from Ukraine, Russia, Poland, Hungary, and of course West Europe. And then you have people from Morocco. You have people from South America, Jewish South Americans. You got Jewish Asians that were brought together and settled in our land. But the main purpose of it is for the West to control East Asia. Now, how did the Jews become Semites, right? There's a book on this. I can share the book title and the author. But there was a time when the Jews were being persecuted, like in Europe, right? You know, for various reasons. The way that they escaped this persecution were by converting. They can convert to different religions, right? Because they are Europeans. Europeans can convert, unlike you and I. If we get discriminated based on our skin color, we cannot convert away from our skin color. You cannot pull Michael Jackson and become a white person. We can't do that. But a religious person can convert and become, and escape persecution. So that was how the East European Jews were escaping persecution, by converting to Christianity, converting to other religions. But when Hitler came, he came up with the ideology that East Europeans were Semitic people. He was the first person, look it up in history. He was the first person to make the claim that East European Jews are Semitic people. And that made it hard for them to convert and escape the pogrom, right? It made it hard for them to escape the pogrom, right? But the plan has already set in motion. The plan is beyond what most of us are talking about here. You're talking about the Bible and this conflict going on. That, when the whole thing, persecution happened, he created a ground for them to be settled over there. Because if you remember, a lot of Jews that agreed to be moved to Palestine were put in boats and were sent to Palestine. The ones that disagreed to move to Palestine were put in a camp. This is a fact. I can share the books for you guys, right? So the Palestinian people are the people of the land. Let me finish up. How many seconds do I have?
30 seconds.
Okay. Palestinian people are the people of the land. The Jesus Christ that you worship came from Palestine. Look it up. Those are his relatives that are being slaughtered. I find it very diabolical that the people that worship a person and follow a religion turns around and go back there to kill the relatives of that, of the Savior that they worship. That's pretty diabolical, and using all the trickeries. If you need the book, I can share the book title for you. The person that wrote it is a Jew.
Okay.
And he's a professor in England. All right, that's it.
Thank you so much. I'm sure that a lot of the panelists, not just me, who want to know about the book so that they can also enrich their knowledge. That's the reason why we have this panel. So please do share that information either on the platform, or you can also read out the title for us. Now, I also want to say this. We know, anybody who is a follower of Christ, who is really interested in the lifestyle of Jesus Christ, will have done a research beyond just reading the Bible. Will have gone to look for cultural implications, and the time of the existence of those writings. Those are what the Bible says, study to show yourself approved. We're not only reading the Bible that as you see it written in English, we also look at the original writings as it were, before what is translated now is translated. If you do that, you find out that a lot of things were changed by those who translated. But that's a discussion for another day. So let's just leave it and concentrate on what we are doing. But I think that's enriched our discussion today, and anybody who cares can look through it. Thank you. Mr. Michael Ade.
Hi, hello, hi everyone. KJ, can I ask you a question? Do we talk about what Dr. Ogbunwezeh talk about, or we
Yes, you
just can
can
say
talk about that,
anything?
and then you can, bring out your own opinion from that.
Oh, okay. I mean,
Yes.
I don't have much to say because this is my first time joining your panel, and I'm enjoying it. I mean, I've seen familiar faces like Jago. I
Oh,
always know. I've always seen. Yes, I know. I've seen many of you guys. I mean, 'cause I watch the program a lot. And thank you so much for this platform. My take is on this is that a lot of time when I listen to us, it seems that all our discussion that we talk about, we don't come up with a solution. Because all we need to do, as most of us, we are in diaspora. And I know Mr. Righteousman says something. It is true. But Mr. Righteousman have to know too, a lot of us have a reason for leaving Nigeria. A lot of us don't live because of economical reason. A lot of us face some persecution, some differences that we are here today. And if where we come from does not give us the chance to come back home, it's going to be difficult for us to do so. Because yesterday I was listening to a program by one of the things that says that we diaspora, we remit over 20 billion.
Yeah.
Can you guys imagine that? Over 20 billion into the Nigerian economy. So we are not a thrown away individual. We have contributed to Nigerian economy, even though it goes into individual at home, individual family and destiny. But we are in diaspora have contributed to the Nigerian economy because every money we send, it goes into Nigerian foreign deposit. So we are part and parcel of Nigeria. And that's why in that forum, they're advocating for us to have power to vote. We are not just an entity to be cast away. We should have a power to vote in Nigeria. We should have a way to decide to say this is it. And I would tell to Mr. Righteous, if all we in diaspora can gather ourselves together, leave all the bickering, leave everything, I think Nigeria, we are the one that is going to save Nigeria. I can guarantee you this in diaspora because we already taste how the economy works. We already know idea how the democracy works and everything because most of us who are sincere, who are genuinely, who are patriotic, because that's why sometimes when people say it's only when I came to America that I know the different what we call patriotism, that you love your country, that you are willing to die. Most of us are not. I'm telling you, most of us are not. We are not willing to die. Let's face the reality. Because if I say let's revolution start right now, how many of us are ready? Because that's why when Dr. Ogbunwezeh said revolution in the essence of it, he has to come on stages. You have to have economical revolution. You have to have political revolution. All these things has to be in emotion. So all I want us is that because over 2 years, I've been watching this program, playback and everything, and I see what the panels talk about is argument, dispute and everything. But for me, what I love about this platform, at least we're having a platform. We can discuss our emotion, we can discuss our desire and willingness to move Nigeria forward. Because I'm the only one that will say, no, I always say, God bless Nigeria, because that's where I was born. I was fortunate to live, all right? Because I tell a lot of people that I'm willing to sacrifice to work in Nigeria, because I remember when I was young, after I went to Navy. I want to join the Navy and everything. I did everything. I passed their test and everything. The next thing they walked to me, they asked me, "Who do you know? Who's your big man?" I said, "I don't have nobody." So that's why I was cast out. And it is true, because when you look at the system the British left with us, there are certain people that they put in that position of, power and control. If you go to the military today, you see the dissection of population of Nigeria that are in it. And once you don't meet the quota, they said you are out. So that's what I'm talking about. So we need to have, every time we come here, please, let us have, like you say, let's have the knowledge, let's have information that we can share. And that's why I'll get a chance. I was about to ask Dr. Ogbunwezeh is coming back. Should be, because he already set up a motion for us to do a brainstorm that we need to do, to have essentially a brainstorm of this. And so next time you come, it should be a platform where we brainstorm what can we individual have, experience of we have in diaspora. What can we bring to the table? And let's start having a motion of political power.
Okay.
Let's do it, because Shawara, that's why Shawara didn't do it right, because I will attest Shawara, the power you've lived here in America, and know where you live in Nigeria. You should have gathered the people around here, push your political power from here, let's support you, and then you go home, you become a forum. Thank you very much, Bernard. I appreciate you, KJ. God bless you.
Thank you for coming also. Thank you. And please do keep coming. It's a platform, is free. We allow all views, irrespective of whether the people accept it or not. It's your view, you own it. And I want to say this to those who keep saying this is a place where we put strategy on the ground. One of the reasons why Nnamdi Kanu's strategies were quickly known and was able to be checkmate was because each time he's talking in his broadcast, he's telling them what he's planning to do. And so the system was able to check him to the point where he is today. I will not say to anybody who is seriously thinking of how to intervene and bring about good governance in Nigeria to come to this open platform. Because whether you like it or not, we have government agents here, who are also monitoring this channel. So this is an open forum. So whatever you need to do has to be somewhere where it is, just you and the people who want to form your political party, form a pressure group or whatever. But I will not say that you should come to an open forum and put that ideas out until, that's why we say. But like I said, this forum continues to be available for anybody who wants to expressly say what he feels about the situation going on back home. Thank you so much for coming. And we're going to be here next Sunday and Saturday, I assure you. We're also going to be having a broadcast on the 1st of October by 4 p.m. here. That is EST time and Nigerian time at 9 p.m. so that we can also discuss the issues of Nigeria. Thank you for giving me opportunity to speak. Now, AY, my friend, please hit the road.
Good evening, everyone from here.
Good evening, AY. My man.
Mr. Jago, my man. Yeah, I actually listened to Dr. Franklin. Well, it seems to be my best guess always on this platform, to be honest. He really understand the issues without speaking sentiment, no emotions. He make a lot of sense to me. Couple of stuff he said, like, which I've actually said here, like the biggest problem we have as people is adopting foreign systems without defining our problem locally. Because for us to have solution to problems, you have to really understand the problem. Nigeria as it is, we don't seem to understand the problem. So you take democracy, you put in the system, you just take a stick, everybody fall in line. It does not work like that. I think every area is unique. So That's the reason why we need to localize our problem. We also localize the solutions. He was talking, for example, like tell the engineer to study the environment so that they are able to bring out solution for you. Even building roads across all over the world, the soil texture is different. You got to do some kind of study to know exactly how to provide solution in building the roads. That's one thing. And the other thing he said that I really love was the leaders are not thinking. Like they don't even have a 20 years plan, like he said. I completely agree with him. That's another big thing, right? They are not thinking because they are not interested in the future of the country. They are just interested in their pocket and the next election. So right now it's about 2027 and how they will steal money to do that election. After 2027, they look up to the next election, 2031. That is how they think. That's the way they understand thinking. They don't understand. They don't have interest of the country at heart. Having like 20 years plan, 50 years plan, 100 years plan. That is what country do. So it's more like they don't understand their purpose. So I really love. I have some questions for him. Unfortunately, Mr. Rudolph probably feel the time is up. He does not have enough time, so we could not ask those questions. Then on Friday, Saturday, right? I was actually watching this program. There is one trend that is now very common on this program. People will come here the moment you don't agree with them. They tell you you are hateful or you hate a tribe. We need to stop this kind of statement. It's very disturbing, to be honest. I don't even know if the people that say this, making this kind of statement, they understand what they're talking about. For example, when you say I hate Jagu, what Jagu say, for example, oh, you hate my tribe. What that means is I hate Jagu, I hate Ferreira, I hate over 50 million people. We need to stop. Let's learn to have discussion. The fact that I disagree with you, no matter the tribe you come from, that you don't represent your people. You only represent yourself. So we need to stop all those. I feel it's just like emotional blackmailing people not to speak about part of issues. It's really a problem. We need to stop it. Because I don't even know how one would take that somebody will hate for example, hate 50 million plus people. Like, is that not madness? How do you even think along that line? We got to learn to deal with our issue. We have an argument. We have prove the person wrong. Let's have a discussion. If you are not ready to have a discussion, you can't hold a discussion. Then disappear. Let people that can have the discussion have it. So you cannot bring a topic and you want everybody to be looking at it from one way. The moment the person disagree, then you start, oh, it's tribal, it's this. We need to stop. I was busy weekend. I saw a lot of new people coming here. People were even accusing them, in same manner, These are people that are quite new on the platform. You don't make it lovely. Right? Look at somebody like Dr. Franklye. He's discussing issue with her. He doesn't care about tribe. If he hit you, He's discussing them. If you think you know more than he or have discussion with him. Ask him questions. So I think that's the way we should go. Thank you, KJ, my guy.
Thank you so much. Mr. Jagun, we're at your door again.
Well, finally, and thank you. And KJ, I mean you no disrespect. But before throwing me out, I just wanted to come to you particularly about the suggestions you made tangible to the platform. And whilst I submit to the authority of the platform, I ask you, as somebody who I saw vividly in agreement with our guest doctor today, I watched tangibly the whole day today. As I've said, this show today was on the back of shows since this new dispensation when Rudolph is back, of shows where operations are visually better to me in production circumstances. And it has culminated in today's show where it has been the single best show I think I've been involved with or I've witnessed on this platform since I've joined. I would want to just take a quick part away to speak on is it eccentric and what he said about what Righteous Man said. Very quickly, I would say he spent his whole 5 minutes wasting time, unfortunately, in not keeping up to date and not really understanding Righteous Man quoted the Bible. So it is not with Righteous Man that you have an issue. It's there written. It's written there. You can go and argue with the Bible if you like. It's not about Righteous Man and him saying what he said. However, KJ, in your grace, you allowed it and you said it's for a discussion for another day, and I hear witness and claim that discussion at the time we have it. Going on, I speak the truth. I don't believe was given enough time to expand in his submission just now, because I found it, I was beginning to find it fundamental and indeed speaking to today's subject matter and the up-to-dateness of where he may have landed at a forward plan if you had given him time. I think I would have just liked to have heard that more, if I can put that to you. In what I want to say, there are, for all of us that have ever appeared on this platform since I've been here, there are only, I believe, 2, 3, maximum 4 people on this platform that can do what our doctor, please, I forgive the name, I need to see it written before I pronounce it. Can you put that in for me, KJ? Our doctor's name.
Dr. Frank Ogbunwezeh.
I'll be calling him Franklin for now, just for the ease of coming out with it. As it's not, yes, that very doctor of ours. What he did today, I believe, was single-handedly firing shots back so accurately at every question according to his point of view and his industry within his reading. He's an intellect. He said, he put it on us. He said, these things come from the intellect, the thinking first. And this is the points that myself and I Speak the Truth were discussing in deeper and deeper measures, when I believe everyone is aware that we come from kind of opposite parts, even though in my mind we should have been closer, as I said, as being earlier diaspora people. I believe that someone like I Speak the Truth has entered into the diaspora and understood the diaspora from wherever he is longer than anybody else here, no matter their age. So where he is seeing Nigeria from a US point of view, he can see it much more clearly in differentiating parts from the America that he sits in, much longer than anyone else here, I believe, apart from myself, which is why I always felt that we would be closer. But at that same time, being British or growing up in the UK or in Europe is quite different from growing up in America. And this is possibly what myself and he needed to accept in order to come to some level of understanding, respect, and appreciation from our different complex points of view. So I needed him to expand on that because I believe there are too many lessons in from where he sits.
Okay.
Wait, please, I beg you.
You're not taking all your time, but go ahead.
No, I really do beg you. I'm just trying to reiterate the way this is. Please, Joe.
Go ahead, Joe.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, KJ. In as much, I am trying to let us appreciate people like any elder here, that the actual elder in the diaspora aspects are those who have been here longer. And the professor today, masterfully, from where he sits in Germany, articulated all of it. No matter where we may disagree or agree from different points of view, the main thrust of thinking is what we need to appreciate in what took place today, intellectually. So I'll step away now in just putting that submission and seeing where it might take us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ferrari.
I'm going to comment on the presence of Dr. Franklin. He was very straight to the point. He's a man full of courage, and he addressed most of the issues, all of the issues accurately, intelligently, intellectually, and bravely. He also took a swipe at those that I called our so-called tripod journalists who push forward cowardice instead of courage in saving the Nigerian situation. But they're very quick at pressing the delete button when someone is trying to make a point, but let them be. Again, the man spoke on Nigeria, but I had wished people had not posed questions about the United States to him, because I'm not concerned much about the United States. And right now, the Nigerian problem is why I come here to see how we can solve. But a lot of people who the so-called elite, the intellect, who don't have a possible solution for why their country is burning, will rather discuss some foreign countries issue. But that be as it may, the doctor really did address the basic issue. He reinforced the concept of the need for our elites to really be elites, for them to stand courage. If they're journalists, to be courageous. If they're lawyers, to be courageous. If they're doctors, to be courageous. And if they're engineers, to build something. He focused on that. I wish he would come back so that next time we talk with such a man, we want to see how do we go forward, because today was a foundational conversation with such conversation. Some people will ascribe to you that have your say is not a place where we come find solution to Nigerian problem. Well, it's not, for me, it's not a therapy place. I don't come for the therapy like most of you. And I don't come here to display whether someone likes me or not. I could care less about that. And I'm not here to portray my cowardice, but we are here to find a solution to our problems. The elite cause Nigerians problem. Some of them are on this panel. The elites are perpetrating Nigerians' problem. And until we face each other and have them have a ton of hearts, we're going nowhere. The elite, the so-called, we need to push this internet. The technological age has given us a weapon. It's a weapon to fight against darkness. It's a weapon to fight against injustice. Our conversation goes far and wide. They're hearing us. And like Dr. Franklin said, it's not just the fact that the oppressors are hearing us. It's the fact that there's a little child somewhere in Lagos or in Abeokuta or in Enugu or in Abia or in Kano or Kaduna that listens. And the things that comes out of our mouth would implant a future Martin Luther King or Malcolm X into that child. These are the basis of our conversation. Not to spread despair because we are tripod journalists and we want to coward in. Anyway, the doctor was on point. But next time, if he comes, the key things I'm going to focus on with him is how do we organize? You are abroad, we are abroad. We don't have to wait for the Showores, for the Obis. We have like minds. How do we begin to rearrange people of like minds, people who are truly patriots? Those who want to start talking about America or some China or some other countries that don't have this problem, they can go ahead and keep doing that. That makes them feel like intellectual. They like to hear their own voices. But I want to solve the Nigerian problem, and that's why I come here. And that's my passion. And if I want the solution, I believe conversation comes out. If I'm able to convince just one person out of these misdirected elites, there's so many of us, we're on this panel. If I'm able to, I've made a victory. I like the way he answered Forefather's question, security. He hits it on the head and said, my man, there's more than just physical security. There's food security. There's economic security. There's economic security. So when you push security, it's a good thing. But why don't you face that are causing us economic damage because they're not providing us economic security?
It was wonderful. It was wonderful
answer. Great man. You know, and I love the way he addressed our tripod journalists and lawyers. He was on point. Great man. But I think next time I'm going to talk to Rudolph to bring him back to see how we begin. The like minds. This place, you know why I hate this place, why I fight so much? There's so many obstacles here. There are people who just don't want you to say the truth.
You have 30 more minutes.
To block you from saying the truth. How many minutes I got left?
30 seconds.
Yeah, that's their main mission. They want that distraction. They want to talk about personality. They want to talk about bullshit. They don't want you to move the black race forward, move Nigeria forward. Our problem is not spiritual, it's man-made. And with man intellect, we can solve it. I rest my case.
I like the way he answered your question, Ferreira.
I know.
Because your question was so overloaded to the point he did judo on you. You didn't even realize judo. You ended up in landing softly on your back when he just said, you have said everything.
Okay.
Now, judo you don't do for you.
I know.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that insight. I want to say this. I'm trying as much as possible to hold myself back from making some. You can make your point without having to insult anybody. If I get in here and I say to some doctors, quack doctors or whatever you decide to call them, that will not be good. So no matter what your profession is, the journalism profession remains one of the prestigious profession. And whether it's practiced correctly in Nigeria or not, as it is now, those ones who are practicing in Nigeria are doing their utmost best. And if you're referring to me as a journalist, my brother, I started working in international journalism as at 2009. That's when I got my appointment. Okay, not Nigerian, I'm not a Nigerian journalist. I worked at an international organization, my brother. So don't refer to me to that. I'll pass, next time I won't take that. I will get back to you at that. So please, I respect those who are putting their lives on the line in Nigeria every day. You don't know what they go through. You cannot even know because you're not in the field. Some of those people don't even have, well, let's not go there. I just want to know that when you do that, you're not making a better point. You're rather making it look, you don't want people to.
Do I have a right of response?
No, please allow him to go on. He's defending his profession. Allow him to go on, John, please.
Answer.
Can you hear me very well? Can you hear me, KJ?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
All right. I believe that eccentric cast on the private section, I guess, had indicated that he wanted to go pick up something. I'm a guy that's not just have courage, magnificence, temperance, friendliness, modesty. I'm also fair, and I could sacrifice. If he was ahead of me and he had to go get something, I want to give you or him a chance to then go before me, because I believe he was before me. Or should I continue? Eccentric cast, can I continue then, or do you want to?
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. Thank you very much. Now, Ferreira and Jagun pointed to the areas. I believe Ferreira said when he comes back, he's going to have him elucidate more on certain aspects of his presentation. As long as our guests go on, and obviously in the case of the last speaker, we could listen to him all day because he's a good guy and all that. I have said the limited area in which I believe we can improve. We have to have a give and take, right? If you don't have a give and take, then it's going to be lecturing. It's going to be hierarchical, and there's no place for that in the world where we find ourselves in Nigeria. We have to solve this problem. It's not about speeches and how long you spoke here. Ordinarily, if we don't have the problem we have in Nigeria, I wouldn't be here. I'm here so that we could solve it, but it's been going on and on. I've given everybody and their own suggestion. I believed when I first came on this platform, I said mine was we need Biafra to stay away from Nigeria. Let them go do that thing. It's our country, Biafrans. We put it together. Professor made a statement about how we were vanguard, I believe is the word he used. Vanguard, V-A-N-G-U-A-R-D. Pioneer, avant-garde, forerunner, precursor, that kind of thing. But we're more than that. We brought the country. It's our country. A lot of others, now sometimes when you tell the truth, they're going to say you're being tribal. We brought that country together and want to make it federal. People like Zeke. It's a Zeke of Africa. It's not Zeke of Nigeria. Other African countries have similar people like Zeke. Like, go to Kenya. And of course, Oyibos wiped all of them out. Those are Pan-Africanists. And he was looking at it, our country, our continent. But everybody's going to be disrespecting Zeke, even Zeke nowadays. Or say he made a mistake. Some say, without Zeke, we wouldn't have a Nigeria. So you're forever precluded from talking about breaking up Nigeria. But that's your Zeke. Zeke is not my Zeke. It's Africa's Zeke. It's Zeke of Africa. When are we gonna stop? So, like I said, the solution is not just making Nigeria one and make Nigeria work. I could tell a lot of people it's not gonna work. Now I was saying, I had come in and said, you know what? Nobody knows it all. I said, let's break it down. But you want to go to election? Okay, go ahead. Go get your PVCs and vote. And what did they do? In front of us, they turned off the beavers. People from John Abbas area there. They turned off the beavers. We spent 400 billion naira. And we fought for an electoral process to get the 2022 bill signed by no other than Buhari. And they just turned off the beavers. That's not rigging of an election. I want you to know what happened in Edo State the other day. That's not rigging of an election. If somebody's brilliant enough to rig an election, they do it even here in the United States. You could rig an election. That's different. That's political. But if you're just gonna go turn up the beavers, you're telling us do your worst, and we can do something. Now, every time I'm talking about minorities, I say, look, we come here. If you're a minority, what kind of solution are you gonna be searching for? You're gonna be searching for the kind of things that a minority can do, not what an Igbo man can do. If this place is populated by Igbos right now, the solution we're going to be looking for is how to turn that beavers back on or go to war. We've been to war before for 3 years. So a minority cannot do anything. So when you overrepresented here, all you could do is talk or praise Dangote. That's not our approach. We're not into praising anybody or worshiping our Oba or that kind of thing. That's your thing. So that's what I'm saying. People like AY, they don't want me to talk when I come here, or they think I'm disrespecting their Oba or I'm doing this and that. That's not my business. We are Republican, and before on this platform, I remember before I cleaned it out. Don't forget, you would have been here, KJ, taking insults from even Jegu in here. You see how Jegu is a model panelist now. He wasn't like that before. I take credit for it. Jegun is a good guy now. One of the best panelists.
When you talk, give yourself credit. You claim things like Biafra is everything to be claimed. Don't claim me, Ojo. I'm not a thing. I'm a human being.
No. You're one of our best panelists,
Don't
and I'm happy about
me, my brother.
Even AY here. So many of them. And KJ, if you want to be honest as a Christian, you're gonna say yes, including John Abba here. They were none of my friends. Even I speak the truth. Not all of them. They didn't like me. I've had it all. Even with Omoroye here.
We still don't like you. We only love you. We love you, Pantat. We don't like you. We love you.
You know that it's the same thing. Why am I?
You live in 1967. See, instead of talking of today, you still live in 1967. We have gone beyond that.
I know that's a nexus to the past, unfortunately. But we all are fighting for the same thing. That's true. But all I don't want, and you could take it from me, we do have to act. It's minorities that make themselves minorities, right? Because like I take Edo, now I'm not gonna be popular after I say what I'm about to say. Now, KJ, just hold your horses. I'm almost done here. I'm saying if you go to Edo, for example, Edo is a very important state. It's very significant. You go to Edo, right? That thing I'm talking about, Wazobia, is there. It's a microcosm of Nigeria. Some Edos are Igbos. There's probably more Igbos in Edo than any other tribe. Now, what is an Igbo man? Igbo man is somebody who tells the truth, who goes about his business, who loves his country, patriot. So anybody could be an Igbo man. Now, you do have some Yorubas, those who are Yorubas, like Omoro here. And you have some, unfortunately, you have some those who are Hausa.
I'm not a Yoruba man. I disagree with you.
No, but if you go there, maybe in the last election you had, for example, what is the guy's name that come here?
Just hold yourself back, my brother. Just enjoy what's going on.
You have Olumide, right? Olumide is one of your candidates there. We don't have an Olumide. If there's an election in Nigeria, you're never going to have an Olumide from the southeast.
Okay.
So you have one. So what I'm saying is that, Edo, I want Edo to know that we have Wazobia, because if you say one Nigeria, remember that. That's what it's Wazobia. Now, you have to choose which one of those that you belong to. So Wazobia, you don't have Wazobia, Edo, no.
Okay.
Unless you wanna scatter the country. If you're fighting to divide the country, if you want one Nigeria, it's Wazobia. And let me say,
this is the greatest problem of the nation. You guys,
I know, KJ, you don't know that these people are not happy. Okay, let me just say this to you because you're very important now. You're a host here, right? These people are not happy. For example, when they hear Igbos complaining, they say to themselves, look, you're not the only victims in this country. We minorities, we don't have it going on here. They resent Igbos, they resent Yorubas, they resent Hausas, believe it or not.
Okay.
And they're all over the place. There's so many of them that I studied it and I figured out the problem of Nigeria is minorities in Nigeria.
Now, this is what I would say. This topic is not for today. But on the 1st of October, we are going to have what we've already been posting. Come with your guns loaded, and then let us discuss it in a peaceable way. No insult, no.
We're going to be protesting. Show where they have a protest. There's no independence here. There's no independence stand. We're going to protest
at midnight in Nigeria. It's going to be 9 p.m. by Nigerian time. So
you could do that, but we Nigerians who want to change, we're going to follow Showere's lead in fearless protest in Nigeria.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Those who are not going to be following protests will be here on the 1st of October. And then we can discuss all this. We can discuss any topic that you bring that has to do with national development and cohesion. For or against, we entertain. As long as there's no insult, as long as it's not going to be talking about giving a cat and dog to any tribe to eat, we'll discuss everything. And then we'll
point of order. When you guys say no insult on this platform, this is my last input, and I will exit. When you compare Showere to Peter Obi, that's an insult.
No,
right?
no.
Hold on. Omoroye, you and I, we love Showere and everything, right? But we have to.
Sorry, Pastor, can I say this so I can move on? Listen, every one of those individuals have their own strengths and have their own weaknesses. Or as much as Showore will get up and go to the war front with his own hand, his own head, Obi cannot do that. Obi is rather prefers to stay away and follow the course of the law. These are two differences, and this makes these two people distinct on their own rights. If you are trying to bring them together, it will not work. Everybody have their strengths and have their weaknesses. So, and that's what I see. I like Showore. I've always and then Obi
KJ
is also a good guy on his own. Let's not bring them together. It's not going to work. Okay.
I agree, but what I'm saying is that when you're talking about bringing them together, right? You're saying, okay, Showore has to come and work for Peter Obi's thing. It's not when we say bringing it together, it doesn't mean that both of them are equal now, right? It's like me, right? I could defeat Showore.
You are one-way traffic. I wish you could do for Obi what Showore is doing for Nigerians. That would have been nice.
Talk about what I did for Showore. Do you know what I did to have Showore released from there? Because it was unfair, right?
Go there, go to Nigeria now, clear the way for Obi. Obi is good. Obi is a good man. Go to Nigeria now, face the war, clear the way for Obi to come in 2027. We'll be praising you here. We'll make him out here.
No, but look, KJ, he's not upset. That's the way he talks, right? I've dealt with him here. I misunderstood him in the beginning. You see them playing, he and I going at it. It's just the way the guy talks, right? And we don't disagree. All I'm saying is that we're going to have to understand that Peter Obi is, number one, incorruptible. It's not like he's not corrupt. He's incorruptible. And that is one of the biggest virtues that Showore fights for. Peter Obi has been a governor for 8 years. Peter Obi has been a vice presidential candidate. Peter Obi has been a presidential candidate that won an election. But when it was rigged, he won 12 states, including Lagos, Abuja, right? Edo State.
Right.
Remember the Edo, your state.
Now,
let me, KJ, how do you
get this quality to be here? When the place of the judge.
Let me land now.
You put the car before the horse.
I don't want to put anybody behind the state. Please, let's just.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying,
this topic has a day for itself. Let's leave it and move on.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll see everybody the next time. Tomorrow we're going to protest with Showore's leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
AY, don't say anything when I'm gone because I'm gonna come back in. Okay. All right. Bye-bye.
Okay. Please go ahead, my brother. Yes, go ahead, Extra. Go ahead, unmute yourself, sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. That was funny, man. I don't know. Anyway, that's why Ferrari gets frustrated, right? Things like this. He wants us to move forward, come up with solutions. But man, sometimes we get reminded, we are different, reminded of our difference. You know what I mean? Sometimes, I feel like we are making progress, and all of a sudden we get reminded, oh shoot, we are Yoruba, we Igbo, minority. I'm like, oh shoot, okay,
right, brother.
We have a lot of work to do, like I said yesterday, I don't know if it was on the panel or backstage, right? Tribalism, right, served its purpose, right? There was a time when there were no tribes, right? It was only family. People were protecting their own families. Of course, survival was individualistic, right? People were trying to survive as individuals, and then it turns into family, right? Family try to survive. Everyone protect their land against any threat from outside, right? And then it grew into tribe, right? Into hamlets and then tribes, which is not a bad thing, right? In order for you to protect someone who's part of your tribe, it means that you care about someone else that's not part of your family. But I think the world has moved on. That's why the West, the West transcended tribe a while ago, right? I believe, I mean, there might be tribes in the West, still, among the Europeans, right? But I think they've already transcended that. That's why they're able to unite in one front. And, they came together and they were able to colonize the rest of the global south, because the global south was still fighting against their tribes. Like in the Native America, the Blackfoot were fighting with the other tribe, and this tribe was fighting with this tribe right here. There was no unity to fight off the enemy that came in and took their land from them, right? The conquistadors.
Eccentric. If I can just remind you, you gave us an explicit review upon this very same subject online, open to the world to seek and rewind. So you can say something else if you wish.
It's important. It's important. As after what Pastor
said, important. I agree with a lot of what you're saying, even though I won't say it the same way.
It's important.
It is important. I agree.
Yeah. I mean, what else do you want me to say? What else? Do you want me to say?
Just for the option of saying something else to answer, I think in the fact that I think you saw and witnessed a lot of what was said today through the doctor, and what transition throughout community. I think it was yourself, myself, and I speak the truth, that were backstage going rather differently. So these kind of aspects we would like to possibly look upon.
Well, what the doctor said, right? I've already submitted my points and my criticism. You know, I don't know if I should rehash what I said before. There's no need for that, right? I mean, we this is a panel, you know.
No, it's okay. I beg your pardon if I interrupted wrongly. Sorry about that.
That's fine, man. You in. You know, it's a panel. We are brainstorming, right? I think in order for us to actually make a change in Nigeria, we have to transcend our tribal affiliation. Right?
I think, you see, what I can put to you, if I may put this to you, you know, to go ahead a bit. You know, today the doctor actually did answer many different and varying questions from us. And I think holistically, he answered them very well. Now, he left it with us on this platform, making mention kind of against what KJ was kind of being a little protectionist on, and I understand it from KJ's point of view as a host. Given that, he still left it in the hands of the people, very much so. He puts himself as being, this is what I would do if I were the president of Nigeria. And we had to listen to his aspects of that. I'm just wanting to possibly hear from you as to
that's a make believe stuff. You know what we all can do if we become presidents. That's just some childish make believe crap. That's what we do when we're in primary school. You know, if you become a president, what are you going to do? You know, that kind of crap. Like right now, there are things that we could do, and I've already given an idea, a suggestion, right? You know, we just got to come up with one thing, you know, focus on one area and do something that we can solve all the problems. If you think you can solve all the Nigerian problems, that's a psychological problem, though. That has to do with
sociopathy. Sorry, I don't take you say the sleep.
Sociopathy, right? You cannot solve Nigerian problems. Nigeria is huge. It's a huge country. It's a big country.
Oh no, I say you should leave it.
KJ, mute yourself. KJ, mute yourself.
Okay, I think when it came to wake me up and I was talking, it was like, don't worry.
KJ, mute yourself. KJ, mute yourself.
I didn't see him. I just woke up.
Very importantly, man. Don't want to let out no secrets, man.
Yes, it's 12 minutes past 7. But let me call and see, then I can connect you if it's available.
You don't forget responsibility, oh. KJ, we were open to your.
We can hear everything you were saying.
Anyway,
with the funky sound, the funky ringtone.
God damn.
KJ, always mute yourself when you are with side chick. In case you are with side chick, so people will not hear the conversation.
No, I'm sorry. Okay, actually, we are supposed to be rounding up now, so I can get to other meetings that are.
This is a problem in Nigeria, right? Everyone wants to Everyone has a plan of how we could do things right, but no one wants to do it themselves, right? KJ is the moderator, but he's breaking the rule. He should be backstage.
Oh
Just
no, no. I'm just giving you guys the opportunity. The show should have closed long time ago, but I want to speak. But since that is not
Yeah,
a good
yeah. Can I
now,
quickly correct one or two things? Because my name was mentioned.
yeah. So please, that's why I wanted you to. I brought you in so I can also say before.
Yeah, yeah. But for those of you that feel Wazobia is all what we have in Nigeria, I think you are making a big mistake. The reason why Nigeria is still together today is because of the minority. If not for the resources in the minority area, the North will have long gone. And the only thing you guys are dragging is even in the minority area. So you guys should be careful when you come here to feel you are the only tribe that has been marginalized one way or the other. The major tribe, the three major tribes. And you're not giving us even the minority a good example. And we don't want to take you up on that, and you guys will be running escalator. That is not why we are here today. We are talking of how we can move forward. You have not lived up to you have not given us a good example to feel that you are the major tribes in Nigeria. The Hausas, the Igbos, and the Hausas, the Yorubas, the Igbos have been the major problem of that country. You guys are dragging as if other minorities have no right to live in Nigeria. You guys should be careful the way you go about that. And that is for that. For Mr. Pastor, I think he left already. Nobody is against Obi. No matter the qualities you see on Obi, competence, capacity, credibility, or whatever, it will be of no use with the way Nigeria is today. So you are putting the cart before the horse. The number one thing you have to do now is what Showore is there to do. Showore right now has taken himself to the lion's den to clear the way. If you believe in Obi with all these qualities, I'm not here to argue with you. The other side of Obi, that's a discussion for another day. He's a good man. Everybody believes he's a good man. But for him to actualize these qualities you talk about, you have to make yourself like a show we're now to go clear the way so that an Obi can come in, not just here every day ranting. Using derogatory words on show castigating show on what he has not done well. Support him because he's doing what you cannot do, what most of us here cannot do. He has faced military era, he has faced the bullet, he has faced tear gas, he has faced incarceration, he put his life on the line, his family on the line, his business on the line. He's ready to put everything on the line for you to have a better society. It's more than you coming here to just talk about, tell us the qualities of Obi. You are not ready to go to jail. Your Obi is not ready to go to jail. Obi does not want to die. You wouldn't see Obi as one of the elite. So it's not just a question of destroying Showore for Obi to come in. Showore can be the catalyst much needed for the likes of Obi to come in the future. So what comes first? Do we put the cart before the horse or the horse before the cart?
My brother,
the horse before the cart. So we need a Showore as a catalyst to clear the way for all of us to have a better society. And we all should we should do our own bit, not just waiting for one man. All of us should be the Showore that we need to change the status quo, to change these criminals in power. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I thought we did justice to that. We actually presented a case on behalf of Showore because I don't think that anybody can take anything away from Mr. Showore. Has shown himself as a formidable force, whether you like it or not. Whether you don't like him, you don't like him. The truth that he has stood like an Iroko tree, not moving, and that is what we like. Such people have tendency to bring a change. Yeah, Jonava.
Thank you, my brother KJ. It's always a pleasure being here. You remember the last time they talked about religion? I think they were talking about 70th birthday of Bishop Oyedepo. I don't get into religion with anybody. Spirituality is individual with me. I don't get into all that. But then, having said that, the reason why with Nigeria where it is today, religion plays a major role, and the damage to the society is more than the good. But then I hope that we look at each other with the eyes of love and humanity, that whatever you believe work for you. So go and believe whatever you want to believe that keep you going. But I would like to speak on the issue as I also wait to exit that you guys are doing well. The someone can watch us now from afar and know that we have a great improvement in how we conduct ourselves, especially Jago is doing less of the thing he used to do. I think he's becoming born again a little bit.
But it's not always welcome to bring my name into subjects that are not of mine. Just speak your speak now. Leave me alone for a bit, man.
So people can watch us from their home, wherever, and they know that we are learning. You know, you cannot change adults that have lived their life for over 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, and then you say that they should not do what they do just one day. So I'm encouraged, and I hope we keep it up and improving and speak on the vital issues that. That's always going to unite us instead of that seed of discourse and disunity and talk like somebody else is a collateral for you to be used. So that's where I end for now. Thank you, and I hope you keep me in your prayers.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And yes, I speak the truth.
No, I don't have anything to say. I'm just listening to everybody right now.
All right. Thank you, sir. Mr. AY, any more to say?
Is it like final submission?
Yes, final submission, sir.
You want to close the show now? I thought Father is here. You're gonna continue?
I'm shutting the show down.
Okay.
Why don't you want forefathers to carry on?
That's not my instruction.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, I think you should move to Jago then.
All right, Jago, do you have something to say?
Yes, I suppose so. Since we're closing, my closing submission would be to the platform. I would like to congratulate you guys for today's broadcast. I would put it to Rudolph and the management to look at today's episode and to break those questions up and put them out in a series. I believe truly it would galvanize a lot of similar-minded people out there who are looking across the internet to tune in, especially with today's program. So just on behalf of the platform today, I would wish for many more contributors, as has been said, by way of viewership, comment section, and indeed the panel. And the sith in which this panel can create could bring forward the most intellectually skilled minds, no matter the personality, the mind, to the fore. And if there be a collateral of those minds coming together, this show could become formidable in its positioning of a movement. So I put it to the platform that had a brave conversation today and has a brave conversation in the last 4 or 5 episodes, that in order to grow viewership, I think this be the course that the platform challenges itself by. And if you guys are able to do as much, I would truly appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Jagun. Okay, so Forefather, I see you are here. You have your final say, or what's the plan?
I just this thing spoke to Dr. Dame. He said I can carry on if that is okay.
Okay, right. I will make my final submission and then you can carry on.
Thank you.
And so it, yeah, so it beholds okay, somebody saying please ask Dr. Damage. All right. So that was that is the discussion, the end of discussion for today. The question is, what is the position of Nigeria, our people, the black race, vis-a-vis the position of against the other nations of the earth? Are we learning anything from the political situations we find ourselves? Is our own government even learning that the black race is an endangered species? Are we thinking that something somehow, one way or another, our land is also an endangered land that people may want to take over? If you look at it, Africa has, and Nigeria in particular, have almost everywhere in Nigeria can be used for farmland. Do we see those things as a prize possession that we have, God has blessed us with, that we can actually use to develop our population? Or are we waiting for others to come from somewhere and develop our country for us? There's never going to be anybody who come to love Nigeria more than Nigerians love themselves or love their country. And if it's not possible for us to sit down and have a meaningful conversation and a meaningful planning for ourselves and our children, who will do it for us? And if it's not now, when shall we do it? And if it's not with the political class, who will do it? We don't have communities where people meet to make decisions, but we have political class that are always meeting and having meetings around the world. Maybe they should take some time, instead of meeting in China, in other places, the UN and all, meet in Abuja once and for all. Have a discussion on how Nigeria should go forward and what is going to be of Nigeria in the next 10, 20 years, 30 years, or 50 years. That's how I know that developed countries and others alike think, and they can now lead their population to that direction. And if you're going handicapped, to also ask for people to give you loans, and they're using the loans to buy private jets and build houses for your political political elites, I don't think anybody will be interested in giving you money or even helping you out, or generally thinking that what you're saying is actually the reality on ground. With that, we say, until we come your way again, until we join with you again, forces on Saturday and on Friday, on Sunday, to have your say. God bless you all. I hand over to Forefather.
Thank you, thank you, KJ. The guest, I must say, is one of the best in terms of his views. He's very clear. He doesn't mince words when he came, and some of the stuff he said, talked about how the Spanish did the Indians in. Very, very, something that you don't hear Nigerians talking like that. So that's why I hardly disagreed with one thing that he said at all. He's very, very straight with the people. And people like that, if they were available, they would have helped to shape some of the, if you want to put something down on paper, he would be very, helpful with something like that. It was an interesting take on the way because I was listening to him, I didn't have anything to say about what he has proposed, other than his focus on security was a little bit less, even if everything he was saying was telling you clearly that security is very, very important. So that's why I just came in and made that point about security. But that said, thank you guys for remaining, because I don't know, because one of the areas I was thinking maybe we can try to find out, but I've been wondering about this, the question about why should we even care about our country? Why do we care? Why do you care about your country? What is the, because many of
Why
you,
not?
it's easy to say, but you see, the reason why I'm saying that, I'm asking the question, is because some people that are overseas, like some of our people that have traveled overseas and they've already had children, they'll be like, why should I bother? The country that means nothing to me and all that stuff. So, and sometimes when they say that, there is a question there. Why does it matter that you help your own people in your own land? Why does it matter?
Yeah.
If you're in America, you can become American. You see what I mean? So, AY, if you want to try to, because I want this, I will learn from it. I'm going to learn from it.
Yeah, that's
are we still live, or are we backstage? Is it still recorded?
We are live.
We are live.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's a very good question. There are thousands of answers to that question. So I will just measure a few. There are a lot of reasons why we should care about our country, even if we are dual citizens of other countries. Part of the reason is like this is our home. This is our home. So no matter where you have an address, you only have one home address. Our home address, as it relates to nation, is Nigeria. We can't really allow the country to go down completely because even as we speak, just like you mentioned, right? Some of us live in America, in Canada, in UK, wherever, but we still have family there. So, except we are just greedy and self-centered, that is when we should not care. But as long as we have family there, we should care about them. Also, at some point, you want to travel to your country. You want to see things working. Like for example, today, if you want to go to Nigeria, the biggest thing everybody is thinking now, the insecurity. You are scared. You are not really free. You go to your whole country. If I just came back from another country, I never have any fear. I just came back today, like of anybody attacking me, of kidnapping, of anybody shooting at me. You know what I mean? Like you are free in this country. You can walk around 2 a.m. right? But we have a country. Insecurity is a big problem. Even for you to go to your village now, you go there. You are watching your back. You know, we don't want this. We want to go to our country and be happy. I'll be outside there talking to the people, like eating with the people, laughing with the people, celebrating with the people. That is the life we wish for. And the other most important thing is I will come from humanity angle. This is the why I say there is nothing wrong for the people to live like normal human beings. A lot of Nigeria don't live like normal human beings. They are unable to feed. Even if you are not from Nigeria, you should look at the humanity aspect of it. People are dying. They don't have hospital to go. They don't have money to go to hospitals. You know, these are a lot of issues. The issue are so a lot. If you take deep, like that is the selflessness a lot of us don't have, especially the political leaders. Because when you really think about the people, you are not going to steal all the money and you don't care about anybody. You don't care about Nigeria dying on the road. You don't care about hospital. There are no hospital. You don't care. There are no basic money. You don't care about electricity. You don't care about anything. When you care about something, I'm not saying any country is corruption free 100%, but there are things that are important, that are paramount. Hey, we should look at, let's face the basic things. Let the country work for everybody. I mean, I know there is no time where people will not steal money, but at least if you are asked, for example, build an hospital, why are you not building it? If you build it good, even if you steal some money, maybe people will not even know. Yeah, people might accuse you of stealing some money, but get it done. Not only get it done properly. Because some of this structure, you gotta look, okay, if they are telling you, oh, a building is gonna last for 100 years minimum before even doing anything, like why don't you get it done? Because our grade is very temporal. We are not looking at there are millions of children coming unborn, yet unborn, that will come. What are you keeping for them? You see, what are you keeping for them? When we had all the resources, especially the oil resources, like if they have used it to develop Nigeria, develop other sectors, we will not be where we are today. But today, that is at some point, don't forget, Nigeria were like 50 million, 70 million, 100 million, 120 million. Today, Nigeria is 200 something million. So even the oil revenue now is really nothing when you compare it to the population of the people. But as at the time when we had oil with for the population of Nigeria in the early 90s, population of Nigeria was not at this level. use that money to develop the country, the infrastructure, develop other sector that will be generating revenue for the country.
Why should you care? Like I'm speaking from the point of view of somebody that has jackpot, like don't care about Nigeria that much. You heard about how Madam Luke yesterday, I think it was yesterday or day before yesterday actually, was saying that why should she care, and she doesn't care about Nigeria.
Those are the ones I earlier mentioned, right? You care because it's your country. You don't. Home is home. You care because you have people there that need to live a good life.
Yeah, the people
you care because
that
this country is attached to you. We don't know that. Even if you have American and Nigeria passport, America knows you are in Nigeria. They will still ask you, where are you from? You say America. I say, where are you from? They will ask you.
Yes, sir. Where were you born? Where were your parents born? That's the question that they have.
So if we are proud of our country, I'm in Nigeria, because they will use your country to even respect you, just like family. When you destroy your family, you think people outside are going to respect you. No, they are not going to respect you. Nigeria, when you leave Nigeria is a family. It's like a family to you. Like, if the country is good, you will have the boldness, you will be proud to move like a soldier. You will be proud. You will be proud of the country. So there are many, many reasons. Let me allow other people to speak on it. Thank you.
Thank you, AY. Jagun, so what do you think? What makes it special? Why do you have to care about your country? You can care about the UK just as well. What is the difference? Why does it matter that your country does well? Are those people that have jackpot, are they correct to say why should they care about Nigeria? They should just focus on where they are right now overseas. They should not care about the country.
Thank you very much, Forefather. Good to see you here as part of the production house, as it were. And like yourself, I would concur in today's guest and how he answered everybody's question in such a magnificent way to me. From his own point of view, I believe we were all glued. It was a great production. Continuing it into your question right now, where I will answer this question from my own particular point of view. Being born in Nigeria and raised in Europe, in the West, I was still forged by my parents and family, firstly, as a Nigerian. And in my approach to the world, since between 3, 5, 7 years old and pushing forward, I always stood as a Nigerian. When I was asked, why do I have such a funny name? Amongst the names that were the European and English names that were around me at the time, something like Soji Adam or Olu Soji Adam was extremely strange. But that's what I wore on a daily and faced the world with this strange name as a Nigerian first. There was a period where I came to love my name, but it was like wearing a noose around my neck for everybody I met, having to explain why I have this name, why is it so strange. Black people like me, they have names like Michael and John and Winston, names that are pronounceable, understandable. Why do you have such a strange name? Well, I'm a Nigerian. Now that's the aspect I face the world. And that's the aspect that many of us face the world at my timeline and before and subsequently after, and how these names that were strangely Nigerian still maintain themselves to the world, but in growing numbers, where you can now see communities of people who are Nigerian bearing these strange names. So the affinity that I as an individual have to Nigeria are based on family, memory, birthplace, understanding my rites of passage within my cultural base. For me personally, it is the clearest identity I have. And when I forge in any space in the world that I've been traveling in, I've been able to forge myself as a Nigerian of upstanding nature. We may not see it on the platform here all the time, but that's what I'm performing out there. So in that, that's why I love Nigeria. And that's why many people who are attached to Nigeria in a similar way to myself would love Nigeria. However, we do not forgive it for its flaws. And sometimes when people come to the point of giving up on Nigeria altogether, it is not that they don't love it. I mean, why would Madam Look even be here at all if she doesn't have some affinity or some strenuous level maybe, but some affinity to Nigeria? It's the different levels of pain, the different levels of acceptance, the different levels of appreciation that we may have for something called Nigeria, to which we all share. And in that, in my arc of experience, going through many levels of waves of Nigerians coming to the UK, coming to Europe, coming to London, and then appreciating how our edition here has rebirthed, regenerated energy within the Black communities in which we sit in Europe and the West. So this whole thing, whilst you may speak about it in reasonably questionable terms, one must also appreciate what has happened over a period of time and how long it took and who are the real forefathers of that diaspora and who set forward this community that we have globally now on a stage where we can call ourselves Nigerian in amongst it all. These are things that we are grappling with, I believe, and I believe what I put forward is the nuances and levels at which there are to being in love at some level or aspect with Nigeria. I would submit that.
Thank you, Jagmo. You see what they say, Madam Luke is saying that I hate Nigeria. I beg no apologies. So this is why I'm asking the question, because what does it mean? I speak the truth. So what does it mean to care about Nigeria? And even to be fair, even African Americans, Jamaicans around the world, some of them have never even been to the continent. Yet they care about the continent. Why? What does it mean? Why does it matter?
Exactly.
Thank you.
So that was what I was. You're welcome, and that was where I was gonna lead, because I'd say for me it's not more so about caring about Nigeria, but more about loving my race and hoping for the development of my race and the hoping that my race succeeds and does better than it actually is now. Actually, the honest word I wanted to use was superiority, but when I know what the negativity that is attached to that term, and regardless of how some of us try to, well, a lot of the world tries to pretend like there's no color. There definitely is color, and that is how the world deals today. So on the bottom of the totem pole is the Black race, which encompasses us based on our skin color. Of course, it would be nice if there was a situation on Earth where everybody just looked at themselves as human beings instead of you're from this tribe or you speak this language or you follow this religion. But the reality on ground is that is not what is happening today. So for me, what is the best chance that my race could at least have some sort of play in terms of the hierarchy of the world on ground right now? I think the best chance is Nigeria, not only in terms of the various cultures that make it up, but also its size, also its strategic location, because Nigeria by nature is actually favored on the edge of the Atlantic coast. We are blessed, regardless of how the Europeans ended up coming up to demarcate the land and maybe divide us from our cousins to the east, the west, and the north. The geographic location of Nigeria today is blessed. Then we have the population, we have the natural resources, we have all these things that are working in our favor or could work in our favor if we had the right kind of leaders to push the followership in that direction. So for me, I would say it's not, of course, the love for Nigeria is paramount. The love of Nigeria is foremost, and I've always had this love since I was a child, which actually makes me take a lot of interest, not only in Nigeria, but also its history. And it also makes me always wish and envision a Nigeria, like I said yesterday when we were backstage, that will not only be the strongest black nation on earth, which actually it is right now. And it is the richest black nation on earth right now. It is the most prosperous black nation on earth right now, even with all its vices. But I would want in Nigeria, and this is my vision, and this is my wish, and this is my utmost belief that it could be achieved, even if not in our lifetime, that would be the strongest, most prosperous, economically, and most developed nation on the planet in the near future. And I think we can achieve that if we put the right things in play. And this is my utmost vision, my wish for Nigeria. And this is why I love Nigeria.
Go on, friend. Go on, friend.
Thank you. Thank you. I speak the truth. And Pansat, why do you even care? I know you don't care about the minorities. You say that why a bit, but I don't know why you care about even anything in Nigeria. You are an American citizen and you are proud of it, and so what is the point? Why do you bother with Nigeria?
Okay, could you go to somebody? I'm gonna take this call for 1 second, then I come right back. When I go like this,
Okay.
I'm back. All right. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. For me, when I think about this, I think it goes. I look at it from the point of like, okay, you like AY said, you have family members there, people that you care about, and probably care about you too. When you are falling, these people, they don't have to ask you too many questions before they help you compared to other people. And then if and the land that you call Nigeria now, just like you have a mother, your mother gave you DNA and all the rest of it. But to an extent, that very land itself, that's why they often ask you, is part of the reasons why your own parents have became what they became. And like, the sickle cell mutation that we talk about that many of us black people have, is because that's where we evolved for quite a long time. So we had time to build that kind of resistance that it kind of links us to the very land itself. And that those ones are deep connections that one has to think about, that okay, if this is where we came from and it's even in our blood, it means people of that region are also part of you. And they don't necessarily, even if everybody is different individually, but they will be your people when it comes to on that bigger scale of like looking at the world or nations and stuff. They will be your people. If you have to have allies, natural family members, those are your people. And
I'm back, forefathers.
Okay, go ahead. This is let me just a few seconds. I don't have much to say anyway on this because I don't know too much how deeply it goes. And I think the last one AY used, I think AY, it looks like you have thought about this a lot, about social connections that you have. You know, even if just out of being a good person, you know so many people on the ground in the country, and you don't want them to suffer the kind of fate you have suffered, and you want to do the right thing by them. There's a reason why we have NGOs that try to help people on the ground, because they want to do the right thing by the people that they know and that they care about. So I think those reasons are just as good as anything to defend anything. And you see what I mean? So thank you very much. Pansa, please go ahead.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. It's a very, very good question. I want to stand on existing protocol. So it's probably my third time coming into the platform. It's a very good question, because a lot of people, when we are talking about patriotism, people don't understand that we Nigerians, we Africans, we black men and women, obviously, we you know, we're one. When we're fighting the state, a lot of people misunderstand it. It's like, oh, you don't like Nigeria. Why wouldn't somebody love Nigeria? The question is good to elucidate, but it's only giving somebody an opportunity to define patriotism, right? Which is the love of your people, not the government. We don't have a good government, and we have people, just like Dr. elucidated earlier in his talk. He was able to, you know, make it known the people like Showere and all those who are fighting for Nigeria, they don't hate Nigeria or Nnamdi Kanu or hate people from every section of that country, tribal or whatever. Unless your tribe is causing problem, then somebody could speak loosely. But this kind of discussion here is not one of those where we have to fight or belittle anybody or speak in negative terms. So there are many reasons to love. Why should we care? Well, it's our country. We care about our people. We care about not only our family. We come from somewhere. We're indigenous people. That's our land. So our families. Extended. I see my friend Maska. Yeah, Narauku. Baraka Mudashirin. Can you hear?
I think Master speaker is not good. He's talking, but
No. My mic was muted.
Okay. No problem. I was welcoming you to the show.
Yeah, but you need to some money and learn the language, Pansat.
All right, no problem. So, like we see a couple of days ago, Madam Luke, who's on the screen now, a very beautiful, strong African woman, right? Big heart, gorgeous, smart, detribalized, international, professional woman that comes here, and she's been upset to where she's like, I'm gonna hang it up. These people are not worth it. And you see other irritants trying to, instead of embracing her and you know, make use of her knowledge and experience. And I saw, by the way, Tuna, you did a fantastic job yesterday. I saw you get in between those and try to bring sanity there. I believe that meeting that Rudolph had a week or more ago really has molded you to be a better host. So now, on this topic that we're talking about, why wouldn't I care? That is my country. That is my continent. You know, there's a song by Eddie. What's the name of there was an Eddie from Guyana. You know, that used to be a jungle we used to roam. Man, I grew up in the village. I'm not a city guy. I used to like when I go to Niger Watch, I laugh all the time because somebody like that, the Elvis, he has a mommy. He brings his mommy to his platform, right? Mommy, right? people who grew up in the city, I used to go from the village and I used to whoop their ass because they drink tea and eat bread in the city. We eat what we kill in the village. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, Jago, maybe you have somebody who have a mom or a mama. Like me, I have a mama. I don't have a. You
get mama.
You get a mama. I get mama. I don't have a mommy. You know, that's a big man. Mama, mommy.
Homo, as they call them for English.
So we grew up in the village. We're indigenous. So when we see, like me, when I came to America, when I see how Black Americans, our people, right, were enslaved and brought here. I mean, you know one thing, I wish they had cameras. If you should see me when I was in college, man, when I was in class, right? Those things used to make me mad. Like, you know, when you go to the cafeteria, you see all these beautiful woods that they used to make an ordinary secondary school, college cafeteria. Where do you think those woods come from? So I used to ask them and I'd be upset. They go there and they take our stuff. They take all our stuff, set prices for us. So no, we love our country. We love our countrymen, but it's actually bigger than the clannish bullshit that we talk about here. Do you think that's actually what a guy like me would be spending my time doing? Clannishness and tribalism. No, that's a bigger thing here. We have to love that continent. We have to make sure that those who disrespected us, took our people into slavery, that it doesn't happen again.
Is it Pansat that is actually speaking or somebody else that is using Pansat's voice?
It's
no. Allow Pansat land, brother Matka.
When did you become born again nationalist?
All right, so for one thing, your thing, I know, you see, Nigerians, it's like righteous men. You come here and we just put up whatever you do, because in Nigeria, you don't care about getting a good microphone or have light. You want us to protest for you. We send you $20 billion a year.
Pansat, make you land correctly.
Show it. You gotta go out there tomorrow. Anyway, so let me land by saying this. What I'm saying is that we love our country because we love our people. We're indigenous. We're taking a lot of nonsense in diaspora from all these people. We're pretty much like a lot of people in exile. The fools who have taken over our country got it coming. Somebody's going in my ear. Maybe I'm gonna take this thing off and just listen to this like this. Hold on.
No, I think it's Masca's microphone. It's echoing.
Yeah, but I want, when it does echo, it's not disturbing my eardrum. So right now I'm good. Can you hear me very well?
Yes, we can.
Loud and clear.
Okay, very good. So to Niger, the reason you ask this question is because you care. You're frustrated. Also, you ask this question because you're misunderstanding every single one of these activists, Showere, Peter Obi, Nnamdi Kanu, me, Jegun, so many others, Ferreira, who complain. You're misunderstanding it. We actually care more than the people who are clapping and cheering on these people in government right now. Because if you really listen to our plight, right? I think, if you go to college the first day you sit in class, see, because they're not hiding it. The first day they're gonna tell you how we're humiliated. They will actually tell you what we should do. So it's not like a cabal or something secretly. What they did to our people, who welcome them. These are people, you come with religion or whatever, you talk to them, and they welcome you in. And these people sucked it to us. Up to today, they're holding us down, picking our leaders, setting our prices. So how could your blood not boil When you go and see how Nigerians are suffering right now, people who shouldn't be suffering, we have everything. Just a few sacrifice and modify a few things, go for the truth, go for science, and we'll be off and selling. So I concluded by saying there are a lot of people who, you know, you look at a country like San Marino, it's an Italian speaking language of, I don't know how many thousand people. That's a small country, been there for since 300 AD. But maybe they finally got their independence a few hundred years ago. They're small, but they have dignity. Things are working. Even if you look at the Vatican, for example, they finally got they were given their stuff in 1920s by Italy or Rome or something like that. So that whatever big size you have really doesn't mean anything. So for those of us who are fighting for dignity and to ask these people questions of what happened, why did you do it? We're going to have to come together. It doesn't have to be Nigeria. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't have to be Nigeria, but if it's Nigeria, then it's actually better. But if they've got us to where Nigeria will never function, because I have a feeling that's what's happened, because the division is not tribal, it's traditional. You have a Western tradition, and then you have the Islamic tradition, unfortunately. And we have that problem. And then we are at the intersection of that. Of course, the tribal ones as well. So those of us who are fighting to make that, have the dignity for our people to live better, they're not getting killed, they go to school, catch up, like you said, you saw, by the way, let me just say this, and that's it. I actually have an engagement here. So to Niger, when that doctor was here today, he actually addressed one of your concerns, your issue, security. I was just waiting to see if you're going to go up and say, hey, that's what Pansat tells me all the time when it comes to security, right? It talked about what I normally tell you about security. You have your food security issues, you have your traditional security issues, right? I don't know if you saw when he broke it down for you. Cyber security, food security, all kinds of security. So he hit it out of the park for you, to where from today, if you go back to discussing military size, right, then you could only be that you are an agent of DSS or something, one of these paramilitary stuff, and you just you're trying to talk about those. But if you're talking about security, what he elucidated that was very important, that you can't do any of those things unless we get it right. We have a freedom, we have constitution, people are happy, there's fairness. We have good leaders, not people who can go to France or London with these Europeans and expose themselves to intrusive surgery where they could put anything in there. There is so much intelligence and wickedness with Europeans that if you're talking about security, no matter what you give to that president, if we don't have hospitals where he could attend the hospital back home, and then commitment, they have to be committed to security. They have to be committed to education. It's not just beginning the program, which they haven't even done. They have to be committed to it, right? Just like you want to have that dignity of having, which, of course, I understand what you're saying. You want us to have that dignity to where we're not vulnerable to any of these people. But look at who we have. Even if you have that infrastructure, somebody like Tnubu, somebody like Buhari, all these people, they hate us more than this Oyibos. We actually want Oyibos to protect us from these people. That's how bad they are. All right, thank you. I rest my case there, and I will exit because I want to hear what you're saying, but I have an engagement. I'll be listening. Diego, thank you very much, and then AY, thank you.
Thank you, Pasad.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
Pasad,
yeah.
hold on. Give me what, Pasad. I
Yes,
can
sir.
see you are now a born again man. Go and see no more. Go and see no more. One love, man.
Okay.
Passat has never praised Nigeria, but the way he has praised Nigeria today, I can't.
You
People are
understand?
surprised.
We are all blessed by that conjunctified lyrical magic of Pansat, the one they call Pansattery. Almost.
Pansattery.
Pansattery.
There is this lady that, you know, she's often very bitter about Nigeria and cursing the country. And let me just see if I can play her.
Who is this one again?
Let's see her now, because she makes different videos about Nigeria and says some things about Nigeria, that Nigerians have issues. Let me see.
You don't have to tag along with the hate. It is the same thing for the Nigerian people. For us to come to your country and live in your country for free with nobody disturbing us. And I know 1,001 Ghanaians living in Nigeria for free, celebrating the festival in the middle of the night, 2 a.m. They are doing this. Now, what did they piss me off with that? Like this, show me what you can do, what you are capable of. But when you are in the wrong, you are in the wrong. Ghanaians, get in here. Nigerians, this is Nigerians versus the Ghanaians. I like to do banter a lot with the Ghanaian people because I just feel like we are siblings at the end of the day. You know, whatever it is that we do online, we don't take it out on each other in the real world. I mean,
okay, this one may be a different title, but this is where the real issue come from, because I don't know whether any of you know this Ejim guy. The man always like try to defend Nigerians when Nigerians have been attacked overseas, but this girl feels like why is she defending Nigeria, and she goes on in the opposite direction, attacking Nigeria constantly. So let me see. I'm trying to find most of the videos, and it's quite.
They dragged me to court.
Let me
So
just.
when they dragged me to court, we had to beg them that, okay, if they want to remove the money laundering, how much would they collect? And so we should go and bring 15 million that they will remove the money laundering. But they said, I'm still under investigation. I cannot withdraw from my account.
Hey guys, what's up and welcome back to another video. I need to start from the genesis of this whole problem. Actually, this video is trending right now in Nigeria, so this is hot and spicy. You know, when we speak about all of these things, as usual, they'll come around to say, let's cover up the name of the country or let's protect the country. That's good and fine, but that's what we have been doing since 1960. That's why you see the country is still where it is today. Now, I don't believe in this generation, my generation, to get Nigeria going. I believe in Aziz and Gen Alpha, because all of those people, they don't hold back. They call you out when they need to be. So for my generation, there is no hope at all whatsoever. If you're new to the channel, you're welcome. My name is Gloria, otherwise known as Mama G1 of YouTube. Thank you for stopping by. Do wait to subscribe, give the video a thumbs up. Let's dive right in. Recently, there is a guy in Nigeria by the name VDM, very dark man, aka Martins. Now, he's an activist or self-acclaimed activist. He recently called out the popular Nigerian cross-dresser, aka its people would respect you. Whatever you do, they will pardon you. I have made mention of it in the past. You can go back to watch that video. That's everything that is happening. Because of money and connection, somebody that was supposed to go to jail and serve jail time, he did not go to jail. They used money to bribe his way out, and therefore they rented an apartment, or he was given an apartment close to the jail where he was. He was able to access the internet. He was able to do every other thing a common man was doing. The thing he was supposed to do, which was to serve jail time for his offense, he didn't. He was given special treatment. Now, where is the justice in Nigeria? Where is the justice in Nigeria?
I was convicted and I went to serve.
At a VIP prison?
I went to serve, not even prison, correctional. You know, stop calling me prison.
Let's throw it back. One time there was an award that was given to, that was...
See, this one is just one of them. And the reason why I'm showing this is because the context that she comes from is that if you look at the title, she say why Nigeria will never get better, and it says this one where see Nigerians react bitterly about upcoming 64th Independence Day. So she comes from the point of view that she's of the persuasion that Nigeria is it's like the people in Nigeria are the bad people, and we defend bad things. So because of that, there was this Ajim guy that came online and said, "Why are you doing this?" Because the Ajim is always defending Nigeria and calling South Africans out for what they've done to Nigeria. But why she keeps saying that South Africans are correct, that Nigerians are not, we don't hold our people accountable. But I felt like, why does she feel like we don't hold our people accountable? Well, clearly, Nigerians are some of the loudest people that go online to badmouth their own people, like the Otapia lady and different kinds of stuff. So I don't understand why she had that resentment towards Nigeria so strongly. And the same thing, like if you look at Madam Luke, you tend to see that. And not only, I think there are also other men. I can't remember the men that go online and we know them now, the ones that call Nigeria zoo and all the rest. So we've seen all that one. I think of our men, more men badmouth Nigeria. So I find it a little bit weird that some people go out there and say, act as if Nigerians are covering up the bad things that are happening in Nigeria. And then it goes to the question, why do people always approach Nigeria as if it's like some kind of, like, it's Nigerians mostly that do this. We approach it as if it's some kind of painful experience with a mother that you don't like, a family that you don't want to be with, and you want to distance yourself as much from them. So, and that's why the question I'm asking, why should we care about Nigeria? Even if with all its failings, why should we care? Do we need to do that? Maska, welcome, and please go ahead, because I don't know how long you're gonna last. And I can sympathize.
Yeah, not sympathize. You can understand because you were here now. You know how difficult it is.
I do. I can understand.
Okay. Well, there are things that are deeply personal, sincerely speaking. I mean, and even at that personal level, it's transient. If I take myself as an example, there was a time when I deeply despised Nigeria. It's almost driving me crazy. But at some point, you come to the realization that, okay, well, it's almost akin to this thing that they say, that if your hand is bad, just because it's bad, you will not cut it and throw it away. Just because you don't like, because it's part and parcel of who you are, essentially. So, yes, sometimes you get to that state where you don't like, I mean, even as a person, sometimes we come to a bad place where we don't like ourselves. People do commit suicide. So if you take that and relate it to the general point, so a people like Nigeria really can drive you crazy. But the point for me is you grow, you come to a realization that, look, it's not, if you have a good understanding, most times the things we are dealing with, it's not the country, it's not the people. It's, how do I put it now? What mostly we are dealing with issues. We're dealing with fundamentally the institutional setup. What are the current norms and values? See, how do we carry out governance? A lot of things, if you break it down, you see that you are just dealing with issues. It's not the people. These same Nigerians, when they go out, they behave well. If you take Tnubu and make him the president of America, the things he's doing now, he cannot do it. So I can relate to the people. I can relate to the people who don't like Nigeria now. But what I would tell them also is that for me, it's not even been about. Well, just sorry. Look, I'm gonna submit now, so you can talk. It's not just about the country. It's about the dynamics of social life. I mean, if today you are Nigerian, there's nothing you can do about that. You can't deny that fact. Once you're a Nigerian, there's nothing you can do about it. You may hate it, you may do whatever it is, but it's gonna be your reality. The earlier you accept it, the better for you. And therefore, what you should focus more is not the dislike of that idea that you are a Nigerian, but the effort should be towards how do you make it better. I think that's my submission.
Thank you. Mascot. Madam Luke, welcome. In a way, you inspired this question because I heard some of the stuff you were saying about 2 days ago regarding why you should care, you don't care about Nigeria, and I think it's worth answering. Why is it you feel like you don't need to care about Nigeria? Don't you have family members there and people there that you care about? Please go ahead. Madam Lu, go ahead.
Okay. I just came to, I don't know why we keep going back and forth. The thing is that everybody has a different idea of Nigerianness. So why we have to all struggle to be on the same page is what I don't understand. Yes, nobody can take away the fact that you're a Nigerian. Like I said, I lived half of my life in Nigeria, and I can never take that. The beauty of it all is that it was the best Nigeria there was. That I am very proud of. But the Nigeria now, I can never be proud of. So I'm not, you see, I don't know what your definition of love is. I don't know if people would like struggle love or torture love or whatever. For me, when I love something, you have to give me something to love. And you have to earn that love. My love is not cheap. So why would I love something that is abusive to me, that is foreign to me, that is not in line with my spiritual, personal, and professional growth? What exactly is that all about? When people would throw this word called love, do you understand that when it comes to the level of races, the black race is the race that does not really understand that concept of love? And I'm not saying whether it's Nigeria or otherwise, I don't care if it is. I'm talking about just because we are so emotionally displaced, we cannot fathom that word called love. We can't practice it. Even when people give it, they cannot receive it. So you see, I don't understand where you will come up with these fantastic ideas. And the kicker of it all is that most of us are here in the diaspora. You claim all this, your love, 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 but you're eating the white man's food, wearing the white man's clothes, you guys are so confused that it borders down now to it now comes down to one thing: pure hypocrisy. When I gave up I still have my Nigerian passport, and I have my American passport. If today I were deported or I was told to go back, I don't think I can make Nigeria my home. And I'll tell you for one single fact: I'm female. And females do not, Nigeria is not a country for females. Nigeria is not a country for women. So if the country is not a country for women, why should I love the country that does me a disservice because I'm female? Because my own male counterparts will do everything to put me down. If you talk, you're too aggressive. You're meant to be in the kitchen. It goes on and on and on. And you can only put up with that for so long. So when I say I actually hate Nigeria, it's not because I'm talking out of self-hate. I am talking because, and only because, the Nigeria I have now, I have come to loathe. Because nothing works, and it's just become one heck of a PDD freak show, as far as I'm concerned. So don't blame me. I'm only telling you like it is. You men can sit down here, but until you bring women here who can tell you, we are the nurturers, we are the ones that nurture the kids, bring the kids home. So when we tell you that certain things are not conducive for our spirits, you need to understand where we're coming from. Most men are on this panel, they talk through their own eyes. They never see through the eyes of women or children. Yesterday, we were supposed to talk about a lady that was dismissed from the army unceremoniously after she has been abused, PDD style, drugged up. And here we are talking about what kind of nostalgia. What kind of nostalgia are you talking about? You love it. You love what do you even love about this in Nigeria? What do you even love about it? It's a place of sickness, a place of darkness, diabolical. I mean, there is absolutely, what is the thing to love except your nostalgia? And most people will say, take your children, do this one. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves? The life that you cannot live in Nigeria, you want your children to go there and live it for you. Is that not sick? If you want to live that life of a Nigerian, why don't you go there and live? We're all here talking on the internet every day, arm wrestling, how to get Nigeria better, but we are talking from the diaspora. Meanwhile, those in Nigeria, they can't even come like this and come and discuss how they're going to get Nigeria forward. And we're here doing arm wrestling. Today we'll talk, we'll come back again. Today we'll come, back to square one. I don't have time for that. I only came here to ask one question and I will log off. Is Nigeria a country for women? The answer is no. Then what do you think? Why do you think I have a business deal? Why do you think I have any business deal? When my own
But look, I have a question for you too.
Yes, please.
So let me ask you this. So what is your definition of a country for women? What is your definition of that? What should that be? When you say a country for women?
A country that gives women the equal opportunity to progress. If you look listen, it's a man's world. Even in most countries where we are now, women are still trying to catch up, but they're given a chance. In Nigeria, you're not given a chance unless you're somebody's personal call mistress or call girl. Even when you are married, people will still try to make you a call girl.
But
Even
we still
when you
have
are
women
married,
that are up there, right? That's what I'm asking. We still have women that are up there.
Where are they? Where are they? Name one.
We have a lot of women.
Name one. There you are. You can't even talk.
Okay.
I said name one.
Better do and design.
Abike Dabiri.
I asked him to name one. He's chewing his mouth.
Abike
Name
Dabiri
one.
is there.
Okonjo Iweala.
Is there.
Better do is there. Design is there.
Good. Obi Ezekwesili, she's there, right?
Good.
There are a lot of women
impact have
around.
they made? What impact have they made on the lives of women?
And even the late Dora Akuyele, she was a powerful woman.
What impact have they made in the lives of women?
She made a lot of impact in the life
Name
of the
it. What was that? What's
women.
that? Is Nigeria?
Yeah, in the life of
did you decrease the mortality rate in Nigeria, or women still dying from child? You know, Nigeria is one of the nations that women die of childbirth. Nigeria is one of the highest.
I get it. I get that. Yes, that is very specific. I agree with you on that. But can you also look at it from the general view that we just have problem in the country in terms of even men are facing the same thing?
Like my brother said, is it not you men?
Madam, look, if the women if the women, like you just rightfully said, haven't made an impact in the lives of the women in charge, Dara Akunyili, Abike Dabiri, and if we had to go with the corrupt ones like Dezani and Beta Edu, they did not make
Dezani also did good.
Hold up. So if they did not make an impact in the lives of the women, like he's rightfully saying, which I was going to interject, wouldn't it also be right to say, well, the men that you're blaming also did not make any impact in the lives of the men or the populace in general? So it is not. So we have an institutional problem. It's the rich versus poor problem, as opposed to maybe the men are just favoring the men, or they doing it to denigrate the women. And I'm not saying there's no problems in Nigeria or women are not being ostracized with regards to the culture and with regards to how things are set up. But I'm saying, isn't it more like the whole population actually has a problem because the overwhelming majority is poor and there's a certain elite that controls everything as opposed to them just targeting women alone.
And let me add this to it, right? So definitely you are able, because of people like you too that have that exposure, don't you think like it should be more beneficial? People like you can put your voice out there to help the women too. So why do you want to abandon the country? Is that not also selfishness on your own part? You don't
No,
think that?
no,
Okay.
because I want to tell you why. I don't believe in making useless sacrifices. Okay? I don't believe in making useless sacrifices. As you see, as I'm looking at you here, I have the utmost love for myself. If I'm going to sacrifice for you, I ain't no Jesus Christ, who has to die 3 times to save the world. He did the first coming, it didn't work. The second coming we're waiting for, and there's probably going to be a 5th coming for those who believe those things. So when I make sacrifices, I expect them to be fruitful. And if you make sacrifice for Nigeria, read my lips, you are making a useless sacrifice. Only because the culture in place does not aspire progress. The culture, call it what you are, the institution, the culture, which is made up of Nigerians, by the way, does not inspire success. It does not inspire individuality. And so all you get, and people keep talking about protest.
Madam,
Remember, people protested. This same illegitimate president you had protested. And when they finished protesting, they gave way for the lunatics and the renegades and the criminals to take over Nigeria. If you do that again today, we will come out and protest. The country will shut down. Guess who is going to take the helm on affairs? Boko Haram and the same lunatics. Because we have no system in place for progress.
Nigeria is going through a developmental phase. What Nigeria is going through is not unusual, at least if we look at it from the premise of the United States. This same United States that you hold in high esteem today, and which you are praising the freedoms that you say women enjoy.
Yes.
Okay, so this country has also gone through these same things that Nigeria is going through. I don't know if you know it. It wasn't that too long ago that women were allowed to vote in the United States. There was a time they were being ostracized too. There was a time the United States vote, even today, there's still a lot of voting irregularities. If you know the author Edgar Allan Poe, Edgar Allan Poe got killed by a gang that used to go around picking up people, inducing them with alcohol, and forcing them to vote against their own will. But along the line, the United States, what did they do? They put in measures. They had patriots that came on board and decided these are things that we do not want to have happening any longer, which is what at some point I believe, and I genuinely believe this, and I sincerely believe with all my heart that at some point Nigeria is going to reach that precipice where we will have same people. Maybe it might be those of us from here. It might be those of us that are just. It might just be actually even patriots from Nigeria itself that might decide and say, we've had enough, and they'll start making the required changes. But if you think all these things that you enjoy today just happen to just come to be, you need to go check when women were allowed to work. You need to go check when women were allowed to vote in this same country. In this same country, it is not sacrosanct that Black people are allowed to vote forever. There is a time limit, whether you know it or not. It gets renewed ever so often.
Unfortunately for you, Nigeria is regressing, not progressing. That is where your mistake is. Nigeria is going back in time instead of going forward. Other countries are going forward. Your Nigeria is going backwards. And you are here telling me a time will come. When? When we are in the grave.
Well,
Is it the fact that excuse me, are you trying to tell me Nigeria is progressive
We
or
need to.
what?
If Nigeria, ma'am, like I said, hold on, hold on. So, like I said, Nigeria is going through a developmental phase. I guarantee you, when the presidents were getting murdered here in the United States, at some point there had to be
Development is not retrogression.
This is part of nationhood building. So I guarantee you, if you went back in the 1800s and looked at, you lived in that time period where Abraham Lincoln lived, for example, when Ulysses Grant and the federal forces were fighting over slavery, I guarantee you there would have been people that would say, well, we are retrogressing. When Abraham Lincoln was getting his head blown off in the theater, I guarantee you people would say, well, the country is retrogressing. When JFK was getting killed in the hills in Dallas, I guarantee you people would have said, it is retrogressing. It is all part of this is what happens. If you even have to go all the way back to the Roman system, when Julius Caesar was getting stabbed in the back by Brutus, I guarantee you. So I'm not saying I'm not saying don't look at everything from a negative perspective. It is okay to lose hope, but I'm telling you that if you are averse with history, you will understand that whose echo is that? You would understand that these are just steps that we are going through now. They are bitter steps because they are happening in our lifetime. They're happening in real time. But I'm telling you, if we put the right foot forward, we put the right steps, and we put the right measures in place as a people, I guarantee that things are going to get better. And this is my utmost belief.
Let me add something.
Can I just add something to this? Okay, you wanted to say something earlier on.
One minute. So, Madam Luke, I think the way you were sounding, it's as if you are at war with men. But I know you are not. But here is it, right? What you just said, I think we have some progress in terms of women in position. Look at the president just nominated a woman chief judge. So the chief judge will have now, she's a woman. So I know it's not still enough. If you come from the point of say, okay, the executive position or ministerial position, okay, let's have at least 30% of women. That is understandable. That is why people like you that have the voice, you don't have to abandon the system. You need to speak up. You need to speak for the people in power to hear it. The women that have the voice, let them speak up. That's the way I see it. But what are you going to do? Are you going to say you are not Nigeria anymore and tear your passport? But it is our country. So we got to face it. We don't have option.
Mr. Ewa, first of all, I come from a family of men. And when I talk like this, people say, I know people have making comments, you have the feminine side, and this one. Excuse me, my personality is such that I don't have a soft side. So please don't even waste your time. I was born that way, and there's nothing soft about me. So what you see is what you get without apologies. I'm not worrying with men. I'm not worrying with women. My personality is my personality. In fact, the only problem I have is high esteem issues. I don't have low esteem issues. I'm comfortable in my own skin. I don't fight with men. I have brothers. I have cousins. I'm just a very forceful talker. So it has nothing to do with men or women. Okay, so let me get that straight once and for all. Number two, lending your voice. And Mr. I speak the truth. When you compare 1880s to 2020, it is a big disservice. Now we are talking in an age of AI, We're talking age where your country drives the best Rolls Royce. Your country invests in private jets. When it comes, it's kind of interesting that when it's time to really take up the drive, you will invest in
Is it me or she's frozen?
You will invest in the most beneficial technology.
Is it me or she's frozen? Or it's me?
Am I frozen?
No, it's me. It's me. Sorry.
No, you will spend your time and invest in the most insignificant part of your human existence. You waste money on the most meaningless things. When you want to keep up, you buy a yacht. That doesn't bother you that you're competing with the jet age. But when it's time to take us back to the back ages, you will now remember 1800s. Your ladies are going out with big BBB, what do you call it these days? BBLs and BBGs or whatever the hell you are carrying these days. But now, you don't think about the 1800s where people were wearing Adam and Eve. So you see, we are selective in where we want to be progressive. And the things that should be important to us, we don't invest in. You want to compare, even if you want to compare, track Americans' history from 0 to 50 years. Did they progress or not? From 0 to 100 years, did they progress or not? In your Nigerian existence, from 0 to 60, where are you?
I don't know. I live here. I'm from here, but I'm saying
you are not in Nigeria.
No, I'm not. I'm in the United States, but I'm saying at the same time,
you don't know?
I don't know, but I'm saying at the same time there's always
question for you.
Wait, you're going through your question, but there's always been retrogression, even in America. America has not had America had its biggest leaps in terms of progress in the last 50 years. Okay, so prior to that, prior from 1776, it's always been up, down, 2 steps forward, 7 steps back. But guess what? The United States figured out a way. I'm not saying there's no retrogression in Nigeria. I agree with everything you're saying, but I'm saying that at the same time, we have to have a positive outlook, not just a positive outlook. We also have to take positive steps. I agree with everything you're saying. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but to just think that everything is just going to go to hell, is going to go to shit, and the country is not going to move forward, I think that's not only disingenuous, but I also think you're doing a disservice to the citizens of that country.
Good. Question for you on the panel. How many of you did kindergarten, primary school, secondary school, university in Nigeria? How many of you here on this panel?
Not all 3 of them, but let me add my own voice to this.
You did, right?
This thing. Can you hear me? I don't know.
Adam, man, welcome.
Let me add to this. Can I add to? Can anyone hear me? I don't know. Can anyone hear me?
Mr. Fofadas.
Let me add to this. You have been talking. You've been talking.
Wait now. I didn't know the 3 people. Which 3 people went so I can talk to them later? Which 3 people went to Nigeria? To school in
the
Nigeria,
3 people.
Please? Show of hand.
I think my system is a bit weird. I can see everybody else moving, but Madam Luke often freezes. I don't know why.
No, all my schools were here.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Fofadas.
Yeah, my system is a bit weird right now. See, what you call the better life of the West is the one I even want to address, because I think people have just considered that point that the West is just necessarily better.
Mr. Fofadas, when you put words in my mouth, you drive me crazy. I did not say anything about better life in the West. Don't put words in my mouth, please.
And what are you saying by saying life is better in the West? That by saying that life is worse in Nigeria, you mean life is better somewhere else, isn't it? Like where you are right now, which is West. So
I will keep quiet because I've made up my mind not to be disruptive on this forum. So I'll be silent for now.
Okay, so because by saying that, you are basically saying Americans' way of life is better. So in other words, how do you define what is better? It's like, GMO crops. You go to you can have them in sweet and all the rest, but it doesn't generate seeds. And most of these women that are in the West and the female that are in the West, they are not going to be so proud to say they are the ones that have the children that became kings and all the rest tomorrow. Because I can assure you, the ones that are going to replace them are the ones, the women that are probably in Nigeria today and the ones in other countries where the population is growing. And even Europeans are complaining about it. They are saying that's why they're talking about the great replacement. The idea that we just assume that everything in the West is all that perfect and the women are doing very well. They are not in marriages anymore. Children are growing up in single family homes. It's 70% of them are experiencing sexual harassment. No, 97% of them are experiencing sexual harassment. So it's not as as clear as we like to think. Nigeria might seem like, okay, yes, it's terrible for women in some ways, but it's also horrible for men too. The idea that it's only women that is bad for, and because of that, you just throw your towel in on the people and a place that gave you life. I don't know, because if your children get to completely throw their towel against you because they are suffering, I don't know what that means. Does that mean the children are right that because you are a poor parent, they shouldn't care for you, or because you have some issues or you have mental issues as a parent, the children shouldn't care about you? So there are certain limits to some of the things you are saying that I feel like we are not thinking it through carefully, but maybe my own thoughts are not clear too. But I just thought I should add some of that. Please go ahead. I think Adama came in. Okay, you want to say something, Jagun? I can't. You are muted. You are muted.
Apologies. Thank you. I do want to jump in and say something. My greetings to everybody who are currently on board the platform. In the last half an hour or so, a bit more maybe, I've chosen to listen, to look. And she carried on today as she said a few days ago, which prompted these questions that Forefather is asking. And I listened more from the point of view of intrinsically, Look has exclaimed that from a woman's point of view, growing up in Nigeria and the expectations of womanhood, whilst women have grown in many shades and fashion over the last 40 years, especially. And in that growth pattern that has taken place for one level or the other, she admitted many things that I recognized. She spoke about her aunties, uncles, and her mother being strong women, and she grows amongst strong women. She is not somebody who's coming from a flim-flam point of view, but she speaks intrinsically from a woman's point of view relating to her own personal points of view. And I've chosen rather to pay that some air and not to necessarily speak too much into it, even though it can be a bit harsh in some of the way she may exclaim things. But in listening to it from a female point of view, unapologetically, as she puts it, I have to try and pay attention because I am a man and I have sisters, girl cousins, family, mother, grandmother, aunties. And amongst these strong women that are birthed around me in my family, many of them have escaped all the notions that she speaks about. But at the same time, a few of them have experienced extremities where sexual violence is concerned. And at times, man, we men, we really have to understand, yes, as all the arguments kind of against it through the harshness of it that says that right across the whole culture, we face trauma, both as men and women. And whilst that argument is valid and present, if we pay attention to a female point of view, understanding that the females are part of us, they're part of our family. They're part of, they're an addition to our lives in terms of wives, friends, or whatever in the female arena. But when we make union with them and across the time period from adolescence to teenagehood to young adult to manhood, we've had experiences as men with different types of women. We may call them all crazy and all having this emotional cyclical divergence that is away from ours in terms of logic, in which men would rather engage. Sometimes when we look at it from the female point of view and the harshness of the world that they are pushed into, and the harshness of the world that they may see men in the predator values, and I put it in those harsh terms, that we have with the opposite sex. If some of our own admittance in our wizardry of the joy of womanhood and becoming adjoined with that womanhood, we know we've made errors here and there. We know we've had to be very smart about it if we haven't necessarily made errors. And we know men amongst us that do not have the communication skills to bear with women, but they have had many women, more by force rather than communication. So sometimes we have to just really just step back a little bit and give it an ear where we listen from tangible female experiences in the world. And I believe to give it its grace, because we know there is such a horror and sexual harassment. And maybe there are those amongst us who have been involved in that. I don't know. But give it an air is my submission.
Yeah, let me just share some of this image because so that we can have some
Sorry,
level of
forefathers.
objectivity. Yeah. Oh, you want to say something?
Yes, please. And I think it's very important. But you know how the network is. I was about to say I was young talk. Okay.
Okay.
I
Let
just
me give you a
there
chance
was
to. Yeah. Go
yes,
ahead.
there was something I speak the truth said. It was a little bit of a back and forth between him and the lady. Now, I just want to draw our attention when we say that it's a developmental stage. I don't agree with that. In my opinion, Nigeria